Time to mud all these brown envelopes. Bosh!
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to your live stream. I am joined by a very special guest this evening, Michael.ChelseaFC. Michael.ChelseaFC, welcome to the Mr. Joshy J YouTube channel, mate. How are you doing? And while you are watching live, make sure you're subscribing to Michael.ChelseaFC as well. His link is in the video title, and make sure you are subscribing to my football channel as well, as we are very close to 200 subscribers.
You've summed it up in a few words, Mr. Joshua J. Thank you for letting me on your channel, of course, and a big up to everyone in the chat. Time to land all the minerals, and of course, these past few days, it's a never-ending roller coaster at Chelsea, isn't it?
It's mad, mate. It's completely bonkers, mate.
It's like one of them massive roller coasters going round bloody Alton Towers with us. You never know what's going to happen next.
Yeah.
It's a disaster, mate. We're not getting much joy in terms of anything in these days, are we? Whether it's Chelsea, the Brazil national team, and then, of course, Ferrari in Formula One. And
I know.
That's where we've got to start. It's all. We had a lot of promise at the start of the season, didn't we? We thought originally we were on par with Red Bull. Well, Sergio Perez anyway, because at the start of the season, let's be honest, Max Verstappen was streets ahead, wasn't it? But now, but of course you. What are your thoughts on where Ferrari are now? Because there's upgrades on that car, isn't there? And we've gone backwards.
Mate, honestly, you just couldn't write the scripts. It's like every single season, right? We literally even start off poor, then get better as the season goes on, or we start the season good and then get poor as the season goes on. It's like a never-ending cycle at our team. It's like, what the fuck is going on, man? This is not Ferrari. Seriously,
no,
man.
It's not. It's still, hard to believe that we have not won the Drivers' World Championship since 2007.
Yeah,
17 years ago.
Yeah, the last time we did it, Kimi Räikkönen was driving for us. That's how long it's been, mate.
It's either we've not had the car to compete with, because, well, of course, we had the period where Lewis Hamilton was dominating Mercedes, and then, of course, in the last few years, it's been Max, hasn't it? And we don't seem to be getting anywhere at any point, no matter who comes through the door as a team principal, no matter who goes out. And we seem like we're stuck. And we've probably got the biggest factory. We've got the biggest amount of staff compared to all the other Formula One teams put together, but we can't provide a World Championship winning car.
It's bonkers, mate. We should literally be like Real Madrid in F1. We should be the equivalent to Real Madrid with all our factory facilities, all the mechanics we have working behind the scenes. It's like, it's no excuses, man. And people used to say that Binotto was part of the problem, but look at Fred Vasseur now. Even he's struggling at times, and I really like Fred Vasseur as well. It's because there's no true leadership in the team, mate.
So if we're all saying that Binotto was the problem, so therefore we might as well be saying that Stefano Domenicali was the problem as well.
Yeah, exactly.
It was before him.
Yeah.
So we've even got upgrades on that car currently, and yet we've fallen backwards. It's obvious McLaren and Mercedes have overtook us now.
Yeah.
I mean, if we, let's say, tap into, let's say, the last race, should have Lando Norris have won that race? Yes.
Yes, I believe should have done, but McLaren, they bottled it on strategy, so that's why they didn't win, because to me, McLaren right now, they got a better car than Red Bull. To me, it's the best car out on the track, but they're not taking full advantage of it because their team is making mistakes under pressure because they're not used to winning, you see.
Yeah, it's facts, yeah. And of course, in that race towards the end as well, of course, Piastri was on the mediums and he was faster than what Norris was. So it did look like the medium was the tyre to be on towards the end of that race.
Yeah, I know.
And in terms of Red Bull, they do look like they've gone backwards, but it does look like Max Verstappen. It's hard to place where Red Bull are, isn't it? Because you got Verstappen. Is he performing miracles out of that at the moment? I would say he is. But with Sergio Perez, it's the guy's a walking disaster, isn't he? Ever since the new contract.
Yeah, it's like, why would you sign a new contract for? His performances have been nowhere near good enough. You are driving a Red Bull, for goodness sake. You should be performing much better than that. But, his performances have been shocking. And look at what happened to Pierre Gasly and Alex Albon. They got given the boot. So Sergio Perez should suffer the same fate soon.
Yeah. Yeah, it's... I think we all know the reason why Sergio Perez has got that new contract. I don't think Max Verstappen ultimately will want that competition from the driver. Obviously, he's known Sergio.
Yeah.
He knows Sergio well. I would imagine they do get on. Because let's say if you bring in a Carlos Sainz or a Lando Norris, the dynamic changes.
Yeah.
And so ideally, they don't want to rock the boat, do they? Down at Red Bull.
Exactly. And I believe Max thinks, I want to be the top dog in the team. I don't want a teammate who is on par with me. That's exactly what it is, mate.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, getting back into, let's say, Ferrari. Ferrari's meant to have standards. I mean, we had the greatest dream team in the early 2000s with, of course, Michael Schumacher landing. Now that was the car.
That was when we were elite, mate. That was when we were winning. We were setting the standard high every year.
Yeah. We had the ultimate dream team, and we had everyone who knew how to get along. There wasn't there was never a breakdown in communication. Everyone knew their place. I know a lot of people were not happy about team orders and all this stuff. But come on, every single team has team orders.
100%.
They all do.
Yeah, they all do. Yeah, it's obvious.
Yeah. I mean, is everyone meant to believe that Hamilton and Rosberg never had team orders? I'm pretty sure they would have done.
100%. Of course they would have done. Absolutely. Because Hamilton was the main team leader in that. Rosberg, he had the minerals to go wheel to wheel with Hamilton, but Bottas didn't. Bottas was an utter flop. He was a disgrace in that Mercedes.
Yeah. But Bottas was always going to be secondary. It was a downgrade. I think it was a downgrade to Rosberg when you look at it, because they wanted to bring someone in who doesn't rock the boat. And obviously, Bottas is steady. Is he remarkable? No. So that's why they do employ these drivers, because they want someone who's nice enough, doesn't rock the boat, and that's the general idea of it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, big up to Goat Saves Football. Yeah, of course he's in the chat. Of course he's landing it, and he's another one who lands it on his channel. I mean, it's good to see. We've got a YouTube community now. We're all landing it. We're not following a brown envelope pamphlet and all this stuff. I mean, all these brown envelopes. They're in the mud, aren't they? It's beyond the joke from what we see out there every single day. I mean, whether it's here, whether it's Twitter, it's always it's an achievement. Everything's an achievement. But what about the winning? It's I mean, it's a mentality thing, isn't it?
Yeah, mentality, because the number one aim is Ferrari should be winning in F1. We shouldn't be happy with third place or fourth place. I want to see my team win a constructors title again, because it's been too long. I mean, I've fallen in love with Ferrari, right? Because of Michael Schumacher. Already loved Ferrari road cars, and I just loved the sounds of that Ferrari V10 engine while growing up. What a beautiful sounding engine that was, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, I miss them days. I mean, my God, we were landing it back then. I mean, there was practically like no other team that could get to that level. I mean,
because we had the elite mentality, mate. Ross Brawn, John Todd, and all the top people in Ferrari literally know how to run the team and that. We were elites, mate.
Yeah. I mean, Ross Brawn, I mean, what an engineer he was. I mean, obviously he was landing it at Ferrari, and then of course later he landed it in his old team, Brawn, didn't he, with Jensen. Jensen Button as well. He landed it there, didn't he, as well? And then of course and then of course he went on to Mercedes. He practically won wherever he went.
Yeah.
I mean, that is the mentality we should be having now.
100% agree. Yeah.
I mean, just think until, let's say, this season, in terms of pit stops, we were utter crap. We were crap in terms of strategy. Mind you, we were in the last race, weren't we, with Charles Leclerc, of course.
I mean, what were we doing, man? Putting him on the intermediate tires. It's like, get out here, man. What are we doing here? Yeah?
It weren't working. Everyone could see it on when it was on. Everyone could practically see it.
I know.
You see many of them going round slowly. Perez was another one. Ocon, I think, was the other. And imagine Guan Yu Zhou was on him as well, because he was like miles down, wasn't he, as well?
Oh, I mean, mate.
It's an absolute mess. I don't know who's in charge of these pit walls, but oh man, it's not elite standard, is it?
No, not at all. And talking to Sauber, they're absolutely rubbish this year. Their car is awful. They're yet to score any points.
That's going to be a worry for Nico Hulkenberg, because he's going there next year, isn't he?
Absolutely.
I mean, he's going to be wondering now, because he's done well in the Haas, and now he's going to be going there. He's going to be thinking, why have I joined this team?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, of course, in 2026, I think Audi are going to be going in there. So will they get better with a bit of influence from Audi? We'll have to find out.
Yeah.
So depends what impact that they're going to make. And I mean, let's say as a Ferrari fan at the moment, the only positive is we are getting Lewis Hamilton.
Yes.
That is positive.
Look at that. Look, that's some sort of team up these like clowns. Absolute clowns.
But yeah, we're at that point. I mean, we've gone from being second best team on the grid to fourth. We're fourth now.
I mean, how do you work that out? Going from second best team to fourth best team? It's like, nah, are you having a laugh, man? Are you actually taking a royal piss? Are you winding us Ferrari fan?
Yeah. There's upgrades on that car, and we've gone backwards.
Yeah, I mean, how on earth can upgrades make a car go backwards? This is what I don't understand it. And why all of a sudden is the car starting to bounce on the track? You know, like doing the porpoising. It's got to be to do with the flooring or something.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I think we're getting new updates for that, for Budapest this weekend, aren't we? We're going to get updates on that.
Upgrade. I hope they work better than what the last fucking upgrades did, because they were a disaster, the last upgrades.
Yeah. From what Frederick Vasseur said, he's hoping that the new updates is going to push us back to the further of the grid, but we'll have to wait and see, won't we, in terms of the race at the weekend? Because we're going to look vulnerable in terms of second place in the championship.
Yeah, absolutely.
McLaren and Mercedes are going to be chasing us down, and eventually we are going to lose that second place. I mean, I don't know how much we're in front at the moment, but we're going to be losing hand over fist because we can't compete.
Yeah, with Lewis Hamilton coming in next year, it's like he won't allow this. He would want true leadership in that team because Lewis Hamilton is an elite winner. That's why he's a second-time world champion in that.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be wondering now coming into this team next year, how is he going to get a car to win his 8th world title? Because
I mean, talking about Lewis Hamilton, I mean, what did you make of Abu Dhabi 2021? To me, that was complete bollocks and bullshit by age. Should have never happened.
It was it was watching it live. It was an absolute fucking mess, to be honest. I mean, it was. I mean, 1 minute they were gonna let the lap cars go through, and then the next minute they weren't gonna let the lap cars go through. I mean, it was a mess. And of course, there was wasn't the one lap to go in that race at the time as well. Yeah,
literally 1 lap to go, and it's all because of like the Red Bull team principal, Christian Horner. He got on to Michael Massey saying, "Oh, Michael, why aren't we letting these lap cars through?" and that, and literally, Michael Massey then changed his mind because Christian Horner came on the team radio. But since then, they've banned FIA team radio, so you literally can't hear what they're saying on the wall anymore.
Yeah, I mean that it got to be a fuss at that point. I mean, of course, there was already bad blood between Red Bull and Mercedes anyway at that point, because obviously we all know it started at Silverstone. I would have been keen to know what the conversation was between Hamilton and Verstappen at the time, because how I see it is, I don't think these two are particularly mates away from Formula One. I don't believe they are.
Yeah.
Because, of course, they all have to be together for like for all the PR stuff, because that's obviously it. They all have to be together then.
100%.
But in terms of the private lives, that they probably have nothing to do with each other whatsoever. And they're not of the same age group, are they, either? So, yeah, I think they probably never had a conversation that much, and then of course it stemmed into Monza, it stemmed into Interlagos, and then of course it went on into Jeddah, didn't it, in Saudi Arabia? You know, with the brake testing.
Yeah, what honestly, I couldn't believe it watching that race live. I literally shouted "No!" because I thought Hamilton was out of the race. So luckily, his car was not damaged and he was able to still win the race, because that day, the more calmer head won it. You know, he showed his elite mentality, Hamilton, that day.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like that Max Verstappen has not had any as his moments with the other drivers. Of course, he had a bit to do with Esteban Ocon a few years ago as well. I think he had a bit of a to do with him. Yeah. So obviously, Max has a little bit of form where can he hold a grudge a little bit? Maybe it was. He didn't get the response he was looking for from Lewis when he got taken out at Silverstone. Did he not get the response he was looking for? Or because obviously Lewis did get a time penalty that day, even though he did go on to win that race.
Yeah.
So Lewis did get his punishment. So in a sense, it should have been the end of the matter.
Yes.
But clearly it wasn't. Then maybe going into Monza, there was it's that first corner. It can be a bit 50-50. Maybe they could have seen it as a racing incident. But maybe from then on, Max got salty ever since about it. And then it went into a bit of a rivalry, didn't it? And I don't think Toto Wolff and Christian Horner helped matters either, because it extended into them as well, didn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, just touching on to Ferrari, I just can't believe it is 17 years since a Drivers' World Championship. For me, this is not Ferrari.
Not at all. This is not Ferrari. Sort yourself out, Gutierrez, yeah? Absolutely sort yourself out. I'm absolutely...
There needs to be a lot of this. There needs to be a lot of the spoon going on down there. There really does, because...
Yeah.
Next season, Lewis Hamilton is going to be there, and if we have the same car in a year's time, it's not going to look like a great move for him, is it?
I mean, how ironic is it? He's about to leave Mercedes, and it looks like Mercedes are getting good again, and we're going backwards. I mean, it's just odds law, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's... I just can't believe it, because I really thought at the beginning of the season, I mean, up until Monaco, it did look like we were going to be competitive. And that was only a few races ago.
Yeah.
That was only a few races back. But now, it's all changed within a few races. It's quite remarkable.
It's unbelievable. And even in Monaco, I think we got a bit fortunate, right? Because you can never overtake in Monaco.
No, you can't.
I believe McLaren had a better car that day, so I think you could overtake. I think they would have won that race.
Yeah, it's not a really attractive pass on, is it? Because there isn't really anywhere when you think about it. I mean, I do like Monaco, but I mean, it's an iconic track and it's been around forever, hasn't it? So it's a bit of a hard one, isn't it, with Monaco, because it's probably the most iconic Formula One race on the calendar, along with Silverstone, of course, and Monza. So I mean, I'm a traditionalist, so I do like traditional tracks. Because
yeah, I do as well. I'm much rather these old tracks stay on the calendar rather than having street circuits all the time. Because I feel if we add too many street circuits onto the calendar, we're actually becoming like what Formula E is, just a street track sports and that.
Yeah, it's yeah. I mean, that's the way that Formula E has gone down, isn't it? Of course, there'll be a lot of ex Formula One drivers in now as well, won't there? Yeah. I mean, so it's a hard one, isn't it? Well, we all know why they've got places like Abu Dhabi on there. It's the money, it's the commercialization.
Yeah.
So yeah, I get the fact that they want to bring money in, but I don't think tradition should be left behind either. Because I mean, that's the danger with football now as well, isn't it? And with football, I mean, that's another prime example. I mean,
yeah, I completely agree. Yeah, I mean, like, obviously, we're going to get on talking about football later on, guys. We're just going to talk about F1 at the moment, but do stay tuned, people. Make sure you are smashing the like button as well, and please subscribe to Michael.ChelseaFC as well. His link is in the title. I want him to get up to 100 subscribers real quick. So, come on, people. He's a real one out there. He runs the rules.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, you know, we have our favourite Formula One drivers. I think you know that I'm going to say Michael Schumacher. Obviously, he has the same name as I do. I got into watching Formula One in, let's say, 1996. That would be probably the 96 season was the first race that I watched, and then watching Michael Schumacher in a Ferrari, and then I knew that was my guy. I knew that was my guy who's going to end up landing it. And what a career he had. I mean, yeah, he won 7 world titles, but I believe that we could have been talking about a 10-time world champion or an 11-time world champion even.
Oh, 100%, because obviously in 2005, our car was terrible in 2005. You know, it was running
2005,
no tomorrow. And the only race we came close to winning in 2005 on merit was San Marino. Obviously, we won in Indianapolis, but that's a racing event. 6 cars out on the track. I mean, what the fuck, man? Just literally 6 cars. It's like, no way. To me, that race should have got completely cancelled. Because why, if Michelin runners couldn't race, why should Bridgestone runners get to race as well? I mean, that was the worst F1 I've ever seen in my life, honestly.
That whole weekend was a farce. I mean, it was basically because they won't move some bollard back, from what I remember. And of course, I think the crash was, funnily enough, it was Ralph Schumacher, Michael's brother, in a Toyota, I think it was.
Yeah.
At the time. So, yeah, of course, and he was on Michelin tyres, of course. Most of the grid was at the time, weren't they? And what a disaster that weekend was from the get-go. I mean, they knew what was going to happen when all of them, they knew they were going to go one lap, you know, the pre-lap before the race starts, and they were all going to peel in. They knew what was going to happen.
Absolutely.
And of course, the fan reaction, they all got pissed off, didn't they? They're all throwing cups all over the place and what have you at the start line. It was a mess.
Yeah, crazy, mate. Honestly, it was such a mess. And and that was shambolic. And to me, I would have just cancelled the whole race, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, touching obviously back onto Michael Schumacher's success. I mean, for me, he 100% would have won the world championship in 1999. Of course, he had that crash at Silverstone, and of course, he was out for a few months after that crash. I mean, I felt that was a championship, and the year that it got away, but I know full fact that he would have won that year, but we had a lot of bad luck before we eventually went on to win in 2000. I mean,
look at this Ferrari car. Like that was my favourite ever Ferrari cars in 2002. Like with the Vodafone. I mean, they were the glory days, mate. Honestly, that was when we were a proper team, like the Real Madrid in football these days. Because in football, Real Madrid are an elite football club, and that's when we were elites as well.
Facts. I mean, I'm gonna show you this little picture I have in my room here. I mean, for me, this picture here, I think I can get it up. There, that picture is that is our standard. That is our elite standard.
Yep.
Right there. Yeah, I mean, that is elite standards right there, you know.
100%.
I mean, that is kind of what I'm hoping, you know, when Lewis Hamilton joins next year, that we are going to get back to that. Because, I mean, if we don't, it's going to be likely. There's going to be some edge rolling in that Ferrari team, isn't there? I mean, there's going to be edge rolling.
Honestly, it will get real bad if we don't sort the car out next season. Honestly, it's going to kick off. It really is, because us like true Ferrari fans who've been see us win stuff for so many years, it's like we don't accept mediocrity with our team whatsoever, because our standards are high up to here, mate. Huh?
Yeah, right. It should be right up the top, not down here on the floor.
Yeah, absolutely. It should be high up to here. Instead, the poor leadership in that is the reason why the standards are on the floor of our favourite F1 team. Honestly, it's a disgrace. Ow.
I mean, it's going to be difficult, isn't it? I mean, if Hamilton doesn't, like, obviously he's moved to the team because he's still motivated to win his 8th world title, isn't he? And he still is now. So it's, I mean, if we can't give him that car with the, I'd imagine, it's a 2-year contract he signed, isn't it? So it'll be 2 years. So if we've not given him a car in that time, it's, I'm kind of hoping, that he might bring 1 or 2 people with him. Into Ferrari. Hopefully, like an engineer or the people that he's worked with for a long time, and he brings them on board over to Ferrari. I think that would be ideal as well, because it's
maybe F1 fan CFC 1905. How are you doing, mate? Thank you for joining me this evening. He's been a subscriber on here for a few years now, so he's the real one, he is.
Yeah, big up to F1 fans, CFC 1905 as well. Big up to you. So it's, I mean, it's everything is peak at the moment. I mean, obviously in the past few days I felt a bit numb. I think you all know why, because obviously I did that video last night, and I think we all know what's going on in terms of that at the moment, and obviously that's going to grow, isn't it? that situation's going to grow now. I mean, at the end of the day, we're all watching the sports that we love and that we're all passionate about.
Yeah.
But we don't need to like get personal about whatever someone's background is, whether it's race or disability or whatever. I mean, we don't need to get personal. I mean, none of us do we? I mean,
no, exactly. Like, I got like a thing where I don't like loud music, right? And these headphones I wear are completely been a game changer for me. You know, like, I feel now I can go to discos and I can handle it in that because I've never been a fan of really loud music and that because obviously when I was little, Nat, I got diagnosed with Asperger's syndrome, you know, and all that. So, and obviously, I never really liked loud noises, and I'm not really a big fan of crowded environments as well. So that's why I never go to a nightclub or any big parties and that because it would just make me feel uncomfortable in that, you know, almost make me feel I'm about to have a panic attack. So I have to get myself away from that situation.
Yeah, I can fully understand that because when you're in an environment where you've not been around a lot of people, because you're used to your own comforts, you're used to like I mean, obviously it's. I mean, I'm a bit similar in that sense because obviously growing up, it was just like me and my grandma. There wasn't really any other family members. There wasn't really any other people. So yeah, I mean, I perfectly get that. I totally understand it and sometimes it is lonely, but and then obviously, you know, I'm a big Chelsea fan, and then I started up going on these YouTube channels, and then I mean, it's great to interact with people, and I'm just glad that everyone has made me feel welcome, like the way they have done, because you never know what kind of reception you get on social media or on YouTube or whatever. I mean, you never know how people are, do you? I mean, it's hard, isn't it?
I mean, like, if these mutants go, oh, you're a fake fan and that, and you're rubbish at your videos and that, mate, I just take it with a pinch of salt because, as Lee Gunner says, it's just words on the screen. You know, I'm 31 years old, coming up to 32, so I can handle the abuse and that. So,
yeah, I mean, I'm not bothered about what people are going to think on social media. I mean, it's words on a screen, isn't it? I mean, they're not going to like show the face or what have you. I mean, they're never going to do that. They're not going to come out to you in public and say it to your face either. So you know that's not going to happen.
Yeah,
and obviously,
exactly.
You know, I mean, obviously Lee Gunner, Johnny Minerals, they'll have done it a lot longer than probably what I have. So they're probably used to that, aren't they? They're used to people to chatting shit on Twitter and YouTube and what have you. But I mean, they're going to be used to that stuff, aren't they? I mean, but they just don't listen to them at the end of the day. Just ignore them. I mean, if they cross the line anyway, I mean, they're going to get blocked anyway, aren't they? These mutants. So
that's why I like listening to Lee Gunner, Johnny Minerals, and all the real ones. It's because they say it how it is. You know, they're no brown envelopes. You know, like us two, we're not brown envelopes. You know, our community is not as big as theirs, but you know, I never thought I'll get up to about over 1,000 subscribers. But now I done it, my aim is to get to 10K next, and I want to get my second channel up to 1,000 as well.
Yeah, I mean, I know in terms of my channel at the moment, I'm on 49 subscribers, and then of course, last night's video was viewed about 186 times, which was not what I was expecting, to be honest. Obviously, I think it's because of what I did talk about for obvious reasons last night. I know we're all talking about this at the moment, and it's peak at Chelsea, isn't it? It's absolute peak. I mean, it's going to be a mess. This whole situation now with Enzo Fernandez, the Argentina players. Of course, it's the Argentina players as well, because they were all singing that as well. But of course, it's fair cop that obviously Enzo is getting the stick because he's the one who's putting it on Instagram. He posted it in the first place.
Yeah.
And what we are all meant to believe he didn't know what he was posting. Come on, he's 23. He's a footballer with a lot of wages.
And that apology he did is a load of PR product. It's like his PR team must have put out that statement or something, because there's no way he would have made that apology himself. Let's have it right here.
Yeah. His publicist, his agent, and of course Clown Lake have had the influence in this as well. We know they're behind it as well. It's damage limitation mode. This is what they're trying to do now. It's damage limitation. That's what they want to do now.
I agree.
And then wait till he gets back into, let's say, Cobham. Of course, Wesley Fofana's going to be there. Disassi, Badlashile, Nkunku, Gusto. They are all going to be at Cobham for when he returns. And it's going to be a divide. There's going to be a divide in that team.
Well, mate, his career is now in the shitter, and he's only got himself to blame, I'm afraid. I got no sympathy for him, and if a Man United player did that, if a couple of Man United players did that, I'd want the football club to have a word with them immediately, saying, right, you cut that shit out, or we're going to terminate your contracts. It's as simple as that. And your club should be doing the same to him. They should be absolutely throwing the book at Enzo Fernandez, mate.
Yeah. Yeah, I would imagine. No, all these players that play for other clubs. Of course, you've got Alejandro Garnacho and Lisandro Martinez. I'd imagine when they get back to Manchester United, I'd imagine they're going to get like a talking to, or maybe have a word with them, see what happened on that bus and what their take is on it. So, and this is the start of it. It's not going to be the end of the story. I mean, it's, of course, a lot has come out today, hasn't it, as well, with the Argentine president, Enzo Fernandez's dad has spoken out as well on this. So, I mean, this is got to be a story that's going to run and run. And of course, for you, Manchester United, you had all this with Mason Greenwood, hadn't you? But although it was a different story and a different situation, wasn't it?
But all I can say is now, I'm glad he's joined Marseille. I'm glad.
Yeah, he has. Yeah,
I'm glad he's gone, that this dark chapter is now over, because imagine if we let him back, mate. It literally would have split the fan base into two. Literally would have caused riots and everything. Both sets of supporters would have been arguing with each other, the ones who defended him and the ones who wanted him out. Like, I was one of them who definitely wanted him gone, because once you've been convicted in that, I don't care if the charges were dropped, there's no way back, because literally it will harm the reputation of Manchester United Football Club. It will, like I just said, split the fan base into two. So he had to go, I'm afraid.
Yeah, even when it came out, I never thought he was going to go back to the club anyway, and I don't think. I'm pretty sure the women's team said something on it as well that they didn't want him back at the club as well. So it was finished. It was a harding to nothing. It was never going to happen.
Yeah,
no matter. So I mean, his name is Mud, isn't it? Practically. I mean, I am surprised he's gone to Marseille because I actually thought he was going to go to Serie A or Italy, but I'm assuming they might have a different view of stuff like that in France.
Yeah.
I do believe that as he Mason Greenwood's got a kid now, hasn't he? He's got I think he's still with I think he's still with his girlfriend even now, isn't he? From it was the same one when all this took place, and I think he's got a kid with her. She's got a kid with him now, hasn't she? Since.
Yeah, mate. Actually, they're still together, but yeah, when I listen to them recordings, right, people go, "Oh, they've been edited and that they could be false recordings." They were not false recordings. He really knew what he's done, and he did it. But for some reason, the charges were dropped. It's crazy. I can't wrap my head around why the charges were dropped. So clearly, he did it.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I would imagine that she was the one who made the allegation, and I think she would have been the one who wanted it to be dropped in the end because, obviously, by then she must have been pregnant with his kid even at that point. So that therefore, Maybe Harriet Robson herself or her family didn't want to take it any further. That is the only reason why it got dropped. Because if you play that audio in a courtroom, he's 10 out of 10. He's going to get found guilty.
100%. I completely agree. Yeah, you're spot on because it's clear as day. She was asking him to stop, but he wasn't stopping. So clearly, full well he was guilty. So people can try and brush it under the carpet all they like. But the reality is he's guilty. There's no two ways about it. Evidence is clear as day. He is guilty. So that's why he had to go, mate. And I'm bloody buzzing about it. In fact, I'm just glad this dark chapter is now over because it was going on for about 2 years, and the fact that we loaned him out last season was a disgrace. I would have let go of him much sooner, but the fact that we kept hold of him for longer just showed with the Glazers and that this club had no standards. But now Ineos come in, they are trying to set the standards high in that. They are making changes. They want to make Manchester United elite again. So yeah, and I'm liking what Ineos are doing, but I'm still very cautious about them because what happens if new signings are a flop, right? If they are a flop, then that means it's going to look bad on Ineos, isn't it? And it's going to look bad on them if they have to sack this bald fraud as manager and pay him out more bigger money. And then my number one worry is, of course, is like, oh my goodness, if we go for waistcoat failure or waistcoat,
I was gonna touch on this in my live stream last night, but I kind of didn't get round to that, did I? I mean he's gone. I mean, I would if he'd have gone, let's say, if it were before the tournament, I would have been surprised. But as the tournament went on, obviously, people were not happy. The abuse got further and further up, didn't it? And it came, didn't it? He's gone. I mean, I mean, I'm not an England fan, as you already know. But I mean, England being in the mud would suit me fine. It would. I mean, no doubt. But who do you think England will go with? Because obviously, Johnny Minerals was on the other night, and he says they're going to go for Jellyfish Potter, and I actually agree with him. I think it's going to be Jellyfish Potter. What do you think to that? If it is him,
I mean, like, it could work out for him at England, but I believe he would have to change his style of play because waistcoat fraud or waistcoat failure, whatever you want to call him, literally was playing players out of position, and waistcoat failure literally kept picking his favourites. That's what let him down, man, was keep picking his favourite players, and this is why players were underperforming in that. It's just like he was not elite level. He's done very well to reach 2 Euros finals and that, which thankful as an England fan, I respect that. But he was not elite level, so I think he's the right thing resigning. I think it's better moving England forward, and we just need to give someone else a chance now.
Yeah, I mean, let's say if he had to done that, I 100% believe the English FA would have given him a new 2-year contract. I think they would have done, but now I think they've been caught a little bit on the hop with obviously now that Gareth has gone. So it is going to be interesting to see what the English FA are going to do. I do think they'll go for an English manager. I don't think they'll change their stance on bringing in a foreign manager like a lot of people would want, you know, like Klopp or Tuchel or what have you. I think they're going to stick to what they've been doing, which means an English manager. Of course, there's not really a lot out there, is there? Obviously, Graham Potter's the obvious jellyfish, as Johnny Minerals calls him, doesn't he? He's probably the most obvious. I know Eddie Howe has been mentioned, but would Eddie Howe leave Newcastle for England, despite the troubles that Newcastle have got, what with PSR and what have you? It's hard to tell. I mean, of course, I don't know what England's next game is. I think it's is it Nations League or is it?
Yes, mate, the Nations League.
Is it?
I believe we play Ireland in the Nations League.
Oh, right. Yeah. Oh, yeah, which also for me, I'm going to touch a bit about Brazil and obviously the Copa America campaign, which in the end was disappointing, wasn't it?
What a disaster for our favourite team in the Copa America. I mean, seriously, what are we doing here? You know, obviously, I'm an England fan, but I do Brazil as well because I do love their history. You know, they learning the history of Pele and that, and when they had Ronaldinho and that, I was thinking, wow, this nation is just elite in that. So I want to start supporting this nation as well.
They're all top players, and at the moment, we don't really have that with this team. I mean, obviously there's there's this Estevao Willian that a lot of people are twerking about online at the moment. Obviously, he's joining Chelsea next year. He's probably going to be a part of the World Cup in 2026. But for me, I think if Neymar is back playing for Al Hilal, if Neymar ends up playing well, we've got to put Neymar back in that Brazil team. We've got to put Neymar back in that team.
Oh, we got to, yeah, because
when he's fully fit.
Yeah, literally, we will have much more pace in the team, and I mean, Vinicius Junior. I love him at Real Madrid,
Yeah.
but he's absolutely abysmal. Honestly.
Yeah, it's just it wasn't really a tournament for any of them, is it? I mean, and then you've got to
Good
the
evening.
manager.
Thank you for joining me this evening, mate.
Yeah, big up to everyone in the chat as well. I mean, obviously they land minerals as well, just like we do. Obviously, much love to the chat.
You've hit 50 subscribers, by the way. I just checked your subscribers count. So yeah, you're 50 from 100 now.
Yeah, I want to big up to everyone who's ever subscribed to my channel and obviously watched my videos. Much love to every single everyone out there who's watching my videos, taking the time to watch my videos, because obviously my videos at the moment have been a few hours, haven't they? I mean, I did a 6-hour stream the other night. I mean, that 6-hour stream that I had was, my God, that was lethal. I was originally going to talk about the Spain and France game, didn't I? But when obviously we got that Maresca interview, I mean, oh, what a mess that is. I mean, soon as I heard that word, just trust the process, I flipped out. If there's 3 words I can't stand in football, it's that. I mean, we all know where that started, don't we? I mean,
yeah, it's a lot of PR.
I blame Arsenal fans for it, mate. I mean,
load of crap, a load of PR bollocks. I hate it, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, soon as I heard that, I just couldn't take it. I mean, and then I've even watched his interview again recently. I could see the fear in Maresca's eyes. I can see his fear in that interview. And I've watched it, let's say, a few times since. And when you've got that fear in your eyes, it strikes me as someone who is out of their depth. And now with all this, with Enzo Fernandez now, what that is going to be a test on the team, the coaching staff, Maresca. Oh, I mean, what a test this is going to be now. I mean, I think FIFA are investigating this. I think the French Football Federation have took it to FIFA now. So this story, what's happening now is going to run and run. And I don't know if you're a gamer at all, Mr. Joshua J. You know, I don't know if you play EA Sports FC 24 or Football Manager or out like that.
Yeah, I am a bit of a gamer, but I don't game half as much as what I used to, because I'm more focused on growing my YouTube community. You know, this is I go live a lot more often now, because since my channel has been getting bigger and that, it's like at times I just cannot be asked to game. You know, I much rather communicate with my YouTube subscribers and like a live chat and that. But don't get me wrong, I still like gaming, and on the odd occasion, I still play FIFA 23. I still think that's quite a good game. FIFA
it is. Yeah, I mean, the FIFA 23. That was the one with the World Cup update, isn't it? That's the World Cup update. Well, that's a good game.
Yeah.
I liked that one. I mean, this new EA Sports one, not as much. I mean, they've took some of the teams off. Even the Brazil national team are not in that game. You know, EA Sports FC.
Wow, really?
The Brazil national team are not even in that game.
Bloody heck!
Yeah,
that's bad. That's crazy. How on earth are they not in the game? Because that's like, you remember a football game, right, called Pro Evolution Soccer, where Canard didn't have all the licenses. You had like Chelsea called London FC and Man United Manchester Reds, you know, and funny, man. It's crazy.
Yeah. there's a lot of licensing issues, and obviously a lot to do with that is with Konami, innit?
Yeah.
It used to be Pro Evolution, of course. It's gone on to be eFootball, which I think eFootball has been a disaster. I played that maybe once or twice at best, and it's a disaster of a game now. I mean, it's not in comparison with Pro Evolution. I mean, it's a disaster, isn't it?
Pro Evolution Soccer. I love to play in Pro Evolution Soccer and FIFA, especially the old FIFAs. I thought both Pro Evolution Soccer and the old FIFAs were really good games. I was a huge fan of both of them.
Yeah. I mean, I remember that obviously, these FIFA games, and obviously, when all that with Mason Greenwood was happening, they instantly took him off the game.
Yeah,
they actually took him off the game, didn't they? Instantly.
Right.
So now this is going to be an interesting one. Obviously, this might extend into gaming now. Are they going to take Enzo Fernandez off the game? Are they going to take the Argentina national team off the game as well? So it depends how much this is going to grow, and it might even extend into that as well. And so of course, is that in terms of the current game, it's probably the last few updates until the new set of games now, isn't it? And I think FIFA are going to be doing one as well, aren't they? FIFA 2K25. I think they're doing one. So we'll see what happens when that comes out as well. So it's going to be interesting to see what's going to happen here. I mean, there is talk that he's going to get a 6 to 12 match ban, or he might get fined. But I don't think fining a player doesn't do anything. He's on a lot of money anyway. What's it going to do?
Yeah, 100%. I completely agree with you, mate. It's like they need to have the book absolutely thrown at them, because it's like they could easily repeat it again in the future. So literally, to me, I'd absolutely throw the book at them, mate. Think, you know what? You're going to keep on doing that. We're going to get you out this football club, because we don't want you in the football club, because literally it would damage the reputation of our football club. Just imagine, right? If someone did this at Real Madrid, mate, they'll be out of the football club faster before they can say, "Oh, I'm sorry," because Real Madrid have standards, mate.
Yeah, in fact, it's. I mean, and all these apologists, what are coming out now, they're the brown envelopes. They're the ones that are defending all this right now. They're defending it. They're saying, "Oh, it didn't happen. Oh, he didn't know what he was doing." I mean, come on. No. I'm not having that.
It's like, seriously, how on earth can anyone defend it? And if you defend racism, you are part of the issue. Why not take accountability? Yeah. Look at this video, what Lee Gunner did on his Lee Reacts channel. I'm not too sure if you've seen it, but on his...
No, I haven't yet. But Lee I am going to watch that.
He did a video where literally he took accountability for his past actions and that. It's well worth the watch. It's a half an hour video. It just goes to show he's a real one. As he says, accountability is the best ability.
Yeah. Yeah, facts it is. I'm going to check that out. I mean, I can't wait to see what his take is on that now. Because, I mean, obviously I've seen plenty of his streams. I mean, he is a funny guy. He's hilarious, isn't he? I mean, he just knows how to cook them. He knows to put them in the bin. I mean, I mean, obviously, big up to anyone who lands it. You know, I mean, there's not many out there left, is there?
No, there isn't. Like, literally, I feel people are too afraid to land the minerals because they're worried about getting abuse and that. But honestly, mate, I couldn't give a shit. I'm not changing anytime soon. Why do you think my channel's got up to about over 1,000 subscribers? Because I'm no brown envelope. At the end of the day, I just say it how it is because I've been supporting Manchester United for about 25 years now, and literally the way they're being ran and that, I know it's been nowhere near sustainable. Like the Glazers are absolute runners, letting Old Trafford get bad. Let the stage leaking and that. It's like, nah, get the fuck out.
Yeah, the fact that the stadium's leaking, that's embarrassing. I mean, they should have dealt with that years ago. I mean, it's a joke.
Yeah, it's a joke, mate.
I mean, and then and this, of course, you look at where Manchester United have been, and then you look at where Manchester City have been. Look where Manchester City are now. There's levels. There's a massive amount of difference between the clubs now.
Absolute levels. I mean, like before Man City were taken over by these owners, they were just like a mediocre Premier League team, like a by average mid-table team. But these owners came along in about the first 4 or 5 years. Guess what happens? They won a league title because they had owners who had the elite mentality. Like last season, they just won 4 Premier League titles, and their CEO is saying, now we want to go and do the 5, Pete. Elite mentality. They set the standards high every year, but yet all these YouTube channels and that like to make stories about, 115, 115. It's like, mate, get it. They are not going to get done for anything, but it just makes a good story on the internet, doesn't it? Like, because they can just get clicks and views and that. It's just, mate, it's
what they're
absolute jarring.
Yeah, that's what the lads said. This Goldfish does it for. He wants the clicks. Of course, get your super chats in. I mean, that's his game. He's been doing this for years. I mean, Matt Goldbridge or Brent Disarming, that's his real name, innit? Come on. Or Goldfish as I call him. He has been doing this for years. And isn't it coincidental, let's say, when the Glazers were, let's say, the 2 Glazers that came in, the United stand started around that time. That is not coincidence.
I mean, it's crazy. And I used to love listening to Mark Goldbridge, right? I used to love the United stand and his YouTube channel. But since it's become a PR channel, like all about PR and that, shall I tell you why it's a PR channel? Because Manchester United Football Club are literally paying him to chat absolute bollocks, you see. So this is why it's so sad the way he's changed in that, because he used to be such an elite YouTuber. Now he's just full of PR, sadly. Sad times, man.
Yeah, and that is the dark path that we have headed in now. That's the dark path that we're in. Of course, we got many in the Chelsea fans that it's all about this pound note. That's what they're doing it for, this Ninny Blue Lines TV guy, George Bloody Benson, Bendover Benson as I call him. Then you got Clown Lake Lewis G. I mean, that lad, I mean, don't get me started on that one. They are all on the payroll. Every single one of these super attic accounts, they are on the payroll by the Clown Lake. They are all part of it.
Hang on, sorry to cut in there. F1 fan CFC 1905 has just put in a good comment. I wonder if Liam Lawson will be in the seats at second half of the season, because there's rumours that he may be the one to replace Sergio Perez, you see, Liam Lawson.
for what, Red Bull?
Yeah, for Red Bull, yeah.
Yeah, they're kind of both under pressure, though, aren't they? Sergio Perez and Daniel Ricciardo. It's an interesting one. I can see him in an RB seat with next to Yuki Tsunoda. But
Yeah.
I mean, Red Bull, that's an interesting leap if that is true. But I don't think Perez has just signed a contract, so the chance of Perez parting in terms of the team, I think is very unlikely. But I do see him in that RB seat alongside Yuki Tsunoda, let's say, in 2025. But I do think he's going to be in that seat maybe after the summer break, after Hungaroring.
Yeah, but yeah, I agree with you, F1 fans. I see 1905. Perez is a dead man walking, honestly. He's on borrowed time, I tell you.
Yeah, but Perez has got Christian Horner defending him to the hilt. And Max Verstappen is not going to want that change. Max Verstappen's not going to want that. He doesn't want anyone new there.
No, he wouldn't, because he knows that he's number one team driver, that he can deliver the most points to the team. He knows the team will give him the car he wants, like what setup he wants. It's obvious that he wouldn't want a new teammate. Like, look what happened in Austria. Literally, Max Verstappen, wheel to wheel with Lando Norris. He goes back to the Max Verstappen holds, like, the one who's like, oh no, you're not getting past me. He's like, you're going to have to crash into me if you want to get past me, and that. He's got that ruthless sides, but literally, I reckon. But you can't deny Max's talent, no. Even though I can't stand Red Bull, I absolutely hate Red Bull. They're my most hated F1 team on the grid. I absolutely cannot stand them because of Christian Horner and that, and Dr. Helmut Marko. Both of them are absolute runners, man. But another good point, what F1 fans...
F1 fans, CFC 1905. Yeah, he makes great points, and obviously big up to him as well, of course. I reckon Max will go Mercedes in 2025, 2026. That's an interesting one. That's a good question, that. It depends how far Red Bull have dropped off, hasn't it? Haven't they now?
I mean, no doubt about it. Since Adrian Newey's departed and that, there's no doubt about it. They have dropped off because Max is such a good driver and that, this is why they're still getting good results and that. But no doubt about it, Adrian Newey's departure has had a massive impact on the team.
Yeah, in terms of to that question, can we see Max Verstappen and Toto Wolff working together? I don't know.
The question you got to ask yourself, isn't it? Can they work together? Because them two have had a lot of history, like literally Horner and Toto Wolff at each other's throats in 2021. So it's like, mind you, 2021 though was such an epic season, but it was just devastating the way it had to end, all in Abu Dhabi. To me, it's like, and since then, mate, I'm not going to lie, I lost a little bit of passion for F1 because I thought it was becoming too political and that, too much off-track talk rather than on-track talk and that. It honestly, but I think in general, this season, it's been a bloody good season, much better than what I thought, because there's been 6 different race winners, and what would be icing on the cake now is if Oscar Piastri can get that win. I'd love Oscar Piastri to get that win in the McLaren.
Yeah, he's really took to being in that team well, hasn't he? And he seems to compete with Lando Norris more often than not. So he's turning out to be a really good signing for them now. So, I mean, there's been no doubt. I mean, before he came into Formula One, McLaren and Alpine were fighting over him anyway, weren't they? So obviously they knew of his talent. So it's, yeah, I mean, it's Piastri just needs to work on his tyre wear. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's his main weakness at the moment. Is looking after his tyres. If he can work on that, I believe he could be a race winner and be right up there with Lando Norris. And what I like about Lando Norris, now McLaren are getting him a car to drive in that, he just needs to be a bit more calmer and relaxed, because you saw in Austria, he kept trying to dive bomb Max Verstappen, and you could see how desperate he was getting, and you just knew eventually. My subscriber called it as well, F1 Fan CFC 1905, over on our WhatsApp groups and that. He said any seconds now they're going to touch, and guess what happened? They did. I could see it coming a mile off, mate.
Yeah. They hardly not raced against each other that much until then, either, did they? So, yeah, I would imagine Lando Norris would have been well wary of going head-to-head on track with Max Verstappen anyway, given, obviously, we know Max's history. And it's kind of reminiscent with, like it was with Sebastian Vettel, wasn't it, as well? Sebastian Vettel was similar in this regard as well. But, I mean...
yeah, I reckon McLaren are competing, and 2025 will be Lando year. This year is just a warm-up year. Let the haters keep hating. I generally believe McLaren could be a potential title contender next season if they can, cut out these errors they're making. Because the thing is, the difference between McLaren, Red Bull, and Mercedes, they are elite level, but McLaren are not there yet. They're trying to get to that level. I believe they can get to elite level. They might have a chance winning the title next year. What do you think to that?
Yeah, I mean, it does look like they've got a team together now, and obviously they've got a good team principal in Zach Brown as well. It looks like he knows what he's doing, and it's like they've got two young drivers who are very hungry. And they want to win races and be at the top. And it does look like they can work together. It does look like it's they've got a good recipe there. The next season could be the season they're cooking. That is, facts.
Yeah.
That could be the next year could be the season for them, yeah?
Yeah.
It's I mean, it's I think we're going to be in for some very exciting racing now, because obviously when you see one driver at the front, obviously people who don't watch it that much, they're going to say, oh, Formula One is boring, it's not interesting enough, or I mean, of course you want Formula One to be competitive, because it gets more of an audience and it gets more people watching it. It gets people through the doors, doesn't it? Or let's say the gates or what have you.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I mean, and then if, of course, there's in terms of, let's say, the other teams, of course, Mercedes, they've not got their they've not got their driver yet. Of course, alongside whoever's going to be alongside George Russell. So that's interesting. I mean, who are they going to be going for? Because Carlos Sainz was linked with Audi. Well, I mean, you've got to go for the best drivers, haven't you? I mean, let's say in terms of Mercedes, obviously Hamilton's leaving. So who are Mercedes going to go for? Because McLaren, they're going to want to hang on to Lando Norris. They won't want to lose him to the main engine team, which is Mercedes. Because obviously McLaren has a custom engine, which is Mercedes
as well. And obviously they won't want to lose Norris to the works team, would they? Because McLaren looking to become top dogs. They're looking to actually beat the Mercedes works team. So they're to keep hold of their top driver.
Yeah. I've heard a lot about this kid, Antonelli. Yeah, isn't he like 17, 18? I think, is he that too? Is he?
Yeah, already? Yeah, 17 or 18 he is, I think. Yeah.
So it's an interesting one, there, isn't it? Putting a 18-year-old in a top car like that. Will he be able to cope with the high expectation that team will have? Because what if he struggles? I mean,
exactly. This is the question you got to ask yourself. If he struggles, then it's not going to be good luck for Mercedes, is it? Because Mercedes are looking to become a top team again. Because obviously, ever since the 2022 regulation changes, Mercedes have been struggling with their 4% and that, but it looks like in 2024 they finally been able to get on top in their car, because at the start of the season, actually, they had a car what was ready to go in the skip, but now they've made it into like almost a winning machine.
He should start at Williams. In terms of experience, maybe,
definitely.
But
look at George Russell. You know, he started at Williams, and then he got promoted to Mercedes. And you saw in 2020 when he covered for Hamilton, he should have won. You know, because he absolutely had Bottas's number in that race, but unfortunately, because that puncture and they put him on the wrong tires, they messed up in that race, because he could have won when he was covering for Hamilton. You saw how good George Russell was, but yet they wasted a couple more years without Bottas when Mercedes still had a top car. So literally, George Russell's come to Mercedes, and in 2022 they were crap. Last year they were crap. They started this year shit, but now they're literally getting back to the levels of being a top team again, because they finally understand their car. But all them years, George Russell was wasted in the Williams. He wasted that chance to come to Mercedes, and then Mercedes are on the decline. I mean, you just couldn't fucking write it, could you?
Yeah. It's an interesting one for a young driver in a team like that, because Red Bull have done this plenty of times, and some of them have gone on to be dropped, haven't they? Gasly, Albon, it's been prime examples. And then they get dropped into the sister team, don't they? Again.
Yeah.
So, it's a difficult one, isn't it? It depends if he's their only option that's left now. And then, they probably might go with him, but we'll have to see what's going to happen, don't we, on that, I suppose. I mean, it's... Ooh. Of course, we got the news today, didn't we? Kevin Magnussen is leaving Haas. It probably is expected, isn't it? Obviously, Esteban Ocon is linked with that Haas, as we all know. It does look like he's going to get the drive done. It really, when you think about it.
Yeah, it's a done deal, mate. Because why would Kane be Lincoln Haas? It's already done. You know, it's only a couple of days where it'd be announced that he's the new Haas driver, Esteban Ocon. And I tell you what, Ollie Behrman is to have to get the elbows out because Ocon
he does,
not get on well with teammates. So literally, Ollie Behrman needs to be ruthless straight away and try and beat Ocon, which is going to be one heck of a challenge because obviously we saw what happened, you know, in Monaco and that Esteban Ocon was clearly at fault for the contacts with Pierre Gasly. But yeah, Esteban Ocon was not taking accountability for it. He does not like to take accountability. But yeah, my subscriber, F1 Fan CFC 1905, he grew up with Ollie Behrman. He used to go karting with him and that. So he knows him very well and that. So, and then next season he's going to be in F1. So how about that? Literally, he's going to be watching his hero in F1 next season.
Yeah. Obviously, you know, we all wish Ollie Behrman, you know, all the best in Formula One, of course, in his new team Haas. If it is going to be Esteban Ocon, which looks 100% nailed on, probably done deal already. Yeah, he's going to have to be ruthless. It's going to be interesting to see if Ollie Behrman has that in him, doesn't it? Because I saw his interview a few weeks ago. He strikes me as a really nice young lad. So it's going to be interesting, isn't it?
For us, you know, when Carlos Sainz was not available to drive, he was an absolute machine, man. He literally finished 8th place on his Ferrari debut. I mean, that is absolutely fantastic. Obviously, Charles Leclerc was on the podium, which was to be expected that weekend because literally he was the lead Ferrari driver. But Ollie Behrman was superb, honestly, and I cannot wait to see what he does in the Haas because I'm actually a fan of him because I watch him in the F2 and that, and I loved watching Ollie Behrman in F2.
Yeah, because he finished ahead of Lando Norris and Lewis Hamilton in that race as well, didn't he? He finished ahead of them as well, yeah.
Yeah.
So it does show, you know, he can mix it. So the fact when he goes up against Esteban Ocon, that is going to be interesting. I mean, wow. I mean, that's he's really going to have to show what he's really made of. But I'm sure the team will back him. Obviously, he's part of the Ferrari Academy, so he will get the backing at Haas. So I don't think he should be worried about anything like that because he will get backing. Yeah, and of course, Haas need Ferrari because Haas are not the richest team on the Formula One grid, are they? So they need Ferrari.
Yeah, because there was rumours that Toyota were interested in returning to F1 to take over like Haas, supply Haas with engines, but Haas have recently renewed their contracts with Ferrari, which I think in the long term, that's good news for the work scene because we rely on Haas to give us data for our car, you know.
Yeah, because we're not going to have Sauber, are we? Because Audi are going to be coming in there, aren't they? So
we need Haas as like our backup and to give us crucial information for our car.
Yeah, so it's a good move. We do need a custom team on that grid to know in terms of, let's say, technology of where our engines are now, don't we? So we do need that. So for me, it's Ollie Behrman in a Haas is 100% a great move, and I can't wait to look forward to seeing him next year. I'm excited.
I'm so excited for it.
Yeah,
really.
So it's a difficult one with Kevin Magnussen now. I think it's either Williams or there's nowhere really for him to go, is there?
I mean, no doubt about it. Alex Albon, in the moment, he's the team leader at Williams because Logan Sargent, don't even get me started on Logan Sargent. He is absolutely dog shit, but he had a good Silverstone, so you have to give him credit. Even though I'm not a fan, Nicholas. Sorry, I said Nicholas Latifi for fuck's sakes. I mean Logan Sargent. I mean, lately abysmal at Williams, but Logan Sargent, to be fair, had a good Silverstone. So who knows? Could they give him confidence, or was it just a one-off? I think personally, it's just a one-off, mate. I don't know about you, but I hope one day Williams can return to the top because I am actually a huge fan of Williams. You know, for Ferrari, my favourite team. You know, I'm a fan of all the old school teams. You know, like Ferrari, my favourite. Then it's McLaren and Williams. You know, because I love all their history in that. But the reason why I chose Ferrari to be my favourite is because of Michael Schumacher and just the sound of that Ferrari P10. But obviously, I loved watching Juan Pablo Montoya when he was driving for Williams. Because Juan Pablo Montoya, he didn't give a damn about the big names. You know, he kept going wheel to wheel with Schumacher. He was not afraid to take on Michael Schumacher. He had that ruthless side, which I thought was great, honestly.
Yeah, it would have been used to that one, Pablo Montoya, because he's been in that Indy cars background. So, of course, in Indy cars, it's wheel-to-wheel racing. You know, with Indy cars, it's Indy cars is, as we know, it's lethal, it's wheel-to-wheel, lap after lap, especially on, let's say, oval tracks, you know, of course, Indianapolis 500, you know, I mean, you have to be on it when you're in that sport. I mean, you have to be on it, don't you? I mean, I won't be surprised if Kevin Magnussen does end up in IndyCars next year. I think that's where he could go because obviously Roman Grosjean, he's out there. And they've had plenty of Formula One drivers over the years there, haven't they, as well? So that's usually the next pattern. If you don't get a Formula One seat, of course, you have to look at alternatives, whether that's IndyCars or Formula E or whatever. Yeah, because you want to keep on racing, don't you? Because, I mean, I don't see him retiring. So, yeah. So it's interesting, isn't it?
I mean, real quickly, just to touch on Kevin Magnussen, do you think incident at Monaco, he should have had his points on his super license and got a race ban? Because I think he should have got more points on his super license and been given a race ban. But yet the steward seemed to just let him off with a warning and that, because what he did was like he literally squeezed Nico Hulkenberg out, and then obviously Checo got caught up in the carnage, didn't he? So they've thrown the absolute book at him and said, right, you're banned for the next race.
Yeah, his driving has been more erratic than usual. Because, let's say earlier in the year, between Magnussen and Hulkenberg, there really wasn't a lot between them. But now, it's like the poles apart, and he's become more erratic. Maybe he knew he was going to be losing his race seat anyway. Maybe Magnussen knew. or and that's why he's driving for his Formula One career. I mean, if I put my feeling on it, I think we probably will see Magnussen in IndyCars next year. I think that's where we go. Because, I mean, you don't want to take a seat at Williams, do you? I mean, they're making up the numbers, Williams. I mean, no offense to them, but without Albon, they're not really competing, are they? I mean,
they're not, because obviously they got a number 2 driver who's nowhere near good enough. If Williams on the elites again, they need a driver as good as what Alex Albon is, because I know Albon has made a few errors this season, but he's still the team leader at Williams. Let's have it right here, because Williams didn't have Alex Albon. To me, they'd be bottom at the Constructors' Championship. It's as simple as that. What do you think?
Yeah, in terms of Logan Sargent, honestly, I don't rate him. Yes, he can have one good weekend out of, let's say, one good weekend out of 12. All right, he might not be as, let's say, the levels of a Nikita Mazepin in terms of bad, but I'd be shocked if he's still in that seat next year. But I would not be shocked. I'm guessing he brings money, sponsorship. I really don't know. Maybe he's bringing that. Is he a paid driver? Because there have been paid drivers in Formula One. And of course, we all know that Nikita Mazepin was, don't we? I mean, that guy was a disaster. I mean,
we all know why he's on the. It's because of money, pound money. And why do you think Lance Stroll every year gets to keep his seat at Aston Martin?
Stroll,
Dad, because of sponsorship and that, and bringing in the pounds notes. That's the only reason why Lance Stroll is on the grid. So let's have it right here, yeah?
Yeah, and his dad's in charge as well, isn't he? So, you know Lance Stroll isn't going to be going anywhere. So, yeah. So it's a tough one with Fernando Alonso, isn't it? Because obviously he's in the Aston Martin. Fernando Alonso wants to win races. He wants to win a world championship. I still believe Fernando Alonso still wants to do that. And he might have to move to, let's say, Mercedes to get that. He might have to move to Mercedes in order to get that.
Ted's Gaming. How are you doing this evening, mate? Big up to you. Thank you for joining me.
Yeah, but big up to Ted Gaming. Yeah. So, would you like to see Fernando Alonso in a Mercedes next season? And if so, what would your thoughts be on that?
Honestly, I would absolutely love it. To see him in a race-winning car again would be absolutely gold, because on this day, Fernando Alonso is still one of the best drivers out there. If you give him the package, he can deliver, because he has experience in that, and his reactions is absolutely fantastic. Good evening to you, Chris, as well, fellow Manchester United fan. Good to see you in here, mate. Thank you for joining me this evening. And obviously, I got a very special guest this evening.
Yes.
Chelsea FC. Make sure you're subscribing, by the way, to Michael Chelsea FC. His channel is in the link, is in the title to this video. Just click on it and it will take you straight to his channel. And make sure you are subscribing as well to my football channel. Again, link is in the title, and make sure you are subscribing to this YouTube channel, as I do Manchester United content, I do F1 content, and I review football shirts as well. And a bit later on, I'm going to ask you what you think about the Chelsea shirt, but we'll carry on about F1 for now. But I can't wait to get your thoughts on that later on, mate.
Yeah. I mean, for me, of course, I would want to see Fernando Alonso in a winning car again. Of course, I put up on X a few weeks ago my top 5 favourite Formula One drivers of all time. Of course, I think you know who I put at the top. Obviously, Michael Schumacher will always be my number one. But
Yeah.
I grew up with him. Obviously, maybe Lewis Hamilton fans are going to say different because of maybe they've grown up with Lewis. That is up to them. But for me, Michael Schumacher is my legend. He's my greatest of all time. So, yeah, naturally, for me, he is my number one. And, of course, second place, yeah, of course, I put Lewis Hamilton there. And obviously, getting into third place. So, this is the interesting one that I did put in my top 5. I put Fernando Alonso in third place because I think Fernando Alonso is really underrated. I think he's underappreciated in a way.
I agree. And he should have won many more drivers' titles. The fact he's only on 2 drivers' titles is absolutely criminal, mate. Honestly, I cannot believe it that he's just won 2 drivers' championship for a talent of his structure and that. But it's like, oh my goodness sake! But he has made some very poor career choices, like switching teams, and they're not literally very good at choosing teams and that. He seems to pick teams at the wrong time, but if he was a bit more better with his choices, I reckon he would have won more championships.
Yeah, because when he was in that McLaren, I remember watching one race at the time. And I remember what he was saying on his radio at that time. One of his engineers told him to try and go faster. And then Fernando Alonso says, I am going as fast as I can with this.
Yeah.
And he was racing him around like 14th at the time. I think it might have been the Australian Grand Prix, I think it would have been. So I could tell he was getting a bit, maybe he was getting slightly pissed off with his engineer at the time, telling him to go faster when he couldn't get anything more out of that car. And of course, he had time out, didn't he, as well? Because he had time away from the sport as well. But maybe if he was in the right car at the right time, maybe he could have gone on to win a little bit more. Because it's how life works out sometimes, isn't it? It doesn't go the way that you planned or the way you intended. It's one of them things, isn't it? I guess it's life, I suppose. And
yeah, but definitely he should have many more world titles, in my opinion.
Yeah,
I definitely underachieved in the sport. Like I said, I think it's absolutely criminal that he's not won more drivers' titles. I mean, what do you think of that? Do you believe he should have won more drivers' titles?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you can't doubt his passion. You can't doubt his commitment. Of course, at times he says it how it is. Of course, he did say at one time that Formula One was boring. And of course, he wasn't wrong in that period, was he? I mean, when he did say that, it's not like he wasn't wrong. I mean, of course, when you see one team dominate and then to win all the races, it's hard to take, isn't it? I mean,
yeah.
It's so for me, but I am hoping now we are going to see a competitive Formula One, that we we're going to have races that we could go on to talk about. I mean, we don't want to see weekends like the Monaco Grand Prix where there was barely any passing, and of course there wasn't really much to talk about in that race, was there, at the time? I mean, yeah, we did our ratings, we did your team ratings, but there wasn't really a lot to talk about, were there, in that weekend?
No, there wasn't. No, not at all.
Yeah, so if it's competitive, the more people will watch and the interest will grow.
Yeah,
and of course, the people who are in charge, like the organisers, the FIA, you want people through them gates to watch the races.
Yeah.
As same as it is with any other sport. You need to have that. And it's it's so hopefully we're going to have a good race this weekend, and maybe we are going to see a competitive Formula One finally. And I hope we do get that.
Yeah, because you can't predict what's going to happen now because all the teams at the front look so close to each other. Red Bull do, McLaren do, Mercedes do. Well, we were, but at the moment we've fallen away. You can't really count us at the moment, but if we can literally get the car back in the correct window, who knows? We could rejoin the fight. But the thing, what hurts me the most, right, as a Ferrari fan, we were 19 points behind Red Bull. Now we're about 99 points behind them or something. I mean, the drop-off has been absolutely unbelievable, not sustainable whatsoever. We are Ferrari. We are meant to be winning championships every year. You may not win it every year, but at least give it a red hot go every year, yeah? Because that's our standards. You and I, mate. I mean, I started watching one in the early 2000s, and that's when we were really in our prime because we had team leaders. And these days, there seems to be no team leader. And I don't know about you, I actually think Charles Leclerc has had a bit of a poor season. He's been making errors this season, and I actually think Carlos Sainz is actually being the better driver at times. I don't know about you as a fellow Ferrari fan, but that's my thinking behind it. Leclerc has just not quite been on it this season.
Yeah. He's had terrible weekends, but of course, out of the two drivers, we always knew Carlos Sainz is most likely to be the one that's leaving because Ferrari have put a lot into Leclerc. Of course, they'll have known him from when he was younger. He's been part of the Ferrari Academy. I mean, even his brother is part of that Ferrari Academy, I believe. Arthur Leclerc, and I think he's in F3 or something. His younger brother. So they've put a lot of time into Charles Leclerc now, and it's been like, what is it? How long has he been there now? 4 years, 5 years now, is it? Charles Leclerc's been there a while.
2019 he came to the team, mate. Yeah, in 2019.
Yeah, and of course when he first arrived, he took it to Sebastian Vettel, didn't he? And he
literally had his number. He outperformed him in everything.
Yeah. And then, of course, at that point, that's when Vettel had all the mistakes. That's when all his mistakes were creeping in. And he never recovered from that. Yeah, and you would have thought at that point. I mean, it's two things in it. Do I think Leclerc has the ability and the talent? Yes. Have we given him the car? No. We haven't given him the car, but But if we do give him the car and he's not delivering in it, and then he's got to be questioned.
100%. It's like need to take accountability for some of the mistakes he's made this season, but the car we given him is poor in that, and I think the race he's only been outstanding in that. Oh, good evening to you, Tom. Thank you for joining me this evening, fellow Man United fan. He's a fan of my football shirt reviews.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, me reviewing football shirts and that.
Yeah. I mean, the last few races have been a disaster, haven't they? I mean, Canada, that was pointless. Silverstone was a disaster for obvious reasons. Like, I mean, going round on intermediates on a dry track. I mean, that was a disaster, wasn't it? I mean,
that was not going to work out, mate. Honestly, it's like, seriously, what were we doing that day? I had no idea what we was doing, but I was thinking Canada, right? I wasn't too worried because I was thinking, that's just a one-off. But, you know, we've never recovered since then. Since that poor Canadian Grand Prix, it seemed to carry on in Barcelona, where we finished 5th and 6th. We were not near the Mercedes, nowhere near the Red Bull or the McLaren. And then, obviously, in Silverstone, that was an absolute horror show. I mean, Austria, we got very lucky to get that podium because obviously Max and Norris taking each other out and that's the only reason why we got the podium, but we should have been nowhere near the podium.
No, it's I mean, my expectation going into this one at the weekend is low. Maybe we're going to get 7th and 8th at best. But obviously, if anyone drops out, and then it depends after that, doesn't it? I mean, we're probably going to finish 7th and 8th in this race. If we don't show any improvement, I mean, we're going to be racing amongst ourselves, probably, aren't we? In this weekend, maybe. Aston Martin, they seem to be a bit mid at the moment. Stroll performed Alonso at Silverstone, which was surprising because most of the time Alonso has had his number, hasn't he? Most of the time.
With Aston Martin and that, last season their car was really good in that, but this year their car doesn't seem to be as good, does it?
No, and I do think if Mercedes do make an approach with for Alonso, Alonso has got to make that move. I think he's got to make that move to Mercedes. I don't think Aston Martin are going to give him that car.
Yeah,
I don't think they'll give him that car.
Because obviously in 2026, Aston Martin, they've got Honda engines because Red Bull are going to be using Ford powertrains and that, which I hope Ford do well because obviously I am a Ford fan myself, and my number one dream for them one day is to become a works team. My number one dream for them is maybe to buy out the Haas team and they become a full Ford works team or something, because obviously I drive myself and I've had 3 Ford cars. I've had 1 Ford Fiesta and 2 Ford Focus cars, and I'm a big Ford fan, and they ever came into F1 as a works team. Ferrari and Ford would be the 2 who I'm supporting because I just love Ford's cars.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've seen Ford in Formula One, but Ford do have a long history in Formula One, so that's going to be an interesting one. I mean, they've been out a while, but they do have a long history in Formula One. It's not like they've never been there before. But obviously, it depends what their staff is or what kind of team they are now, and how reliable will that engine be. I think the last time Ford were in Formula One, was it? Were they with Williams, or was that Cosworth?
Yeah, Williams. Williams. Cosworth. Obviously, this time when Ford's come back, it's like it's going to be American side of the thing, because last time Cosworth were in it, obviously it was the British side of Ford.
Oh, yeah. So, I suppose we'll have to find out by then, won't we? And then we'll see what they are. Is it there going to be new rules in 2006 as well? There's going to be some rules coming in as well.
Yes, mate. Like they're making the cars shorter. Like the cars are going to be a shorter length, and obviously another thing they're doing is they're removing this thing off of the engine called the MGUK or the MGUH, and that will hopefully boost the noise of the engine, because these days, ever since they got rid of like the V10s and the V8s, the sound has not quite been the same. So they're hoping by removing some of the hybrid elements off the engine, they're hoping it's going to boost the sound and that.
Yeah. It's got to be interesting, isn't it? Let's say if we have a competitive 2025, then 2006 comes around, and then these new rules are in, and then what if we have like one runaway team again? And that could be, that's going to be interesting now, isn't it? What would your thoughts on that be?
Yeah, because obviously, look at Red Bull when they introduced the 2022 regulations. They dominated they dominated in 2022. 2023 they dominated. They won every single race, bar one, because our team stops them doing 100% record. Which about, because honestly, I thought they were going to win every single race that season.
Last season, yeah,
we stopped. Yeah.
That would have been the first time ever as well, because that's never happened before either. And God, that would not look good that would have not looked good on the sport. That one team winning every track in that season, that would not have looked good. And that would not be good in terms of interest for fans, or because we all want that competitive edge. We all want to see all the cars going head to head with each other, don't we? We all want. So it's. And then, of course, football's a similar thing, even though football is different, of course. We all want to be competitive. We all want to win. But I am a realist as well. Obviously, I'm realistic about where we are or what we're doing. Going into this race this weekend, my gut feeling is we're probably going to be about 7th or 8th, depending on qualifying, because we've been poor at that recently. Qualifying not been a strength of ours either, has it?
No, qualifying we've been very poor recently, and it's like, why is it when it's a bit damp out on track, our car just will not work? Because when we had Michael Schumacher in there, we used to be so good in the wet and that, but these days, whenever it rains, we just cannot seem to get the car to work. It's crazy.
No, I mean, everything's like changed these days. I mean, when you see a wet track, I mean, they instantly pour out a safety car. I mean, I get it. I understand it. They want to do it for safety reasons, but maybe I know they want to avoid like what happened in Spa 1998. I mean, I do remember that race, and I remember watching that Grand Prix on that afternoon. I mean, you've probably you might have not been watching the sport at the time. I mean, I don't know, but when you saw all them cars crashing together at the beginning, and I can tell you that was some race. I mean, and of course,
I didn't start watching it until really 2002, but I see video footage of that, and that was absolutely insane. Honestly, crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it was amazing days, and of course, obviously, Murray Walker, what an F1 commentator he was, by the way. I mean, what a legend that guy was, and yeah, I mean, it's difficult when you find anyone of that level now. Someone who's like iconic in commentating or in sport. But obviously, you instantly think maybe Murray Walker in Formula One, maybe John Motson, football-wise, maybe. Some people are very iconic, aren't they? And and then when you lose them big names, it is very, very hard. It's really very hard. We've seen all our sport change, haven't we, compared to when we first watched it to what it is now. Today is about commercialization. It's about money. It's about profit.
Yeah.
I mean, for me, I don't like that side of things because obviously we all want to watch the sport we love. We want it to be competitive, and we ultimately we all want to win, and we all have elite standards, don't we?
Yes,
we don't want us. Yeah, we don't want our standards on the sodding floor, do we? And that's why I don't get all this social media age, this these Twitter virgins and what have you. Oh, trust the process. Oh, it's going to get better in the third season, or what have you.
The process,
what world are they living on?
Yeah. What land are we living on? Honestly, saying, "Oh, trust the process," and that. It's like, nah, get the fuck out of here, man.
Yeah. See,
seriously, it's like, fuck the process, and it's like people saying, "Oh, when I wanted the ball ruled out," which I still do, by the way. I want him out because I know for sure that he's not the right man to lead Manchester United forwards. But yeah, I was getting called a fake fan, and people saying, "Oh, he's the best manager since Alex Ferguson." It's like, because we won the FA Cup last season, right? Fans are like brushing it under the carpet that we finished in 8th place last season and had a minus goal difference. The last time that happened was in the 89-90 season, 3 years before I was born, because I was born in 1992. And people think that's okay for us to finish 8th place. It's like, are you having a fucking laugh? That is nowhere near sustainable for Manchester United Football Club. It's like, this is a Manchester United. Honestly, I was sick and tired of watching us last season. Honestly, mate, I found it so jarring at times. It was exhausting and jarring. It's like I couldn't wait for the season to end, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, 8th in the league, leaky roof, and then Marcus Rashford, or Trashford, as I have gone on to call him, because Yeah, I mean, he had one good season, which was what, the season before. All right,
Yeah,
yeah, he did well. Don't get me wrong, but I mean, come on. I mean, he's not. He doesn't deliver. I mean, whenever I've seen him play, honestly, I mean, I don't rate him. He had one good season at best.
Big to you, Brian CFC. How are you doing this evening, mate? Good evening to you. Another reel on this platform. He absolutely lands some emeralds.
Yeah. I mean, if they had any standards about themselves, of course, naturally you move him on. I mean, it shouldn't matter if he's Mr. Bloody Manchester or what have you. Put the sentiment to one bloody side. I mean, I'm not really that bothered, obviously, because obviously I'm a Chelsea fan. But and then they come out with all this stuff, don't they? Oh, he's from Manchester. He's from the academy. He came through the system. It's and like, all this other stuff.
Seriously, start raising the standards, and say his performances are nowhere near good enough. I mean, oh my goodness me. Last season, he literally went out on the piss, right? When the football club didn't even give him permission. It's like, what the fuck are you doing? And to me, he's so focused on his charity works and doing work in the community. I'm not against the footballers, right? Doing work for the community, but if it's going to affect your performances out on the pitch and harm the reputation of our football club, get the fuck out of here. That's what I say.
Yeah, exactly. Facts. I mean, obviously the problem what Man United will have as well is trying to get them players out of the door to other clubs. Obviously, you've done that already with some of them. Greenwood, Van der Beek. I mean, you have done that, but I mean, Maguire, Rashford, Anthony, they are on big wages, and that's not it. It might not be possible.
I mean, mate, at the time, I don't even call Rashford and Anthony their names. I just say number 10 and 21 in that because I'm sick and tired of them, honestly.
Yeah. Obviously, you're going to have to, like, you know, trust Ratcliffe and Ineos for now, but I do understand the caution, you know, because they've stuck with Bald Egg, or well, Ball Fraud, isn't it, as you call him? Yeah, I mean, it's tough, isn't it? I mean, and they're still attached to the Glazers as well. So the Glazers are not going to sell. They're not going to move on. So people in obviously within the fan base need to get that out of their head. I mean, ideally, you should have had Sheikh Jazim. He would have bought the whole lot, wouldn't he? I mean, he would have bought the club. So,
but the Glazers, they had no intention of selling the football club, mate. I knew this from day one. I knew that they still wanted to own some of their football club because, can I tell you why? Because they literally like to take money out of Manchester United Football Club to help Tampa Bay Buccaneers, their American football team. It's like, what sort of owners, takes money out of the football club to help their other businesses? And Tampa Bay Buccaneers is like, get out here, man. I'm sick and tired of it, man, honestly.
Yeah, and that is what you're going to see with Clown Lake, and that is what you're going to see with Chelsea as well. Because they're not going to like sell anytime soon. And obviously, I'm going to give into the reasons on why of that now. Because obviously, they've got two companies, Clear Lake Capital, which we all know them as, and then Blue Core. Because now, in terms of Blue Core, they have got the hotels, they've got Cobham, they've got the car park, and now they've got the women's team. So now they've got a security blanket for the eventuality of when it does get toxic, which it will, because a Chelsea fan's going to hang around and trust the process. For me, I mean, they can stick the bloody trust the process. Stick it where the sun don't shine. I mean, absolutely. For me, anyway. I mean, I've said that on my live already a few streams ago. But they are going to hang on to every drop of the club now, even when they sell it. Let's say if someone for Qatar comes in, or a Saudi Arabia or whatever, they are going to hang on to the hotels, Cobham, the women's team, and the car park for dear life until the end. And that's obviously that's what the Glazers are doing with Man United, even though you probably will be finishing higher up in the table, let's say fourth, maybe fourth, fifth, maybe, because no one anytime soon is going to be beating Manchester City. I mean, let's all be real on that. That is not happening anytime soon.
I mean, mate, even when they're about, like, say, about 8 points behind, they always find a way of coming back because they have the elite mentality. Arsenal don't. So that's why they bottle it under the pressure, because they don't have the elite mentality. And again, Mikel Arteta keeps playing his favourite players. Like, half the time, he won't drop Bukayo Saka. And half the time, Bukayo Saka is dropping an absolute stinker. But Arteta carries on playing him because he's not Pep Guardiola's level. Pep Guardiola is levels above Mikel Arteta. Look at Man City last season. They were third and they caught up both Arsenal and Liverpool because, ironically enough, Liverpool lost to Crystal Palace and Arsenal lost to Aston Villa at the Emirates Stadium. And then when the title was back in Man City's hands, I knew for sure that they were not going to drop points because how many times did Liverpool try to hunt Man City down in this position? They just would not crumble because they got the experience. They've been there and done that, and they know how to get over the line.
Yeah, exactly. It's facts. Oh, I want to touch on about Arsenal as well. Where is this cauliflower, this Calafiore that they were all speaking about? Yeah? Here we go. Done deal, was it? How long ago has that been now? Oh, 2 weeks ago, isn't it? Yeah, that's really gone well, that deal, hasn't it? I mean, I think even Lee Gunner has been mudding the mutants on that, hasn't he? He's been mudding them on that one. Yeah, and I mean...
it's crazy, but Arsenal are more interested in bringing out new merch. Like today, they brought out their new away kit. They're more interested in bringing out new kits and signing players first. It just shows where they are as a football club, It's laughable, man. Arsenal are like literally what keeps on giving, mate, honestly.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I bet that Robbie Lyle on AFTV was sporting the new kit, wasn't he? Yeah, of course he were. I bet it was him, wasn't it? Yeah, it would be.
Steve Hunter says, will out Riley, will out Ian Wright. No doubt Arsenal willed out Ian Wright to advertise that new kit.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, and of course today as well, Nico Williams is linked with Barcelona. And who said that weeks ago? Oh, yeah, Lee Gunner.
Yeah.
Whilst all the Arsenal fans and the Chelsea fans have all been dreaming of Nico Williams. Nico Williams this, Nico Williams that. And it looks like Barcelona might get their guy after all.
Yeah.
It's and he called it. He called it, didn't he?
Yeah,
he called it.
Absolutely called it.
Yeah. unless Man City go in for him, which they're probably not doing, he's going to be going to Barcelona. Of course, the one him at Barcelona. Of course, Lamine Yamal is there as well, isn't he?
Yeah.
Of course, the young player from the Euros. Because I mean, obviously one of the standouts. I mean, Spain in general were a standout in that tournament, weren't they? I mean,
100%. They deserve to win the tournament. To me, like, no one literally gave them a chance, but they just came out all guns blazing and were literally the strongest team in the tournament. And obviously, they got experience winning the Euros in the past.
I mean, what did you think of the Euros? Did you think it was a poor tournament in terms of quality? Because when I watched the Euros, I felt it was poor in terms of quality from all the teams.
Look at how many star players flopped. Like Cristiano Ronaldo, he was crap. He was my GOAT, but I'm going to say this now. He was absolutely abysmal, and so was Mbappe as well. I was expecting much more from Mbappe, and obviously Phil Foden for England. I mean, what the actual fuck, man? You would never see him perform like that for Man City. It just goes to show that waistcoat failure was playing him out of position and that, because he's never that bad for Man City, Phil Foden, but a lot of star players did flop in the Euros and that. And I thought at the start of the tournament, the top sides were too cautious. It's like they just did not want to lose.
No. Well, I think it was obvious what England's problem was. He's too negative. So I know I call him pizza bag waistcoat failure, but at the end of the day, he sent him onto that pitch playing his tactics. At the end of the day, he was negative. It won't look out of place if he was at Norwich City or West Bromwich Albion. I mean, no. I mean, come on, that's his real level, isn't it? It's Championship football. That's his real level. That's where he should be.
Yeah.
I mean, and then, of course, the other teams, France never showed up. Italy, disaster.
Yeah.
Italy were never good enough. Croatia, they've had a good run international-wise, football-wise, but I think that was probably a tournament too far. That's probably going to be the last time we'll see Luka Modric as well internationally. That might be the last time we'll probably see him. Probably, and of course Cristiano Ronaldo as well. That might be the last time. Of course, Ronaldo's going to be 40, isn't he?
Yeah. So no doubt about it. That's his final Euros, but there's rumours that Ronaldo wants to play on until the next World Cup. Which if he's still got the legs and that and the body, I wouldn't put it past him, because look at Pepe for Portugal, 51 years old, and he was still playing.
Yeah, imagine if he's good in fitness and he's still playing for Al Nassr. Al Nassr, isn't it? Yeah, I'd imagine. Yeah, of course. If there's any chance of him getting called up, of course he's going to go. I think it could be like good motivational wise, even if he's not playing. Maybe. Do you? I'm going to say this now. Do you see Cristiano Ronaldo as like a manager? Would you see like a manager?
Yeah, that's a good question, actually. I think he could be a manager, but whether he would be an elite level manager is obviously a different matter. Obviously, he would need to do his coaching badges and that, learn to be a coach and a manager, but he would need the right people to teach him to be a successful manager. Because look at Steven Gerrard and Frank Lampard, both of them absolute legends out on the pitch, but both of them don't have a fucking clue how to manage. I mean, that's no disrespect to Frank Lampard. I absolutely respect him as a player and Stephen Gerrard as well, but both of them just do not have the minerals to be managers, in my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, as a manager, that's fair. I mean, obviously Frank Lampard, obviously a Chelsea legend. I mean, and it is obviously as a manager. Obviously, first time round, he did all right until obviously he got sacked eventually. And then obviously that short term what he had was a disaster anyway. But that was when Clown Lake were there, and well, we all know what Clown Lake are like. It's all about getting the best kids in the world. You know, we're gonna land the minerals with all these little kids. You know, in terms of Meatloaf Bowling, Siri Merchant. I mean, they are wrongers. I mean, they've got no idea of how to run a football club. That's how I've seen them. I mean, it is a mess. Chelsea are a mess, and now we've already seen a fan base divide within Chelsea, and now it's going to get wider with what is happening now. And now we're going to see a player divide in that dressing room as well.
I mean, to be honest, I am surprised actually that Chelsea fans not been protesting more, because look at like the younger club in France, the Clown Lake, like the club where
Strasbourg
just resigned, Strasbourg. That's it.
Yeah, Strasbourg.
No fans are protesting against Clown Lake, so why Chelsea not been doing it? It's like, I'm surprised your fan base has not done it sooner, to be honest. I mean, look at in 2021, right? Manchester United fans got the biggest game in England called off because they decided to break into Old Trafford. This was during the pandemic when fans weren't allowed in stadiums. They did a massive protest and that, and literally got the biggest game called off in England against Liverpool. I mean, that was an absolutely unbelievable by Manchester United fans. I have to say, I know Old Trafford is in the mess, right? But them United fans who caused damage to the stadium that day, they took it too far, in my opinion. That is not a peaceful protest whatsoever. I say you can protest as long as you keep it peaceful. But if you're going to cause criminal damage and that, it's like you're not a true football fan. You're just out there on a few seconds of fame and that.
Yeah, facts. I mean, it's. Chelsea at the moment, it's. Oh God! I mean, I don't see how it could get better, because I really don't. The fan base at Chelsea should protest, because I mean, surely they can see what's happening and see what's in front of them. Because I mean, if they don't, I mean, it's frankly worrying. I mean, you've got obviously Thiago Silva. Of course, he left towards the end of last season. Well, forced out, as I say it, because he was forced out. Come on, let's be honest and let's have it right. And why have we not got anyone in to replace Thiago Silva? And please do not say Tosin. I mean, are we being serious here? Tosin. I mean, yeah, I'm not knocking Fulham, but come on. I mean,
come on.
Have you seen the new signings?
Silva showed true leadership at Chelsea Football Club, and literally he had to leave the football club because Clown Lake didn't like it, because literally he spoke the truth in that. So Clown Lake literally punished Thiago Silva. Let's have it fucking right here, yeah? As a Manchester United fan, even I have to say he was forced out.
I mean, have you seen some of the current signings they've had? Or some player from the Barcelona B team? Oh yeah, then there's some boy from Aston Villa. Oh yeah, and then there's Dewsbury Wedding Hall. I mean, that's what he's getting called at the moment by the Minerals. Yeah, and then then there's this Kendry Paez. Oh, generational talent. This one apparently from Ecuador. Sorry, not until next year. Oh yeah, because you have to be 18 to come over here now, I believe, from South America. I mean, how could these signings be of Chelsea standard? They are not.
They are not. No, I mean, it's absolutely unbelievable because, like I say, to be successful, you would have heard me say this a few times in my live streams. You need a perfect balance of having experienced players and inexperienced players. It's like if you just had a whole 11 of experienced players, you would get found out. And if you just had a squad of inexperienced players, you would get found out. So, to be successful, you need that perfect balance and having best of both worlds, really, experience and inexperience. And the inexperience can learn off of the experience.
I mean, have you seen some of these comments on Twitter? You know, trust the process. Oh, we are going to cook for the new season. Oh, Maresca's gonna land it. Oh yeah. Happy vibes across Cobham at the training ground right now. Happy vibes. I mean, oh my God. I mean, oh. I mean, it's terrible. And people, and then of course we've seen what's happened. Oh, Enzo hasn't done anything. He didn't say anything. He didn't know what he was doing. I mean, give over. Come on. You have seen that Instagram video. You have seen the full lyrics of that song. And you know what it means. And if for 1 minute that you think that song has been translated in English since then, obviously. And if you don't think that is racist or discriminatory language, therefore, I fear for this fan base. Because it's pure denial. And obviously, it's Clown Lake's Starboy, the main investment. 107 million, I think it was it? Yeah?
Yeah.
I mean, and now his investment, this investment from Clown Lake, it is shot to pieces. And why does the fan base not get that? It's shot to pieces now. It's done. I mean,
literally, Clown Lake could come into your football club, right? And they literally completely destroyed and ripped out what Roman Abramovich built, the Roman Abramovich Empire, and that. Clown Lake literally changed the system, and this is why you're bringing in younger players instead of experienced players. It's like, mate, your football club is done, I'm sorry to say. Unless you get elite owners in, it's not going to improve anytime soon, I don't think. Because obviously, growing up, I watched both Manchester United and Chelsea competing for league titles, and both of them have fallen so far down. It's unbelievable. I mean, not so much for us, but the Glazers, they've destroyed us in Australia about 10 years. But what Clown Lake have done to your football club, they've destroyed you in 18 months. I mean, mate, what the fuck is that all about? Seriously.
$1 billion spent. $1 billion spent, by the way. Yeah, and it's been spent on, average signings that haven't worked out. It's been spent on kids that have struggled to adapt. I mean, I mean, that is where we are at. Oh, and our highest paid player. Who is our highest paid player? Oh, yeah. Romelu Lukaku. Raheem Sterling and Romelu Lukaku are going to be the highest paid. Lukaku, who we can't get rid of, by the way. We can't get rid of this one. Our only hope in terms of Lukaku is that Napoli are going to go on to get him. Because if Napoli pull out, that's it. Lukaku doesn't want Saudi Arabia. I'm pretty sure he's made that clear enough times. So, where do we go? Where do we go from here? Oh, yeah. And we've got Mangla Sarr. Mangla Sarr, do you remember this one? He's still there today. Mangla Sarr, he's still there.
Oh, mate, that's peak. I'm not going to lie. What the fuck?
He's still there now, and it's a joke. We have got a squad. You know what? I'm going to go through some of these names on Wikipedia, and I can tell you the names of some of these players that are still at this club. I'll get it up on my phone now. You might not recognise some of these names because some of them are either from the under-21s, some of them that have been here for quite a while. I'm going to run off some of the names. I'm not going to run off like the first team players and what have you. Right, goalkeepers. Right, Marcus Bentinelli. Robert Sanchez, Dordre Petrovic, Kepa Arrizabalaga, Eddie Beach, under 21, Lucas Bergstrom, homegrown, under 21, and Gabriel Salina, under 21, American international. That's 7 goalkeepers, by the way. That's 7.
7 goalkeepers? Mate, that's mental.
Yeah. And this is going... And now we've got defenders. Axel Disasi, Mark Cucurella, Tozin, Benoit Badlashile, Levi Corwell, Trevor Chalobah, Ben Chilwell, Reece James, Malo Gusto, Wesley Fofana, Renato Vega. Oh, yeah, that's the latest, that one. Alfie Gilchrist, under 21. Josh Ashipong, under 21. Bashir Humphreys, under 21. And Mangla Sarr, without a Premier League number, by the way. So that, in defenders, is 15. 15.
What? That's like literally a whole squad already. Like literally a whole squad's worth of 25 players, mate. That is absolutely mental.
Yeah. And now we're going to midfielders. Enzo Fernandez. Well, we all know about that. We all know what's happening there. Yeah. Leslie Okwachukwu, under 21. Canary Chukwemeka, under 21. Keenan Dewsbury Wedding Hall, obviously one of the new signings. Conor Gallagher, of course, there's an agenda against him that we all know about. Moses Caicedo, Cesar Casadei, under 21, Italian. Omari Kellerman, under 21, Aston Villa, recent signing. Romeo Lavia, under 21, course, was injured all of last season. Gigi Tururian, Finnish player under 21. Leo Castledine, under 21, 18 years old. Oh, and now we're getting to some of these other names now. Tino Anrijan, who's been on loan everywhere in recent years. Recent loan was Portsmouth. Alex Matos, under 21, Clown Lake signing. Andre Santos, under 21. Of course, he was on loan at Nottingham Forest and Strasbourg last season, under 21. And Harvey Vale, an under 21 player. So that is altogether 15 midfielders. So that's 37 players already at Chelsea. And I've not even gone into the forwards. I'm not even gone.
Could be interesting. I can't wait to hear this one.
Yeah, right. Forwards, Raheem Sterling, highest, probably highest paid now. Michaela Mudryk, 23. Of course, he was £80 million, I think. I remember well. Noni Madueke, homegrown. Another one who we paid money for. Nicholas Jackson, Clown Lake signing. Christopher Nkunku, 26. Of course, he was injured for most of last season. Cole Palmer, homegrown. So obviously he fills homegrown quota. Obviously, our main player right now. David Washington, under 21, Brazilian. Of course, he had about 5 minutes on the pitch last season. Mark Gui, oh yeah, that's one of the new signings. And probably he's going to get sent out on loan to Seville or whatever. So not much point in that one. Diego Moreira, under 21. Free signing from Benfica, who's turned out to be a waste of time. Amanda Breuer, striker, Albania, not good enough. Mason Burstro, under 21. Why is this player still at the club? David Datro Fofana, yeah, he was on loan at Burnley last season. He did all right, but they're thinking about moving him on, I believe. Oh yeah, and now we get Romelu Lukaku, yeah, cement booted rat. Yeah, we all want him out anyway. Then Angelo Gabriel, of course, he was at Strasbourg last season, and he was on loan there, and he didn't set the world alight. So in terms of forwards altogether, we have got 14 of them. Oh yeah, and we've got 3 other players who are now out on loan as well, and they're all under 21 players.
Welcome, Hayden Cox. You're a real one, mate. Welcome to the show. Thank you for joining us this evening, mate. And obviously, you appear on Michael.ChelseaFC's channel as well. Tonight, we are landing the rules about F1, and we're talking about Manchester United, Chelsea as well, and loads of football-related stuff.
So, altogether, Chelsea have got 44 players.
44 players, mate. That is wild. You guys are done out here. I'm sorry to say. How on earth can you offload all these players? It's just like, oh my goodness sake. And it's more than likely, it's literally you're going to make a loss on these players anyway. So, and Man United have had a reputation of spending big on one player and we literally make a loss on them. I was reading a statistic the other day that we are the worst football club for selling players on and making a loss, because literally the amount of money we spend on one player, you can literally bring in about 3 or 4 different players with that money. It's like, at times, what the fuck are we doing here, man? Seriously, what Ed Woodward and Richard Arnold have done this last decade or so, it's been nowhere near sustainable. So I'm glad now we are getting in a proper board who actually want to take us to the next level. It's like, this is not Manchester United standards, for fuck's sake.
No, that's exactly facts. I mean, even if somehow that Chelsea managed to offload some of these are going to be gone at a pittance. You know, they're going to go to next to no money. Let's say some of these, Harvey Vale, Mason Burstraw, this Jim G. Terrorian, and then Bashir Humphreys. Some of these are going to be done on a pittance. Yeah. We're looking to get 5 million for any of these.
Yeah, I mean, right.
And even I don't know if you know about Amanda Breuer, that Clown Lake, they want 50 million for Amanda Breuer. They want 50 million.
Wow.
And I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. So in what world is someone going to pay that for someone who only... I got for his stats up from last season. Amanda Breuer for Chelsea, appearances 13, scored once, which was that win against Fulham. No. No, we don't do that on here, Hayden Cox.
Don't worry, he's just joking around, mate. You know, he's done a bit of banter, so it's all good.
Yeah. Yeah. Obviously, Hayden Cox. I know he's joking. I mean, and then when he went on loan to Fulham, 8 appearances and no goals. So they want 50 million for someone who played 21 times, who scored 1 goal. So who's going to pay that?
Yeah, exactly. No one is going to pay that, mate. I'm sorry, you're stuck with that player.
Yeah, we probably are. So some of these will get loaned out, but there's a restriction in that now, because you can't loan 15 players now, can you? Because we used to do that before, under Roman Abramovich, of course, where we did have a lot of players, but we managed to loan them all out.
Yeah.
But now we can't do that. So we've got a problem. I'll tell you how many of these players have not got a squad number. 15 of these players have not got a squad number for the Premier League. 15 of them.
That is wild, man. What the fuck?
And some of the names with no number, obviously Lukaku, obvious reasons. David Datro Fofana, who they expect to probably sell. Andre Santos does not have a squad number either. Magla Sarr doesn't, as we all know. And Navados Kepa. Obviously, some of these are the obvious ones, but how are they going to offload all these? And yet, they're so keen to get Conor Gallagher out of the door.
Yeah. Madness.
And they're even thinking about moving on Ben Chilwell as well.
Wild. Honestly, I'm not going to lie, it's absolutely wild.
Yeah, so it's. I mean, when you look at these, this page now, it's absolutely ridiculous. Many of these are Clown Lake signings. 90% of them. They do belong to the current ownership. These. I mean, it's madness. This is a good example of how to run a football club badly. And yet people are defending it, saying, oh, we're going to cook this season. We're going to cook. Oh, but Maresca is the right man for the job. He's going to take us forward.
Mate, he's just got promoted and he's got no Premier League experience. So what are these fans waffling on about? Seriously. But it sums up modern day fans in a nutshell, because they know that they just listen to all the PR bollocks and that. So, yes, I get that. Fuck out of here, man. Seriously.
I mean, I've even seen it on Twitter where they're comparing him to Julian Nagelsmann. They're comparing him to Tuchel. I mean, oh yeah, Thomas Tuchel, who Rory Lemmings wanted out. Yeah. Yeah, Rory Lemmings wanted Tuchel out, didn't they? So now they're going full circle. So let's compare him to Tuchel. Let's go full circle. So who's he going to be compared to tomorrow? Pep? Is it going to be Pep Guardiola tomorrow?
I mean, mate, obviously Enzo Maresca, I hope he does well at Chelsea. I mean, good luck to him. He's going to need it. But, literally, and I don't think Chelsea fans should be Enzo Maresca out. Anyone who's Enzo Maresca out already is like, you should be getting behind Enzo Maresca, because if it all goes down for him, this is on Clown Lake, mate.
Yeah, it is. And obviously, that's what this fan base will not understand. Because we seen it last season, oh, it's Poch's fault. And then before that, it was Jellyfish Potter. Oh, yeah, he's to blame and all. So, what's it going to be when Maresca has a bad start? Is Maresca to blame? Read the room and see what the pattern is.
Yeah.
What's the pattern been? Clown Lake.
Yes, sorry, I'm just plugging in my phone to charge it up.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've got the same as well. I'm on 35%. Yeah. Yeah, I've got it on now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's madness. What this club, oh my God. I mean, at the end of the day, it's like Mineral said, this is not Chelsea. Yeah, and obviously, Johnny Minerals, he lives in that area, so obviously he knows what's going on, and obviously he must have like close friends, maybe within Chelsea. That it's obvious with these clowns, they are shitting themselves. They are shitting themselves in there right now. Yeah. And they're going to be, with what's going on, even more now. And if they get it wrong, if they end up getting this wrong with what's happening now, it's, I mean, there's going to be a divide in that team dressing room. There's a divide in the fan base. And it is going to be an untold mess. And it is, as you said, Mr. Joshua J, it is peak. It's going to be peak. It's going to be peak, man. It's... There you go.
No, it's not. It is not Chelsea, mate.
Yeah, and look at what people say. What the people think about him on Twitter. Oh, he's only started doing this because he lost me because they lost Mason Mount. No, he doesn't like what has happened to his club. It's nothing to do with Mason Mount or Kai Havertz or whatever. And that's what these brown envelopes hang on to. Oh, he's only started doing this because Mason Mount left. Oh, yeah. And they all say, oh, these brown envelopes. Oh, Mason Mount is a snake. Oh, he sold us out. No. He was forced out.
Yes, he was forced out.
And they know that. But, of course, Clown Lake have tapped into the fan base. They know what the fan base is.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And then, of course, obviously, with it being the off-season, of course, Chelsea Fan TV hasn't been on much, has it? But a few days ago, it's been back on. Of course, Alex posting that video about England. So that means the PR is going to be back up. The PR is going to be back up. And now, with this stuff with and everything what's happening with Enzo, this is going to be damage limitation, and they are going to go hard on it. They're going to say, "Oh, give him a chance. Let's have him re-educated." Oh, they're bringing in some guy in who used to play for Chelsea to re-educate him on race, apparently now. One of Chelsea's first black players, by all accounts. So, yeah. So, is Enzo really gonna suffer with a fine and banned for a few matches? For me, I don't think that's enough. I just in terms of this, I don't think it's enough. I think it's bigger than that now because it's gone to FIFA, hasn't it?
Yeah.
So, what would your take on? I mean, for me, I would sell him because, I mean, and even if they do sell, they're going to make a loss anyway now, aren't they? I mean, we're not going to get 107 million back. We might even get half that now. Let's say we sell him. We might only get 50 million. The value was crashed.
Yeah.
I mean, for me, I don't rate him that much. It's not like he's been that important to Chelsea. He got that good free kick against Aston Villa, but does that cover the whole of the 2 seasons? No, it doesn't. Is he that impactful in the Chelsea team? I would say he's not. So for me, I would say sell him because I don't think he's that impactful. And you've got 11 players that have unfollowed him. 11.
Yeah, but as Hayden Cox says, so much PR about the Enzo thing. It's all a load of PR bollocks, fans up for him and that. And like I said earlier in the show, he never put out that apology. It was all
bullshit.
PR bollocks, mate.
It's his publicist who's put that out. His agent and, of course, Clown Lake. It's damage limitation. They don't want to lose their main investment.
Absolutely.
But that investment, I think, has now gone down the shitter. I really do.
Yeah. And if I was Chelsea, I'll cash in on him, mate. He should leave the football club because literally now he's going to damage the reputation of your football club. If Ganacho did that or Lisandro Martinez acted in that way or any Man United player, there's no fucking way I would want them at the football club. Like I was talking about Mason Greenwood earlier. I'm absolutely buzzing.
Yeah.
He's doing, but people are like, oh, about Mr. Joshy J. He is he's not innocent, no, because it's clear as that we all know what's going on in front of our own eyes. We know that literally he was guilty, but he had his case dropped. It's as simple as that at the end of the day, isn't it, mate?
Yeah. Listen to that audio on YouTube, and do you think that's a sign of an innocent man?
No, he is well and truly guilty, mate.
Yeah. Because if you listen to that audio and you listen to what he said to his girlfriend, and then you'll know. I mean that it might have been different for him if that audio had never been out there, or it might have never been released, but it has.
Yeah,
hasn't it?
And Michael, if it was a load of PR bollocks and that, I would have come out and said, "Oh, this isn't true," that. But I know for sure that these recordings are not edited; they are clear as day going on because you can hear his missus saying, "Oh, stop it," but he was refusing to stop. And you know what happens? You hear it time and time in the mainstream media. This sort of shit's happening every day. It's not right, man. As soon as someone says, "Oh, stop," you should stop immediately. Let's fucking have it right here, yeah?
Yeah. Because, I mean, no means no. And of course, there's a lot around in terms of consent, isn't there, as well? Because obviously it's a social issue because it's outside of a football issue now, isn't it? Because it's a social
100%.
issue as well.
Facts, yeah.
End of the day, no means no, and he's a grown lad.
Yeah.
I mean, how old is he? 20, 21? I mean, it's not like he's 4 or 5 years old and he doesn't know what he's doing. And he's not at school.
So. Yeah, I'll type in on Google. I'll have a look on Google, see how old he is. Here we go. Mason Greenwood. Let's have a look, guys. Smash the likes as well while you're watching. And make sure you're subscribing to Michael.ChelseaFC. Link is in the title, and the link to my football channel as well is in the title. But big up to everyone who's locks in this evening.
Yeah.
Much appreciated. 22 he is, mate. He's 22 years old.
Yeah, so in the let's say at the time of that recording, it would have been 20 at the time of that recording, maybe.
Yeah, because I think it started coming out in 2021 or 2022, I think, when all this shit started. But I'm just glad now he's moved on, that we can finally move on from this darker chapter, because it's been such a darker chapter in our football club, honestly, but nothing will ever top what happened on February the 6th, 1958. You know, that will forever be the darkest day of Manchester United's football club's history. It's a bit like Hillsborough as well. That being the darkest day ever in Liverpool's history. And it's like when I've seen these two sets of supporters like mocking each other about it on the day, it's like, no. The rivalry should be put aside and football fans should come together, respect each other, not fight each other about it. Because think what both sets of supporters went through them days, like the family members who lost their loved ones and that. It's just like, come on, man, come together, yeah? Dear me.
Yeah. Yeah. People lost their lives. Exactly. So it's facts. I mean, yeah, I mean, you know when some things are beyond football, and people are old enough to know right from wrong.
Yeah,
you know,
fact. Yeah,
and yet you see too many people beating around the bush or coming out in plain defence, and and then when people are doing that, it just makes them as bad as the person who did it.
facts. Yeah, I 100% agree here, mate. I couldn't agree more. Absolutely nailed it, mate. Spot on.
I mean, as I did put a post on YouTube after my stream ended last night, and I felt that message that's the message we all should have, because
100%. Yeah,
because at the end of the day, when you, let's say, chant racist words or a racist song or whatever, it impacts on the person or people you are offending, and it is hurtful words.
Yep.
I mean, and at the end of the day, there's no excuse for that, and we should not have that in football or society as a whole. I mean, of course, not at Chelsea, and of course, any football club in the world, because I mean, I don't care. I mean, people are trying to excuse this today, saying, "Oh, it's part of the Argentinian culture. Oh, it's the way Argentina has been for years."
Get that fuck out of here, man. That's absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah. I mean, all this is the way it is in South America. I mean, I'm not having that. This is, he knows which club he's playing for. He knows which country he lives in. I mean, when you come to the Europe, you know the values are going to be different to where you might have been from.
Yeah,
but obviously every country has got different values. But I mean, come on, he knows full well what he sung about. That's like saying that, oh yeah, Luis Suarez didn't mean to bite anyone, or he didn't mean to be racial to Patrice Evra many years ago.
Full well he meant to bite someone. He exactly knew what he was doing, Luis Suarez. And when I used to go to Old Trafford and that, I watched Liverpool against Manchester United at Old Trafford, and I booed Luis Suarez because that was his first game, like, back from suspension or something, and I booed him because, you know, it's like he's an absolute disgrace. Yes, he's talented and that, but what he did to Patrice Evra and biting that player in the World Cup or wherever it was an absolute disgrace. There's no excuses whatsoever. You are a grown man and you need to take accountability for your actions. As the famous Lee Gunner says, accountability is the best ability.
Yeah, and look at how many people defended him. Oh yeah, and that was the Liverpool fans, wasn't it?
Yeah,
they leaped into his defence.
Yeah,
he had form for this biting long before even before that World Cup, because he did it when he played for Ajax in a league game, which he was banned for at least 8 matches for before that. He had form for doing this.
And Liverpool literally came out with wearing T-shirts saying, "Oh, we stand by Luis Suarez." It's like, get the fuck out of here, man. What sort of statement does that send out? Absolutely ridiculous, man.
Yeah, exactly. And and then obviously with the Suarez and Evra, it's 100% Luis Suarez said what he said.
100%.
He said it. He did. He can deny it all he likes, but I think he was guilty of that as well. He's guilty of that. He's guilty of the other stuff.
Think about it. He was guilty about it. I agree.
Yeah. And then when you see people talking about him, they said, "Oh, he's the nicest person you could ever meet." Apparently, from some of them, from what I heard at the time, "Oh, he's the nicest guy anyone's ever met." Yeah. But yeah, he did all them things, though, didn't he? Oh yeah, and they tried to excuse that then. Oh, it's part of Uruguayan culture. That's how everything is in Uruguay.
Uruguayan culture. Yeah. Nah, get down here, man. Seriously, what's a load of PR bollocks, honestly.
Yeah. It's. I don't get this defense. It's shocking. It makes you as bad as the actual offender. At the end of the day, it makes you. That's how I see it.
Yeah.
It's. Where are people's morals? You see it in society, don't you, today? Oh, we should be more kinder, we should have more morals. But so it's all right to be still racist then. So it's perfectly all right. Is that what we're going to be saying?
And this shit is still happening in 2024. It's just not sustainable, mate. What the fuck are we doing here? Why is this shit still happening? Mind you, I think social media has made it worse. Like Twitter, TikTok. Oh my goodness me. TikTok is absolutely full of mutants, mate. I don't on TikTok very often, only on the odd occasion, because I just cannot be asked to scroll through and listen to the garbage what they're talking about on TikTok. That's fucking out here right here.
Yeah, it's so obviously this is gonna be a story that's gonna run now. Of course we had Enzo Fernandez's dad today defended his son, and of course then there's the Argentina president has come out and practically defended Enzo Fernandez as well. So this is a cultural thing now. It's gone beyond football now. You've got FIFA involved, obviously. Chelsea have done a statement. But in terms of the Chelsea statement, I don't know.
I know, Hector, but we're here to land some minerals. You know, I don't have to go off anywhere in a hurry, nor does Michael. You know, we can literally go on as long as you want for, mate.
Yeah. And of course, there's and then UEFA might get involved in this as well. FA, UEFA, and then this is a story that's going to run now. I know Johnny Minerals last night was calling for the Argentina team to be banned from the World Cup. Do I think that will happen? Honestly, I don't. I think they'll probably get fined, but that's not really going to do anything, is it?
To me, the only way you're going to make a statement, mate, is if you ban Argentina from a major tournament, say the World Cup or the Copa America, but then fans are like, what about then the whole holders. You can't do that to the holders. I mean, if a team's done wrong, why should they get a free pass? I mean, fuck if they're the holders or not. Seriously, man, real talk.
Yeah, I mean, let's say if it was let's say a smaller nation, let's say if Chile did this, for example, Chile, right? Let's say if they did it, and then no one would be bothered, would they?
No one would be bothered whatsoever. No, but because it's Argentina, because they're meant to be an elite nation and that, it's like everyone wants to give them a free pass. It's like, seriously, what's the standards? It's ridiculous. They need the wooden swing for that.
Yeah.
People who do this need the wooden swing right up their fucking ass, yeah? I mean, sorry if I'm swearing a lot, but this sort of shit really winds me up.
Yeah. Yeah. Can you imagine it? Let's say if it was Conor Gallagher or Ben Chilwell who did this. The feet are not going to touch the ground in contrast, would they? And then, and of course, all the agenda merchants, they'll have them out the door.
Exactly, mate. Facts.
But you know why they're defending him, don't you? He's the star boy. He's Clownwaite's star boy, and that's what it is.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's a bit like that's why Man United fans are getting Marcus Rashford a free pass just because he's a Manchester lad and that. They don't want to call him out in that because they feel it's going to upset him and that. Well, I call players out, but I'm in no shape or form racist whatsoever. I keep it professional. Like if I say, oh, you're rubbish in that. Oh, you're crap in that. Oh, you're shit. I mean, how is that racist? No, that's just me giving an opinion. But yeah, some Marcus Rashford lover boys would be saying, oh, that's racist. It's like, seriously, it sums up modern day football fans in a nutshell, mate. In the 90s and the early 2000s, we never used to get this shit. But because of social media, it's made things a heck of a lot worse, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, I was saying something a few weeks ago where I said Bukayo Saka is overrated, right? I mean, I stand by that, by the way. I think he's overrated, but yeah, I know he got that goal against Switzerland. Yeah. But at the end of the day, I do think he's overrated as a footballer. It's nothing to do with him as a person.
Yeah.
I've not got anything against him as a person. That's nothing to do with it. But I mean, and what I said to that question was, what's he won? What has he won? What's he won at Arsenal? What's he won for England?
I mean, Arsenal haven't won the trophy for about nearly 5 years now. The last thing they won was the FA Cup.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. But I mean, yeah, it's ridiculous, isn't it? I mean, yeah, you've seen Arsenal now, don't you? I mean, the link with this player, the link with that player, and of course, you see Lee Gunner doing that, don't you? I mean, he's cooking them, isn't he? I mean,
yeah, he's cooking them, absolutely cooking them. He's like this, cooking all the mutants. And I want to get on really talk about what did you think of on May the 14th, where literally Tottenham fans said, "Oh, we're Arsenal fans saying, oh, we're supporting Tottenham and that." I mean, you've seen this shit happen in Real Madrid and Barcelona, mate. They would literally find your address. Now hunt you down within an hour, and literally you'd have to run away from your property because they'll be out to get you, because them fans have standards, because European fans literally do not take any rubbish. Why is it in the Premier League us fans do this sort of shit? Well, not us, because we're real ones, but like mutants and that. It's absolutely pathetic, mate, honestly. And I find it so jarring and irritating.
God. Yeah, do you remember that picture? I mean, that picture that
Oh,
day.
my goodness, I couldn't believe it, mate, when I saw that. I was like, what the fuck?
I mean that. Oh, and then there's this as well. There was this as well, wasn't there?
Yeah, absolutely.
Uh, uh,
Crazy.
look at that. Look at the state
Yeah,
of that.
what on earth is that about?
Oh. Yeah. And
right,
yeah.
if Manchester United could literally, if they were in a position to win the league, right, and Liverpool could do us a favour in that, would I support Liverpool? Would I fuck? They're our arch enemies, so why should I rely on my arch enemies to help us out? I'd rather they lost the game, and if we lost the league title, tough shit, it is what it is, mate. So why is it football fans thinking, oh, it's okay to start supporting their rivals? As Lee Gunner says, next season, this coming season, he's going to be saying North London United, the North London Derby.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean that stuff was an embarrassment. I mean, if they're a true fan base, why would they do that? It's embarrassing. I mean, oh my god. I mean, do you see Real Madrid fans supporting Barcelona? No. Do you see Celtic fans supporting Rangers? No.
Mate, there would likely be riots if Celtic fans were supporting Rangers, and that literally things would get ugly real quick.
Yeah, I mean it's ridiculous, isn't it? I mean would you say Fenerbahce fans supporting Galatasaray? No.
No.
Would you say Olympiacos fans supporting Panathinaikos? No.
Nope.
I mean, anyone who does that, they can't be a true fan. And didn't AFTV did a watch along to that Tottenham Man City game and all? I'm sure they did a watch to that.
On an Arsenal fan channel as well. He didn't on his second channel, DR Sports. He did it on an Arsenal fan channel, and he's like, "Get your super chat, guys! Get your super chats in, guys!"
Yeah, and didn't Robbie Lyle do this as his main picture?
Yeah, he did. Yeah,
he did. Didn't he? Pray along.
Honestly, it's laughable, mate. Honestly, but it's where we are these days. Modern football is absolutely in the bin. Honestly, it's nowhere near the same as it used to be. It's because of social media and that. But don't get me wrong, I still love football, okay? But there's certain aspects of it where it's nowhere near the same as it used to be. Like VAR, oh my days, don't even get me started with VAR. How inconsistent is VAR? How many more times are clubs going to get screwed over by it? Honestly.
Yeah. And then before it was brought in, people was saying it was going to be a good thing. Well, it turns out it hasn't, has it? It's not made much difference compared to what it has before.
No, I don't think so.
What's been the point of it?
I think it's made things a lot worse, to be honest.
Yeah, of course you get all that added time now anyway. So now the game goes on longer because the referee does never make a clear-cut decision. And they all have to go to the monitor anyway now. I mean,
that takes too long, that takes a long time looking at the monitor. It's like, get on with the bloody game, stop looking at the monitor.
Yeah. I mean, they see all they go to the monitor, but yeah, so some of the referees do go on to make the wrong decision anyway. So we're no different to what we were before VAR was here. So it's not. Wait. But now with VAR, everything's taking longer.
Yeah, and I feel with VAR as well, the teams, like the smaller teams and that, the decisions go against them. It's like VAR definitely seems to favour the top sides more than the smaller clubs. So I can see why the smaller teams get pissed off with it.
I thought originally VAR was going to be brought in for goal line technology. But now it looks like it's been brought in for everything else. Which
you've already got goal line technology because the referee, they have a special watch, don't they? So they can tell if it's going to be a goal or not. So there is actually goal line technology, and that was brought in, right? Because Frank Lampard should have had a goal in the World Cup, and how on earth that was not given, I have no idea why.
Oh yeah, that's happened a couple of times, hasn't it? Of course, yeah, that happened with Manchester United, didn't it? With was it Man United versus Tottenham? Roy Carroll was in goal at the time, and he went over the line. I can't remember who it was. Was it Tottenham player called Pedro Mendes? That might have been his name. I mean, I can't remember, but I do remember that, and that goal was not given at the time. And you could see Roy Carroll getting his hands out to stop for everyone to realise that that's a goal.
I remember that. That's crazy. That's absolutely insane. I couldn't believe that. That was mental, mate.
Yeah, I mean, so yeah, it has happened on a few occasions, hasn't it? I mean, are we always going to see bad refereeing now? I mean, it's not. Maybe if we had like top referees, would we not be talking about it as much? Probably not, but it's not like these referees are of top level, is it? So, it's. I mean, the days of Pierluigi Collina are long gone, unfortunately. Where you had referees of yesteryear. I mean, of course, a lot of people don't like a lot of the referees now, do they? Like Anthony Taylor, for example. I know, especially in the Chelsea fan base, a lot of Chelsea fans don't like Anthony Taylor anyway.
Yeah, my subscriber, F1 fan CFC 1905, he can't stand Anthony Taylor. He's had a rant about him so many times.
Yeah, I mean, it's a mess, isn't it? I mean, ultimately now football is about commercialization. It's about promotion. It's about money, and I mean, there's real football fans out there, and many of them probably are not going to get to watch the games eventually, are they? I mean, it's going to get to the point where it's all the VIP people that are in the crowd, VIP, brown envelopes, and then it's all the wrong ones, isn't it? I mean, it's
facts. You're spot on, mate. Absolute facts.
Then the real fans of the club are going to get they're going to get etched out, aren't they?
Yep.
But of course, in terms of Chelsea, I mean, I seriously hope the fan base are going to protest, but They've not really done anything, have they? I mean, look at, Strasbourg. I mean, they did it a few months ago. They were landing it. That is minerals landed. That's proper minerals there, innit? And yet Chelsea are not doing anything. It's all about positivity, happy vibes.
Yeah.
But it's certainly not going to be now, is it? Because of all the stuff that is happening.
Yeah,
and it's
absolutely. You're spot on, mate. Yeah.
I mean, I hope obviously one day it's going to get better, but I honestly don't know. It's going to be like this for a long time, isn't it? It's going to be like this for years.
Yeah.
Even when we do get new owners, which eventually I do think will happen, they are going to be tied to the club because of their other company, Bluecore.
Yeah.
So it's yeah. I mean, yeah. Oh, yeah. So I mean, I want to touch on also. Obviously, Manchester United have made some current signings as well. Of course, there's Xerxes. I think has Euro been confirmed as well?
That's been confirmed now. So he's in the door. So that's 2 signings through the door, which I am excited about. But I'm not getting giddy about it because I've seen it past when we've made signings, they've turned out to be utter flops. So that's why I'm being very cautious about it, mate. Why I never get giddy about it. I hope they perform, but I have that nervy side as well that they're going to be flops.
Yeah, and there's still the possibility of Matthias de Ligt as well. People are saying that that's been agreed already, but is that already done as well? Matthias de Ligt?
No, not yet. I think they're still in talks at the moment, but it's definitely not been done yet.
Who are the other clubs who are linked with Matthias de Ligt, or is it just Manchester United? Is it just about negotiation now, or?
We're the only club at the moment who is linked to him, who wants him now. I think we're just going to negotiate a fee now, but I've heard certain things from my subscribers that he's been a flop at other clubs and that. So that'd be my number one worry if we went in for him. Is he going to be a flop? Because I'm sick and tired of us signing players, right, who are absolute flops. It's like you're coming to Manchester United, you're playing for one of the world's most elite football clubs. Well, meant to be elite, because really Manchester United Football Club, it should be like Real Madrid's. Like, with all the history we got in that, we're still one of the biggest clubs in the world, even if we don't act like it. But we should be like Real Madrid, seriously. But it's the way the Glazers have run us the last 10 years or so. This is why the standards have been lowered instead of being raised high up to here, because obviously my standards are up to here because I've been supporting the football club for nearly 25 years now, mate.
Yeah, they've spent big money, haven't they? Of course, there was Paul Pogba, Harry Maguire, Wan-Bissaka. I mean, it's not small change, is it? I mean, Pogba, 90 million, eventually left on a free back to Juventus. And then Obviously, Maguire is still at your club. Masaka, obviously, is still at your club as well. And then, of course, you've had many players over the years like Radamel Falcao. That didn't work out. Bastian Schweinsteiger, that was towards the end of his career.
Yeah.
And then, I mean, they have gone to one extreme to the other. They've gone for younger players, they've gone for experienced players. And then, of course, in managers, you've gone for, like strong managers, like Jose Mourinho. And then you went for the friendly attack manager in Ole Gunnar Solskjaer. It didn't work either way. I mean, anyone who's ever been brought in, it doesn't seem to have worked at either role, does it? So
yeah, because obviously Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, club legends, right, as a player, but as a manager, being a player and a manager is completely two different things. And when Ole Gunnar Solskjaer was manager, it's like, oh, nicey. I tell you what, being a nice football club is never going to get you anywhere. You got to be ruthless. You got to show the ruthless side if you want to be successful. That's not it right here, yeah? Otherwise, you won't get anywhere as a football club. Let's get the narrative right.
Yeah. I mean, even I think I remember watching his first interview at the time, and he just strikes me as the type he wants to be everyone's friend, and imagine that what the atmosphere was when Solskjaer was there. That he wanted to be the player's friend. He didn't want to get on the wrong side of any of them, and that's the issue with all these players. All these managers have gone out the door, and the same players have always hung around.
The football under Ole Gunnar Solskjaer was a lot more exciting than what it is under the bald rules now. And actually, I gave Ole Gunnar Solskjaer longer than the manager we got now, because I did actually like his football, even though it went all south for him in the end and we had to sack him.
Yeah.
I honestly thought back then we were playing much better football, almost like the Manchester United way. These days, when I see Manchester United play, we're like, oh, we're sideways passing it backwards. Then you have fans saying, oh, but it's the injuries, Mr. Joshy J. It's like, what a load of PR bollocks. And how many times did this manager waffle on about injuries last season? It's like injuries happen to all clubs. You didn't hear Eddie Howe keep complaining about injuries, did you? So why is this manager going on about injuries? It's ridiculous, mate, honestly.
Yeah. And then, of course, like in certain games, there was those them results, like 6-1 against Spurs. Oh, yeah. Although bearing in mind there was no one in the stadium for that one. And then, of course, there was the 5-0 against Liverpool. I mean, when you lose a game like that, though, I mean, they have been beaten in these type of big games by big score lines. I mean, and then of course, when your expectation is going to be on the floor every time you're going to be playing, let's say, Manchester City, because Manchester City are going to go and win the game. I mean, of course, you won the FA Cup last season, but I only saw the highlights of that game. It's not like I watched it that day, of course. I think, was it Garnacho and Mainu who scored that day? Of course, that saved his season, didn't it? The ball fraud.
They scored a goal, and it literally saved the season, and realistically, we probably should have got knocked out against Coventry City, because obviously Coventry City and that, they scored that goal and that's gone fine, but it's just offside, you see. That's what they say. But realistically, the way
Yeah.
after being 3-0 up, was just not.
Yeah, 3-0 up in that game, yeah.
It was ridiculous, mate, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, going from 3-0 up and then to be 3-3. Yeah, and imagine if that goal. I mean, if that goal had stood, they would have made the final. I mean, that is. I mean, he has got lucky on plenty of occasions. The FA Cup has saved him. That's been the difference, and that's why he's still learning out, probably. So yeah, I mean, if he had to won the FA Cup, yeah, maybe they would have moved him on. But yeah, they were in talks with Thomas Tuchel, weren't they? But you know, obviously that has not happened, has it? In the end, so they've decided to stick with him. Would you have gone for Maurizio Pochettino? If let's say if he.
Yeah. Sorry, mate. Sorry for talking over you there, but yeah, I would have done for Mauricio Pochettino, absolutely, because I remember I wanted him right when Mourinho got sacked, because to me, Mauricio Pochettino, even though he didn't win anything at Tottenham, I liked the sort of football he played, and he always gave the youth players a chance as well. So, absolutely, he would have been my ideal manager for Manchester United. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, but that's what they're saying about the bald egg, the bald fraud. Oh, but he's giving the younger players a chance. No, because of the injuries. The only reason Kobe Mainoo got a look in, because Mount was injured, Amrabat in and out the team, and then of course you had some other injuries, and that's why you had the Mainoos, the Garnachos, all in the squad. Because obviously Garnacho went in because Rashford wasn't playing well, and of course Sancho was out on loan anyway. So, they are making up these excuses, saying, "Oh, but he's given him a chance." No, it's because of the injuries. That's the only reason that they've been in the squad. Of course, Kobe Mainoo, he's done well for you for someone who is very young. And of course, he was part of the England team, wasn't he, in the Euros?
Man, at times last season, I thought Kobe Mainoo was literally our player in the season. He reminded me of having an attitude like what the class of '92 used to have. I think he was absolutely unbelievable. And he was playing for this Manchester United badge. And like all the others who are on big wages, they don't care about the badge. All they care about is the big bucks, mate. Let's fucking have it right here.
Yeah. So, it's football is a mess. What happened to, let's say, playing for the badge or playing for football? I had that video last night, didn't I? Of Vinicius Jr. Obviously, because I was talking about Enzo in that video. And I put that video of Vinicius Jr. up. And I said at that time that I could not have put it better myself. I mean, yeah, of course. Vinicius Junior didn't have the best Copa America, but yeah, he had a good season for Real Madrid. I mean, look at Real Madrid, elite club, elite standards. They're setting the benchmark.
They are.
Yeah. And it weren't that long ago where people were saying, "Oh, Real Madrid are past it. They're too old. Oh, they can't do it anymore." But they're still there, aren't they? They're setting the standards.
Yeah. And another thing I want to touch on is, what do you think of like people supporting more than one football club? Would you say it's okay, or don't you have a problem with it? Because obviously Manchester United are my favourite football club, but obviously I quite like Newcastle as well, because I call them my second team, because I like their fans and I like the black and white stripes and that. And obviously I quite like Real Madrid as well. But I mean, I don't think it's anyone's business, really, is it? Because at the end of the day,
not really.
it is who you are, and you can do what you like.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, of course. I support Chelsea, but I have said many times that I do like watching Manchester City, because Manchester City are setting the standards. They are elite.
Football. You know, as if I'm watching them as a neutral, I love it. I enjoy their style of play. They're brilliant.
Yeah, I know. I mean, of course, I'm a Chelsea fan. Of course, you know, I'll always support Chelsea first. But we got to give teams credit where it's due, and Manchester City are the benchmark. They are the elite standard, and that should be where we all should be.
Yeah, I agree, mate.
And obviously the football that you see from them, they've got quality across the pitch. They do have quality.
Yeah.
Of course. Just because Manchester City are not doing PR or media does not mean Manchester City are not looking at new players. They will be looking at new players. I mean,
mate, they just got their first signing through the door. They signed a player today, Man City.
Oh, have they? I'll have a look at that. I haven't seen much of today's news, so I'll have a look at that now. There we go. Let's have a look. Yeah, we'll have a look. Wikipedia. Let's have a look and see what they've done. Yeah, they have. Yeah. Savio. Oh yeah, that'd be the Brazil player that I'll know about. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we saw a little bit of him at Copa America, didn't we?
Yes, we did. Yeah.
Of course, against scored against Paraguay, didn't he? Yeah, I remember that now. Yeah. 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 So yeah, it is their first signing. Yeah, because before that they had outgoings, and they do seem to have made some tidy sums out of that. Tommy Doyle, Taylor, Harwood, Bellis to Southampton. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, we'll have to see if Hayden Cox is in the chat about that, because Southampton have got a few players in, haven't they?
Yeah, they're mainly signing defenders at the moment, and they signed a player who was on loan to them last season. They signed him on a permanent transfer now, so Hayden Cox is buzzing about it. He really
Uh,
is.
yeah, yeah. Of course, then they've got Adam Lallana back, haven't they? Of course, he's back at the club as well. So that's a little bit of experience. So I mean, of course, you probably have to spend big money when you come in the Premier League. I know Ipswich are doing a lot of business. Ipswich Town, aren't they? I mean, they seem to be doing a lot of business at the moment. I mean, they've got Amari Hutchinson, of course. Of course, it was Chelsea, wouldn't they? Amari Hutchinson. I mean, they seem to be doing big business at the moment. Of course, Kieran McKenna. Kieran McKenna has stayed on.
Yeah.
So it's going to be interesting to see what they're going to be doing. They've signed Amari Hutchinson, Ben Johnson from West Ham, Jacob Greaves from Hull.
Yeah.
Apparently that's big money, I believe, as well. Liam Delap, Manchester City, that's going to be big money as well.
Yeah.
So it's going to be interesting in terms of these sides that have just come up to see how they're going to adapt in the Premier League, because, of course, the ones that went down, they were the 3 promoted sides that came up. So, I mean, is there a gap developing between the bottom half of the Premier League and the top half of the Championship now?
I mean, there could be, because you got to ask yourself the question, mate. Because look at the promoted sides this past season; they were absolutely shambolic. And to me, the only ones who gave it a go were Luton Town and that. They
were.
But the others, like Sheffield United and Burnley, oh my goodness me, they were an embarrassment, mate. Honestly.
Yeah, I mean that was pointless, wasn't it? I mean, of course. I think Sheffield United lost 8-0, did they, to Newcastle?
Yeah, they did. Yeah,
they lost 8-0 to Newcastle, and that was at home. Yeah, so there must be a gap developing now.
Yeah.
And I didn't. So maybe it's growing a little bit now. I mean, obviously Leicester are back in the Premier League, so it as well. So it's going to be interesting to see what they're going to be doing. But let's see who Leicester have brought in. I want to see who Leicester have brought in now.
Look at this here, like look at what I'm holding here. Like this is my Real Madrid.
Oh, 15 times.
And the HP sponsor as well. You know what goes on their shirt, and also the UEFA Foundation badge. I'm going to put them on with my home iron, because this is what I do these days. I iron on the patches myself onto the shirt. It's actually quite easy to do.
I mean, Real Madrid. I mean, they are landing it. I mean, of course, Mbappe was there was the presentation yesterday, wasn't there, as well, and all them people who turned up just to see Kylian Mbappe as well. I mean, that is levels.
Yeah, levels.
That is where that is where we should all be in terms of football clubs. I mean, you never see that over here. We don't like do that out here, do we? I mean, I mean, 15 times. I mean, that is remarkable, isn't it? I mean, they won the Champions League. They won La Liga as well, and then of course when you look at Real Madrid's squad, it's only going to get stronger. I mean, there's Mbappe, Endrick is on the way as well. Of course, that's going to help Endrick a lot, isn't it? You know, playing in Europe. He's obviously he's a young lad at the moment. You know, he's obviously he's played at Palmeiras, but now this is going to be his first season in European football, and of course, I mean, Copa America was disappointing. I mean, and obviously he's a young lad, but you know, there are some players that are coming through. But in terms of Brazil, we've got elite standards. And when we get to the World Cup, we're going to want to make a statement in that World Cup.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course we do. And what do you think of the... Oh, sorry, I think you popped off there a second. So, what do you think of the Brazil manager, you know?
Peter Griffin. Oh, yeah. I mean, oh, my God. I mean, yeah, I know he's a new manager. And, you know, funnily enough, he's still unbeaten. When you think about it, I know, we lost on penalties to Uruguay. Yeah. However, he's actually unbeaten, kind of. But he has drawn more than he's won now. So it's a tough one, isn't it? But we went into that tournament expecting to reach the final. Yeah. So we didn't meet the target, did we?
Of course, like I covered, I did a live watch on to all the Brazil games, bar one, where I wasn't able to do one of them. But I tell you what, staying up and watching that, oh my goodness me, jarring, man, and literally watching that for 2 hours. You see, streaming myself and talking on literally alone for 2 hours is actually more exhausting than what you think. You thought streaming wouldn't be so exhausting, but it is. But when I'm on with someone else, literally I could go on for hours and hours.
Yeah. I think let's have a look at our up and coming games, because we have got in September we have Ecuador. That will be at home. The Brazil World Cup qualifiers. So we've got Ecuador at home in September, and then we have Paraguay, who we did beat 4-1. So that is a few days later.
Yeah.
So let's have a look at where we are in qualifying at the moment. I don't think we're doing that well in qualifying, are we?
I don't think so, no.
Oh, yeah, let's have a look at the standings. Yeah, we're in 6th place at the moment. We won 2, drawn 1, lost 3. I would imagine one of them defeats was to Argentina. So we are on 7 points. As it stands, we will qualify, but we are 6th place in that table.
Yeah.
So that is not really where we should be, is it?
No way. Absolutely no chance.
We are behind Venezuela and Ecuador in that table.
No way. That's a disgrace.
I mean, we need to get some wins on the board. And if that means putting Neymar back in the team, therefore so be it.
Yeah, so be it, mate.
So for me, yeah, if Neymar is fit enough and playing well, we've got to take him.
Yeah,
We've
100%.
got to put him in the team.
Facts.
Because now he is our most experienced player.
Yeah.
Because Thiago Silva is probably not going to get called up again. But obviously, Thiago Silva is now playing for Fluminense in Brazil. Casemiro is probably not going to get back in this team now if he can't play well for Man United. So he might be out as well. I mean, given he didn't get picked for Copa America, I just can't see how Casemiro is going to get back in this team again.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
So, I'm just looking at our results here. We lost 3 matches on the bounce late last year. We lost to Uruguay, Colombia,
Big up to you, Brian CFC. Welcome back to you. Yes, we're still
CFC landing it. But Brian CFC, he's got minerals.
Yeah,
he has got the minerals. I mean, losing 3 matches in a row in World Cup qualifying, that is unheard of for Brazil.
Yeah, that's nowhere near good enough, mate. That is totally embarrassing. That is absolutely abysmal. There are no excuses. Not sustainable. This is not Brazil. Literally.
So the record of this current manager will be 3 wins and 5 draws from this Peter Griffin. Oh, yeah, of course, we lost on penalties to Uruguay, didn't we? So, in a sense, that's a defeat, isn't it? Because, I mean, that game itself, it was not the greatest, was it?
Nope.
And we didn't do anything, and they went down to 10 men, didn't they?
Yeah,
and we didn't do anything in that.
Yeah, how on earth could we not break them down when they were down to 10 men? I mean, real talk, that's a disgrace, man, how we could not break them down at all.
Yeah. I mean, where is that style of Samba football gone? Where is that style of football gone now?
Yeah.
Because if you look at these draws as well, 1-1, 0-0, United States 1-1, that was a friendly. Brazil versus Costa Rica, that was 0-0, as we all know. And then Brazil and Colombia 1-1. And then, of course, that game when we got knocked out in. So, and it does look like they keep in the Peter Griffin.
Yeah.
Because I haven't heard anything about him being under pressure or sacked or anything like that. I don't think there's been that much PR since that penalty loss to Uruguay, really, has there? There hasn't been much PR.
No, but to me, the alarm bells, they were ringing for me after the first game, you know, where we drew 0-0 or 1-1 in the first game. To me, we just didn't look right, did we? We lost our ideas, and Vinicius Jr. had an absolute stinker of a tournament. So,
yeah. I mean, 0-0 with Costa Rica. Yeah, I mean, it's Costa Rica. I mean, for crying out loud. I mean, Costa Rica are number 52 in the FIFA World Rankings. 52.
52.
Yeah. So we drawed against a side that's not even the best team in CONCACAF. I mean, we should be putting 3 or 4 past a team like this. I mean, I mean, 0-0. I mean, yeah, the alarm bells were there from early on, weren't they? Yeah, exactly.
100%. Yeah, they were there from all early on. 100% they were. Yeah.
And then the Paraguay game, yeah, we won 4-1, but it took about half an hour to break them down as well. And you could say in the end, that did paper over the cracks at the time.
It did, yeah.
That's how it looks.
Yeah.
And then there was, Brazil, Colombia, that was 1-1. Of course, there was Rafinha's free kick, which was decent. Well, the only good thing Rafinha did in that tournament, outside of that, he had stinkers, as we all know.
Yeah.
Mind you, all of them did. But, I mean, it's not standard, is it? I mean, it's but I mean, look at some of our records here. Right, individual records. Right, most appearances. Cafu, 142 caps. Neymar, 128. Dani Alves, 126. Roberto Carlos, 125. Thiago Silva, 113. However, it's still present according to this. Lucio, 105. Yeah, he was part of the 2002 World Cup winning side.
Wow.
Claudio Taffarel, who was part of the 94 World Cup winning team. Of course, Brazil beat Italy on penalties, didn't they? And Roberto Baggio missed that penalty, didn't he? Robinho, 100 appearances. Dajalama Santos from 1952 to 1968. So he would have won about 2 World Cups in that time. Yeah, 1958 and 1962. Yeah, of course, 1958. That's when Pele was 17, wasn't he? Of course. Yeah. And then, of course, Ronaldo, R9, 1994 till 2011. And then if we get into, let's say, top goal scorers of all time, Neymar is actually the top Brazilian scorer of all time now on 79. So
wow.
He actually surpassed Pele now.
That's crazy. I never thought he would surpass Pele. I thought Pele would have that record.
Yeah.
But he beat it. That's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. So that's 2010 till present day. So I would imagine if he does get to full fitness again, you've got to play him in a sense. I think he has to be in a centre forward role. If Neymar returns, obviously Vinicius Junior is going to play now, isn't he? So
yeah,
Vinicius Junior is going to be on the left. So we might have to put Neymar in the centre. He's been in the centre, Neymar's natural position. But if it were me, I'd take him anyway. Because obviously Hendrick is very young. And obviously Hendrick needs time. So, yeah, of course, you've got to take Neymar back within a heartbeat, haven't you? At the end of the day.
Yeah, you got to, because the footwork and his work rate is absolutely amazing. And that's what Brazil needs. Yeah. This is what Brazil has definitely missed, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm going to have a look at his... so it says, position attacking midfielder and winger. But he has played in a centre forward role at times. He has played there. So for me, we've got to take him because of his experience.
Yeah.
Truly. End of the day, got to take him. We've got so the Peter Griffin lookalike has got to put him back in the fold.
Yeah, he does.
He's got to put him back in the fold for me.
Yeah.
Obviously, let's get into some of these other names as well. Pele, second, obviously 77 goals, 92 appearances. I mean, that is remarkable. That 77 goals and 92 appearances. I mean, that is
off
the charts, isn't it? So that's he averaged a goal, 84% average, and that is the highest average compared to, let's say, Edemar, who was in 1945, 1953, 32 goals and 39 appearances. But he was before Pele. Yeah, well, obviously, not many people were around in 1945 till 1953, obviously. I mean, obviously, we weren't, of course. So, third place, Ronaldo's, obviously, R9. Obviously, that's how I got to support in Brazil. We're going to get into, some of these names now. I mean, 62 goals, 98 appearances. Romario, 55 goals, 70 appearances. I do remember Romario a little bit. I mean, that's kind of how I started watching football in a way. But I do remember his name. Zico, 48 appearances, 71. Zico, 48 goals, beg your pardon, and 71 appearances. And then there was Bebeto, 39 goals, 75 appearances, of course, 94 World Cup winning team. Rivaldo, well, we all know Rivaldo, don't we? 2002 World Cup winner.
Yeah.
35 goals and 74 appearances. Jarzinho, 33 goals, 81 appearances. 1964, 1982. Yeah, so 1970 World Cup, of course, with Pele. Of course, that was Pele's last World Cup, of course, wasn't it? Ronaldinho, for 33 goals, 97 appearances, 2002 World Cup winner, and of course he scored that iconic goal against England, of course, in that quarter-final. I mean, what? That was some goal, wasn't it? Yeah, and it went over David Seaman's head, of course, didn't it, at the time?
Oh, that's unbelievable, honestly. That was such a classic goal.
Yeah. Actually, I'll tell you a little story about that, actually. I was in school that day, and I was the only one in the class, right, who celebrated that goal. I was the only one. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I was the only one in that school, in that class, celebrating that goal at the time. Because, obviously in the, the Manchester area, where, we're big on football in this area anyway. So, we all had, like World Cup predictions, and I was the only one in that class at the time who said Brazil were going to go on to win that World Cup.
Yeah.
And I was right.
Yeah.
And I was the only one in the class at the time who got it spot on. So, so obviously at that time, even then, I was cooking. I was cooking at that time. You know, even at that point. And I mean, when you look at Brazil's history, you see these names. These are the elite players.
Like these days, mate, there's no comparison, is there, between some players in the Brazil team? They're nowhere near the same level as these elite players. Like, looking back at our history, like, I'm fascinated by some of the names you just mentioned, because even I didn't know this, because even though I support Brazil and that, I can't say I've always searched up on their history, so I learned something completely new tonight.
Yeah. I mean, when I got into football, so it would have been about 96, 97. So obviously, I knew the name of Romario. I knew his name was iconic anyway, so I kind of had an idea on who he was. And obviously, I was in that era where Cafu, Roberto Carlos, Ronaldo, R9. So I was in that obviously World Cup 98 was France. And of course, there was all that debate in the final, wasn't there? Is Ronaldo going to start? Is he not going to start? I mean, I was watching that at the time, and I just couldn't believe what was happening. I mean, it was a mess at that time. I mean, of course, there were a lot of PR at that time, back then, but that was without social media.
Yeah.
Of course, France went on to win that final, didn't they? I mean, Zinedine Zidane, he got 2 goals in that final, and of course, Ronaldo, R9, he had a massive injury and he was out for like 2 years.
Yeah.
Then in that 2002 World Cup, he landed it. He ended up being top scorer. He scored 2 goals in that final against Germany, and he went on to win it.
Yeah.
I mean, that is... You don't see many footballers like that anymore.
No, you don't. I completely agree, mate. You really don't see footballers like that anymore.
Yeah. Of course, he scored a hat-trick at Old Trafford, didn't he? You know, when Manchester United were playing Real Madrid in that quarter-final. Yeah, he got a hat-trick that day, didn't he? He did. I remember it. Yeah, you won. You guys won 4-3, but his 3 goals did take them into that semi-final at the time. Obviously, because they won 3-1 at the Bernabeu, didn't they?
Yeah.
I remember it well. Those were. Football in them times, they were much better.
Yeah.
They were. But now it's really sad. Football has become PR driven, social media driven.
Like I said earlier on in the show, mate, literally, football these days is nowhere near the same as it used to be in the early 2000s and the late 90s for me, when I falling in love with football, because there's so much PR involved in it these days. Honestly, it's absolutely just jarring, man, how much PR there is in football these days. To me, it's nowhere near acceptable, nowhere near sustainable, and literally, fans, they listen to the PR. Why do you think all these fan deals are literally lowered the standards of these football clubs and that? Because literally, the United stand, I say, has lowered the standards in the Man United fan base. But yet, this person thought I was actually attacking one of the big fan channels. No, I'm not actually attacking the channel. I'm just giving my thoughts and opinions on it because at the end of the day, I'm not actually out here to destroy a fan channel. That's not my motive, okay? I'm just out there giving my opinion. Like, I wouldn't dream of destroying anyone's businesses. Whoever does something for a living, big up to you. And I would not be one to damage your reputation. No chance.
Yeah, I mean, people like, this Mark Goldfish, Brent Desar, this whatnot. I mean, maybe, when the United stand was at the beginning, maybe it might have been genuine back then. But when you get all that clout and then all that PR and the media comes with you, and then you change, don't you? And then, I mean, doesn't Mark Goldbridge and Saeed, didn't they have a little bit of a falling out? A bit of a to-do as well?
Yeah, they did. Yeah, you're correct. They did have a falling out. Literally, Mark Goldfish and Saeed TP, they fallen out. So Saeed TP, he created his own YouTube channel, and look at him now. He's approaching 100,000 subscribers.
Yeah, I mean, so yeah, I mean, it's well obvious that Goldfish is bought. I mean, ex-Bed Copper, Nottingham Forest fan. I mean, let's have it right. Come on. But that is, and it's obvious he got a job at the club. Yeah. And that's where he's getting all his info from. Rodizio Romano, I work 20 hours per fucking day. So, no fees, no name. Just joking on me on their Twitter. I mean, Rongan, you see all these journalists. I don't take no money from agents. Pound note. It's about that pound note. And we've got to keep cooking all these wrong'uns, these journalists that are out there, because if we don't end up doing it, but there's going to be no one left.
Yeah, I know.
It's going to be everything's going to be media driven, and we cannot get to that point.
You lot need discipline. Discipliner, as Lee Gunner would say. Discipliner.
Well, we've got to keep landing it. All of us. Obviously, everyone in the chat knows. Obviously, everyone's a real one in the chat. We've all got to keep landing it. Of course, there's still, there's some YouTube channels. I mean, they're landing it. Jay's Arsenal history and more, he's landing it. And then, there's plenty of channels that are out there that are still doing it. They may be, let's say the huge platforms, but nevertheless, it makes you more of a real fan if you're on these channels and you're not listening to the narrative.
Yeah.
Because you all know what the real narrative is now. I mean, we've got to cook all of the wrong'uns. I mean, that Rory Lemons, the flip flop. I mean, that one. Oh, what a wrong'un that one is. Yeah. I mean, Southgate in, Southgate out, Southgate in, do the okey cokey, shake it all about. I mean, so which was it? You wanted him sacked, but now you love him. So, which is it?
Honestly, like I was watching your show the other day, and I couldn't believe it. That clip you played of him saying, like what you said about Gareth Southgate. I was like, "What the fuck, man? That's absolutely crazy, man."
I have never seen anyone who switches the goalpost as much as that one does. And look at most of his videos on that channel. Arsenal are amazing. Arsenal are incredible. Oh, Arsenal are going to win the league this year. And then they don't.
Mate, as Lee Gunner says it, no one is afraid of Arsenal. It's just it makes for a good story on the internet because they know that their channels will get clicks and views and traction. It's as simple as that. Let's have it right here, yeah? It lets you get traction.
Yeah, and then you see, obviously, this goldfish bringing up the 115, yeah? Why bring that up when nothing's going to happen with that, right? Let's all be clear about this 115 thing. Nothing is going to happen.
No.
They're not going to get, Manchester City are not going to get relegated or anything like that. It's not going to happen. At worst, maybe they might be a fine. That's all they may get.
Yeah.
It depends if anything is found nice, because we don't know that. Yeah, end of the day, we don't know.
Mate, I say if they have broken the rules and they get found guilty, then no doubt about it, they need to be relegated to League One or something like that. They need to be punished heavily because it sets the benchmark for other teams to not break the rules like this.
Yeah, but obviously my gut feeling is even if that happens, I just think honestly they're going to fine them. Obviously, Manchester City are a huge asset to the Premier League, and they are the ones that are going to have the biggest chance of winning the Champions League, because Arsenal are not going to be winning it. Liverpool, they're a bit of an unknown at the moment. Obviously, Liverpool have got a new manager. We have to find out more about what Liverpool are going to be about this season. So they're in a bit of the unknown. And Aston Villa, come on, they're not going to be doing it. Aston Villa be looking to get out of the group.
Yeah.
I mean, let's be real. Come on. So Manchester City are an asset. They are a big asset, no matter what anybody says. But obviously, we have to find out what's going to happen. But obviously, we've not even heard anything about this. It's been weeks. We've not even heard anything about this yet.
The last thing I heard, apparently they're going to find out their fate in November this year. That's the last I heard of it.
Right, yeah. So we'll find out then, and I'm pretty sure we'll all have plenty to say about it on here. Obviously, we're all going to talk about that as well. So yeah, I mean it's going to be interesting, isn't it? By then, and I mean in November, I hope this Enzo saga will be over by then. Because for me, I mean, I think my stance on Enzo Fernandez. For me, move him on.
Yeah, get rid, mate. You cannot have a player like that at your football club, because literally he's going to damage the reputation of your football club. He's going to give your football club a bad name, and that will put other players off joining your football club, in my opinion.
Yeah, I do. I also believe today that Patrick Vieira has left Strasbourg.
Yes, that's correct. He has, yes.
And of course, Patrick Vieira is obviously a French former footballer with African descent.
Yeah.
So, is that in the wake of what's happened?
I mean, who knows? For him to get sacked all of a sudden is absolutely wild. I'm not going to lie. Who knows the reason why he got sacked?
Yeah, I am going to. Obviously, we'll find out more about that in time, hopefully. But of course, in football, when something happens, it either gets hidden or we never find out about it.
Yeah, absolutely.
What would your target this season be for Manchester United, and how long do you think? Let's say the bald fraud, the bald fraud. Do you think he will last the full season as well?
No, I think I'm going to call this now. I think he'll get sacked in November or December. I believe he will not last the season at all. And my aim for this coming season is I want us to get in the top 4 and try and win another trophy. We have to get back in the top 4 because finishing 8th place last season was an absolute disgrace. I couldn't care less about the injuries. We still have players out on that pitch who could do a much better job than that. Let's fucking at it.
Facts. You should. There should be enough quality, whether there's injuries or not. Because you're meant to have a squad full of quality, because it should be the standards of all of where we all should be, isn't it?
Yeah.
For me, in terms of obviously Chelsea this season, honestly, do I think Maresca is going to last the full season? Something in my mind is saying no, because of course we got Manchester City, haven't we, in the first game of the season, and that is going to be difficult. Even if it is,
that's a nightmare start for you. Start against the defending champions and that. That's a stinker in the start. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, and then of course we got Conference League added to that as well. It's and this is a squad of a lot of young players. I am hoping that obviously Christopher Nkunku make sure that he's going to have a strong season. Hopefully he's going to get goals. Obviously Cole Palmer's landed it. What a player he is. He's probably one of our main positives at the moment, of course, Cole Palmer. And I believe today that he's had an increase in salary, which I'm going to look more into that as well later on. So, we've got to keep our best players fit. Apparently, we've got a new medical team together now. So, I am kind of hoping we will get less injuries. Of course, I want the best for Chelsea. I want us to win.
Same for Man United, mate. I've been supporting them for 25 years, and the way I've seen us decline this last decade or so, it's been really difficult. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, I don't enjoy doing all this. Saying, "Oh, no, Chelsea are in the mood and all this." I want us to be up there, winning like we did under Roman Abramovich, because that is the standard that has been set.
Yes.
And that standard should be continuing. Elite standards.
Thanks, mate. 100%.
So, I don't think Maresca is going to last, because, a few bad results, and when you're at a club like Chelsea, it's going to get toxic very quickly.
It will
especially at Stamford Bridge, especially the home games.
Yeah,
because when when you're at a club like that, you only have, let's say, 2 or 3 years in the job maximum, if you're lucky. Yeah. But of course, on the Clown Lake, it's not been even 1 year, has it? So, heaven knows what's going to happen. Of course, we've got, of course, we have this what's happening now. This is going to run and run. I just thought, it's bad enough having a fan base divide, but a player divide, I don't see that is not, it's not workable, and it's not sustainable. As you say, it's not sustainable.
Not at all. Really isn't, mate. You're spot on. You've nailed it.
Sustainable. I could only see out of this team top 6 at best.
Yeah.
Top 6 at best. Because, and if we don't win that Conference League, if we don't win that, oh no. Even look at some of the teams that are even in that. We should be winning. If we don't win now, we're going to get muddied.
Yeah, you are. Yeah.
And it's got to be peak, isn't it?
Yeah, literally, you got to try and win that Conference League, because no doubt about it, you're going to be the strongest team in the competition. So you should definitely get a good old go, because it's really only your major hope of winning a trophy, I think, this season.
Yeah, look at some of the teams that are even in this. Some of them are part-timers. I think we have to qualify for this. I'm not sure, but we playoff round. Let's have a look. Yeah, we are in a playoff round for this.
Yeah.
So, a draw for the playoff round will be held on the 5th of August.
Oh,
so
wow.
That's in a few weeks.
Yeah.
And obviously, even the qualifying rounds are being played already now. So I think, there's a second qualifying round. The draw was held on June the 19th. So let's see the schedule. The second qualifying round, first leg is on 25th of July. Second leg is on the 1st of August. So 25th of July, that's like in a week's time. So we're going to be playing early August.
Huh.
We're going to be playing. So out of these, all these teams, we could be playing a team from Iceland or Albania or Georgia or Kosovo. We could be playing against some of these teams here. And
Madness.
we don't know who half of them are.
Crazy.
I mean, we've got to set a marker down early on.
Yeah, you have.
Because if we don't, and of course now we've got this, what's happening, and if this goes on and on, this is going to go into the season, and we're not going to have much unity in the squad.
No.
And that might show on the pitch. Mind you, I think it will show on the pitch, actually. So this needs to be done now, because if we don't, we're going to be in for a tough season.
I agree. Yeah, you literally got to try and win as many games as possible in the start of the season, and literally just try and give the team a bit of confidence. Because no doubt about it, I thought near the end of last season, before Pochettino left the club, I honestly believed that you were starting to get in a good place again. But literally now, with Enzo Maresca, you're literally back to square one again.
Yeah, it's facts. So let's say if we have a full summary of this, we've got a manager who's out of his depth. We've got a squad that is not going to be together, and we've got a fan base which is split into two parts.
Yeah.
One which is the real fan base, number two, then the other half of it, the brown envelopes, and the PR merchants. So how do you inject positivity into any of that?
Yeah,
I don't
absolutely.
think you can.
No.
So, for this season, who would you go for in terms of a top three?
Yeah.
And who do you think is going to win the Premier League? Even though we all know who that's going to be.
First of all, there's only one team I'm going for first. Manchester City. 100% they're levels above everyone else. So I say Man City going to win the league. Then second place, I'm going to go for, who do I think could finish second? Probably the bottle jobs again. Arsenal will finish second, I think. And then in third, it's difficult to say who's going to finish third. I mean, will Aston Villa be as good again this coming season? Because last season they actually did well, finishing fourth. But obviously, it's a hard one to say he's going to finish third. But who do I think is going to finish third? Do you know what? I'm going to go bold. I'm going to say us. I reckon we could finish third place.
yeah, yeah. You got to, yeah, you've got to go for it. That's, yeah, that's interesting. Well, obviously, Premier League champions, Manchester City, obvious. Second, oh, yeah, probably Arsenal. They'll bottle it again. It'll be same old, same old. Of course, their mutant fan base will say it's a season to be proud of.
And
Yeah,
the
like they
Champions
normally
League
do.
need to be proud of. It's like, you just know it's a load of PR bollocks when they say that. Like, you won't
Yeah,
get any on the Real Madrid social media account, because imagine if Real Madrid did that. Mate, literally, there would be
yeah,
riots.
yeah, yeah. That'll be their season. Third place. Oh, you know what? I'm going to be probably safe on this one. I'm going to say Liverpool, because I still think there still is some quality in that team.
Yeah,
But of course, we don't know who Liverpool are going to sign or whoever they're going to add in that squad. So it's, and obviously Arne Slot. Obviously, it's his first season. We don't know a lot about him. So it's a bit of an interesting one. But I'd imagine Liverpool are not going to change too much compared to what they were under Jurgen Klopp.
yeah,
So I think they want to keep to familiarity, nevertheless.
yeah,
But I do think they have enough to finish in third. I think they have enough.
yeah,
Maybe Arsenal and Liverpool will trade places, between second and third during the season. But we'll have to wait and see, don't we? It's they're entering into the unknown, so
yeah.
it's a bit interesting there. So, oh, I mean, oh, fourth place. I mean, you guys are probably going to be favourites for fourth now. I wouldn't rule out, obviously, Spurs, ourselves, if we, in terms of ourselves, if we get our shit together, that is. Newcastle United, obviously, as long as they keep Alexander Isak, Anthony Gordon. I mean, if Newcastle hang on to them players, Newcastle are probably going to be there or thereabouts.
Yeah, I agree.
Spurs, Spuds as I call them. It's a big season for them in a way. Ange Postecoglou, is he gonna accept that kind of mentality of losing? Because I think eventually he's gonna want to move on, because I think he's the type of manager who wants to win.
I actually really like him. I think he's got a potential to be a good manager, but will that fraud Daniel Levy give him the backing though? That's the question you gotta ask yourself. He's a really decent manager, I think. I rate him quite highly, Ange Postecoglou.
Yeah, I mean, of course, he wasn't happy with Tottenham fans celebrating losing to Man City. I mean, he was not happy about that. So that shows you he is a type of character who wants to win.
Yeah.
But the club is not aligning with what his expectation is. I don't think they align with that. Because Spurs, their mentality is the losing mentality. It's what they've had for years.
Yeah.
So, but obviously, can never rule them out, obviously. Son Heung-min is probably going to be key to them again, obviously, I would think. And it depends whoever they add as well, doesn't it? So, they kind of not replaced Harry Kane, have they? When you think about it. Richarlison, he was injured most of the time, so he didn't play. So, yeah, it's. Oh, yeah, I want to touch a little bit about Harry Kane as well. There's a lot of people. Yeah, there's a lot of people that want Harry Kane to be dropped. So, what's your thinking about Harry Kane now?
Well, I don't think he had a great Euros, to be honest. I think Ivan Toney should have started ahead of him, or Ollie Watkins. To me, he looks very fatigues. He looks a bit lethargic. Harry Kane, he just didn't quite look the same player as what he usually is for some reason. I just thought he looks very tired.
Yeah. Obviously, let's say if they get Jellyfish Potter, do you think Harry Kane's going to start instantly in those Nations League games? No, Nations League.
No, I reckon he will do a bit of experimenting, Jellyfish Potter. I think he'll do this bit of experimenting, like start with, say, Ollie Watkins or starts with Ivan Toney, just to see how they get on starting matches. Because waistcoat failure, never had the minerals to drop Harry Kane from the starting 11. And look at how many times he played Harry Maguire for England. Oh my goodness sake. How obsessed was he with Harry Maguire, man? It was fucking ridiculous at times, mate, honestly.
Yeah, the criticism Harry Maguire gets is unjustified from the media and the fans.
Get out here. It's like, seriously, what are we doing here? Crazy.
When Southgate came out and said that, you know you've got problems.
100%.
And even in the Euros, we haven't got Calvin Phillips. We haven't got Calvin Phillips in this team. That's like saying he's irreplaceable. He's irreplaceable. Calvin Phillips, who doesn't play 1 minute for Man City, but he's irreplaceable for England. Some of the interviews that obviously Southgate had were the logic of his interviews. He picked that squad. Who picked that squad? Who put Trent in midfield?
Yeah.
And then in that draw with Denmark, Calvin Phillips is irreplaceable. There's your problem right there.
Yeah, 100%. I couldn't agree more. You absolutely nailed it on the head, mate. Honestly.
What? Obviously, Jellyfish Potter, obviously, I mean, I don't rate Jellyfish Potter. That's my honest opinion of him. For me, it was never good enough for Chelsea. I don't think it would have made a difference if it was full of Clown Lake influence or no Clown Lake influence. I think the job was too big for him.
Yeah.
But in terms of England, he's going to have to, there's going to be expectation now.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, international football is different from club football, but is he going to cope with that? Because, I mean, for me, I don't think he's pulls apart from Southgate, but I mean that's my opinion. But I mean, what would your opinion be about him?
Club football being different to international football?
Yeah.
Which do you prefer more? Do you prefer club football or international football? Because personally, I prefer club football, but I do like watching international football when it's a major tournament. Like, I hate these pointless international friendlies, I think they're a fucking waste of time. It's like, just get on with the domestic season, yeah?
Yeah. Well, matches, let's say, against San Marino, Malta, and Andorra, they're going to be pointless. So,
yeah,
I mean, matches like that are a waste of time. So,
yeah.
For me, obviously, international football, World Cup, actual tournaments. Yeah, of course. I watch. Of course, I do.
Yeah.
Let's say in terms of, I only see England in actual tournaments. As you know, I'm not an England fan. I don't watch the England games. Obviously, the last game I saw a little bit of was the Iceland one, which was before the Euros. Obviously, you lost 1-0 to Iceland in that, didn't you, at Wembley? So,
yeah.
I mean, and you kind of took that on into the main tournament itself.
Literally, we did nothing in that tournament until Jude Bellingham scored that overhead kick. That overhead kick he scored literally seemed to start us a little bit. Until then, we looked lost, we looked lethargic, we were just about to head out in the competition. Then a bit of pure brilliance from Jude Bellingham literally kept us in the competition.
Yeah, I also think it's going to be Jellyfish Potter because obviously you're going to have all that PR, the media, and obviously of course, Brighton and Hove Albion PR, Chelsea, Clown Lake PR.
Yeah.
And then England, it's going to be PR again. But for me, is he better than Southgate? I don't think there's a real difference between the two of them for me. I practically always say he's his twin brother. So, they might as well be the same person, but you never know. If Southgate's in the room, Jellyfish Potter is not. Then Jellyfish Potter is in the room, Southgate is not. You see what I mean? It's like they're basically the same person. You won't tell the difference. So,
yeah.
Of course, we'll have to see who they get. But it's not going to be many options because they're going to go down that English route. I've seen people on TalkSport already saying the next England manager needs to be English. And that's on TalkSport already.
I mean, that tells you everything about Talksport. I mean, they chat a lot of bollocks, mate.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure who that was. I think it was it Tom Huddleston? Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it might have been him.
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
So I mean, so therefore, it's going to be Jellyfish Potter, isn't it? Because are they going to prize Eddie out away from Newcastle? I don't see it. Obviously, it depends see what happens with Newcastle. I mean, they're not going to want to let go of Alexander Isak, Anthony Gordon, are they? I mean,
no.
So yeah, I think it's Jellyfish Potter. I think Minerals has got it nailed on. So yeah, I actually think he's got that nailed on. You know, so yeah, you have to change something in that team, because if you playing like that in that Nations League thing, yeah, it's going to be the same again, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
So yeah, they got relegated in that Nations League, didn't they? They've been relegated in that England, haven't they?
Yeah, we got relegated, mate. Yeah, we got relegated in our group.
Yeah, so yeah, you can't. Yeah, they won't be able to win that one, will they? So yeah, yeah, I probably agree with that. You know, you've got to experiment. Maybe put some of the other players in there. Exprieze, maybe you should put him in as well. Obviously, Mainu, maybe play some of the other players around that squad. Yeah, you got to experiment and find out, and you better hope that England are going to be in a strong position going into that World Cup.
Yeah,
because if they don't, they're going to be found out again.
Yeah.
So I mean, I want to big up everyone who's been in the chat. You know, big up to them being a part of our stream. You know, I mean, I love doing. I've loved doing this stream. You know, and see you always. You know, landing it. You're landing it for your club, because there's not many people doing that out there. You know, even more so Manchester United, of course. I mean, they're not doing it, are they? There's not many those Man United channels. They're not doing it out there.
Yeah,
you know, it's the PR, it's toxic positivity.
Yeah,
and now we've fallen, as you've seen with Chelsea, we have fallen in that rabbit hole. We're down in the well. You know, along with Arsenal's trust the process.
Yeah.
And now we're doing the same thing. We're saying them words. and those are words I am not ever going to stand by. I'm not standing by them words.
No,
I don't know what Maresca has said.
Yeah.
I mean, my God, I mean, if Maresca does not know his best team in those first few games, I mean, the Maresca out YouTube clips are going to be fire. Because
100%.
I know they're going to be coming.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then when you see all these Chelsea fan channels, you know, end of October, early November, you know, there's going to be Maresca out videos.
Yeah.
And you know who's going to be leading that line, don't you? Clown Lake Lewis G. He's going to be posting videos like that with Maresca out. And you know it's coming.
Yeah.
I mean, and they're all going to be doing it. But we all know it's Clown Lake.
100%.
They are behind it. Everyone knows they're behind it. Anyone who isn't bought, obviously. So we've got to keep landing it. We've got to keep doing this, yeah. Cooking. We've got to cook every single one of these, yeah.
Yeah.
And we just got to land it. You know, and yeah, obviously, I hope we're going to be doing more videos like this now, you know, because I want to do.
Yeah, go on. Yeah, sorry, just one more thing. I definitely want you to come on here again. This has been an epic show.
Yeah, I mean, I want to like do more of this. You know, we got to keep landing it, haven't we? Because if we don't land it, all the brown envelopes, all the mutants, they're all going to end up winning.
Yeah, now they'll day over us. They'll just walk all over us, mate, if we don't carry on landing it. So this is why we got to keep on going.
Yeah, so I mean, hopefully, you know, you can, you know, bring me on your channel again. You know, we're gonna land minerals again. Yeah, we've got to keep landing it.
We do.
So, yeah, and obviously, when you give me the invitation to come on, no, of course, I think you've done other streams with F1 fan gamer, is it? Yeah, that's right as well. Yeah, of course he lands it as well, doesn't he? Yeah, as well. So I'm hoping you'll have me on again, you know.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. We need to make this a regular thing, honestly.
Yeah, and then of course, you know, whenever you know Chelsea and Man United are going head to head, we've got to do a preview. You know, when we go head to head as well. You know, whenever as well, and hopefully you will have me on. You know, because there's going to be a lot to talk about. Obviously, this Enzo thing is going to keep running now.
Yeah.
And then Ever knows what's going to happen with our club, whether we'll get rid of Kepa, Manglasas, and you know, Lukaku, cement booted rat. I mean, heaven knows what's going to happen because we have to actually sell before we buy anyway. So
you
know,
what do you think of financial fair play? Do you think it should be scrapped? Because I honestly believe it should be scrapped. I believe clubs should be able to spend the amount of money they want, like especially like newly promoted clubs and that. Because I honestly believe it screws them over and that.
Yeah, it doesn't. It hasn't worked anyway, has it? This because
nope.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, you know, let's say, you know, the Lutons and Sheffield Uniteds and what have you, what came up last season, they're not going to spend like 50 million on a footballer. They're just these teams are not going to do it.
Yeah,
I mean, at the end of the day, obviously, you know, clubs have got lesser to spend, and obviously there's higher value clubs like ourselves I mean, it's hard for them to compete. And it's and the three that came up have all gone down.
Yeah.
Obviously, this season, I mean, if the same thing happens again, it has to be called into question, doesn't it? No.
If
Leicester, Southampton, and Ipswich all go down at the end of the season, I don't think it's made a difference. I mean, it might as well scrap it. So because at the end of the day, it's not really made much of a difference, has it? So for me, scrap it.
Yeah, get rid of it.
Yeah. So I mean, wow. I mean, we've got to keep landing these minerals. I mean, in terms of us, we're a mess. I mean, I don't even know what we're doing. And I bet if we obviously when I wake up in the morning, there'll be some more Chelsea news, and then there'll be another drama. Within tomorrow, the next day, it's Chelsea. It's the clown lake version of Chelsea. It's drama all the way.
Yeah.
Now, and now we've got a story that is going to run. UEFA will get involved. FIFA will get involved. He's probably got Enzo will probably get taken off the EA Sports FC as well. I won't be surprised if it even gets to that point. He could get taken off the EA Sports FC game. Or I think they've got a latest update soon. So if they're doing a latest update, they could actually take him off the game.
Yeah, they could.
And there's a thing with that as well, because the Argentina national team are also in that game. They're fully licensed in that game.
Oh, wow.
They could be taken off. They could be.
That's wild, mate. I'm not going to lie. I mean, that's absolutely wild.
I mean, if that does happen, I mean, it could extend to another level. And then, I mean, I think he's toast. He's toast, to be honest, isn't it? I mean,
definitely.
It's 2024, and you should know better at the end of the day. I mean, going on Instagram, doing it live, singing that song, at the end of the day, you know what you are doing.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's going to hit new levels. And maybe this might be the moment where people might finally take notice of racism. It might be.
Yeah.
Of course, we have to wait and see, don't we? So, yeah. I mean, of course, I will be. If there's like any further Chelsea news, of course, I'll be going live on my channel as well. And of course, we've got the Hungaroring Grand Prix this weekend. Of course, we're gonna see who's gonna land it. Who's gonna land it? Is it gonna be Lando Norris? Is he McLaren gonna get it together this weekend, or is Max Verstappen going to pull off an unlikely win? Or, I mean, it's going to be interesting going into that now, because we don't really know who's going to win that race now.
I mean, if Mercedes got a good car, I reckon Lewis Hamilton might have a chance of winning, because he has a phenomenal record at this circuit as well. So you can't pull him out either.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to that race. So I am hoping we're going to get a good race. I think expectation, obviously, in terms of Ferrari, honestly, 7th and 8th, depending if there's not like retirements or anything like that.
Yeah,
we're probably only going to get a few points. I mean, but I am hoping with the updates that they're going to be bringing. Apparently, there's going to be updates on this car now.
Yeah,
evolving the floor. I believe. I'm hoping we might see some difference, but will we? I mean, I don't know. We need a good qualifying, because if we don't, we're in for a long race.
Very long race, yeah, because this circuit is not easy to overtake at, so we need to get it right in qualifying. We really do.
Yeah, I mean, there's only that going into the first corner is where our best overtaking opportunities are going to be, because it's not really a track you can pass on, is it? No, normally anyway. So
no, because to me it's like a go-kart style circuit. You know, it's got like twisty corners and that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the best we're gonna do. 7th and 8th.
Yeah,
I mean, that's not exactly pulling up trees, is it?
No.
So, and then it depends. Are we going to be racing amongst ourselves? Maybe. I mean, we're behind 3 teams, but we are probably ahead of the rest.
Yeah,
we're probably ahead of Alpine. We're probably ahead of RB and Aston Martin. I mean, are we going to have just a race between Sainz and Leclerc, just digging it out for 7th, which is most likely, isn't it?
but mate, we should not be racing them teams. We should be racing the teams at the front, because that is how the standard be at Ferrari. That's right here, yeah. It's absolutely ridiculous how literally Haas are even beating us sometimes. I mean, no disrespect to Haas, but Haas are customer team and we are a works team at the end of the day, so we should not be being beaten by our customer team. It's as simple as that.
I mean, it's facts, isn't it? I mean, let's say if we're going to, let's say, lap 10, lap 12, and we're going to be 7th and 8th, and then we're going to see some Red Bull, maybe Perez in the distance. It's going to be a bloody long afternoon. If Perez actually gets his shit together, that is.
Yeah.
I mean, we should be higher up we should be higher up.
We should be.
As you showed with that car earlier on, and as I showed with that picture, of Michael Schumacher, legend, our legend, that is our levels of what this team should be.
Yes.
That is our levels.
Yes.
Not racing round in 7th and 8th. Just going down a few meters ahead of a Nico Hulkenberg or some Alpine. I mean, obviously no disrespect to any of them guys, but we should be miles ahead of them teams. As you put it. I mean, God, I mean, heaven knows what's going to happen in coming days, coming weeks. It's going to be peaking it.
Yeah, it is, mate. Honestly, it's going to get real peak. I'm not going to lie. It's like we got to sort it out soon because, if we don't sort it out, say, after the summer break, then you may as well just write off this season. It's like, how can you start from having a good car to the car performing absolute crap now? It's like there's no consistency with our team whatsoever. This is why our standards are being lowered instead of being raised high up to here. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, it's not the levels. It's not the level that I know, and it's not the level you know either. It's elite standards only.
2020, can you remember 2020? Oh my goodness me. At Spa and Belgium, that Spa and Monza, sorry, that how many cars were passing us on the straight line in that because our engine had no power in 2020 whatsoever. It was absolutely shambolic. That has got to be the worst year ever being a Ferrari fan, honestly. That car was trash, absolutely terrible. But obviously, I didn't let it get to me so much them days. It's because Lewis Hamilton was dominating that season. It helped me take my mind off of it a little bit. But 2020 for us Ferrari fans was just absolutely painful, man.
Yeah, it was. I mean, did we only finish ahead? I think we finished ahead of AlphaTauri, was it? That season?
For fuck's sake, they're a junior team, and we literally only finished ahead of them.
Yeah, I'm sure we were ahead of AlphaTauri that year. Yeah, and that was when Sebastian Vettel he fell off a cliff.
Yeah,
and he never came back from that. And that was it. Yeah, I mean, if we don't have any improvements in that car, we might as well just throw it in Venice. We might as well just throw it in the river.
Yeah,
because obviously we did in 2005, we did in 2009 as well. Because obviously that was not a great year either.
No, that was absolute rubbish. That's the year Braun GP won the championship. Honda went bust and Braun GP came in and Braun GP won the championship that year. You just couldn't write it, could you? Like, what a fairy tale story that was.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I'm certain we only won one race that year as well. I think it was Kimi Räikkönen in Spa. I think.
Yeah, that's right, Belgium. Yep.
Yeah, he did. Oh yeah, we had Luca Badoer in the other car, didn't we? And he finished last.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course he came in for Felipe Massa, didn't he? Obviously, because Felipe Massa had that crash.
Michael Schumacher covering in that Ferrari, but he failed his fit test.
Yeah, that was good to be happening as well, because and I'm sure at that time he had a bike accident as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that would have been part of the reason why he failed the test. Yeah, and then of course that was when we asked Luca Badawa, wasn't it? And
Yeah.
we all know how that turned out. I mean, yeah, I mean that would have been nice for him. I know he was a test driver for many years. I get
Yeah.
why they did it. Obviously, maybe it was a bit of sentiment. I mean, he probably did a lot behind the scenes and all that. I mean, of course, in terms of behind the scenes, that's not what many people are going to talk about, is it? But
No.
yeah, I do remember around that time it was highly thought of by the team at that time, and that's why they did ask him. But we all know how that weekend went. He just could not compete. He was not
Yeah.
at that level. I mean, he got lapped by his own teammate who went on to win the race. And I think he finished last in the same car.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. I mean, that might have been like a dream for him driving a Ferrari, but finishing last, I would think not.
Nope, no chance.
That, yeah, and of course at that time his last race was in Formula One, which would have been about 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Wasn't it? Yeah, it was in a Menandi, wasn't it, in 99? So that's like a 10-year gap.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it was. I mean, I'll never forget that moment. I mean, it was bizarre to watch, wasn't it? I mean,
Yeah.
you had one car who won the race, and the other who was last, and he was a lap down.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it is what it was at the time. I mean, I wasn't like that angry about it, you know. I wasn't. I kind of get why they did it, but that was never going to work in the short term that we did need at the time.
Yeah.
But hopefully, in terms of Ferrari, we're going to have better days ahead.
Yeah.
Because, you know, Lewis Hamilton is coming. It's going to be hammer time, I hope.
Yeah.
I mean, I am literally praying that we are going to get hammer time.
Yeah.
That we get that hammer time.
Absolutely.
Yeah? And I'm hoping that he might bring one or two people with him, like maybe an engineer or someone with the knowledge. Because I think we have seen with Lewis Hamilton, he's talented, he's got knowledge, and he'll know where we are going wrong.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm hoping for. Seriously.
Definitely. Yeah.
and I do have the picture on my phone on how he's going to look in these new overalls, and I am really, really excited about this.
Yeah.
The picture is right here.
Yeah.
That is what we're going to need to see. Working on my masterpiece, I'll be the one to decide when it's finished. That to me, it means business.
100%.
He wants to win. And that is the mentality we need.
Mate, he wants to win. He wants to try and make sure we win the championship, and he wants to win that 8th world title. So he can literally put 2 fingers up to the FIA like that, saying, "You robbed me in 2021. Now, 4 years later, I've got that historic 8th world title."
Yeah. So it's hammer time. Land minerals. We can't have a season just like this one, or recent memory, or 2020 and all the other years. We can't go back to that now.
No. And I really like Fred Vasseur as well. We got to give Fred Vasseur time in that. It's no point keep changing the team principles because they're not always part of the problem. It's the strategy team, it's the engineering department. I mean, they may get some things wrong, like Fred Vasseur, and he has to probably take some blame. But people who want him out, it's like, nah, get the fuck out of here, man. No chance.
Oh. No, it's far too early for that, for any of that. You need a time frame, obviously, to get things right.
Yeah.
And then I mean, even some of the best sports people in the world do get that time. And of course, Alex Ferguson, he didn't get an easy start at Man United at the beginning, did he?
No.
Yeah, I mean, it can work. I know that was a different era, but yeah, I mean, it can work. So, yeah, of course, Fred Vasseur in his time.
Yeah.
And then next year, hopefully, we are going to see what Ferrari are really about.
Yeah, because literally we got an elite driver driving for us, so it's important we give him the machinery that he feels welcome to the team and that. But as a Ferrari fan and a Lewis Hamilton fan, mate, I am like a kid at Christmas, honestly. I am so pleased for it.
Yeah, I mean, just like seeing some of the pictures, he's going to be in them overalls. It's going to be minerals landed. It's going to be hammer time.
Gosh.
And we've got to land it. We've got to cook. There needs to be a lot of that, during maybe during towards the end of the season and the winter break, because that's going to be the real work.
Yeah.
Let's say if they do scrap the car now, that means maybe they'll have more of an advantage in terms of the other teams, in terms of the car. Maybe it wouldn't be the worst idea in the world, but obviously we need an able car to make sure that we finish second in the championship this season. Because
second should not be our standards, mate. We should be aiming for first, but unfortunately, it's not where we are at the moment.
No, yeah, man, we're most likely to lose second, aren't we? We might not even hang on to that anyway. So yeah. Of course, the higher you finish in the constructors, the more money that you do get.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's not like Ferrari. I mean, they have a lot of money anyway, but every little bit helps, as people say, don't they?
Yeah.
So, I mean, yeah, I mean, we've got to keep landing it. because if we don't, it's going to be difficult.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, wow. I mean, the world that we do live in today, you never know what's going to happen next.
Yeah.
I mean, it's everything's a roller coaster, isn't it? I mean, whether it's Ferrari, whether it's the Brazil national team, or England, Man United, Chelsea, you just never know what's going to happen. You've got to, let's say, if it's something bad, you got to hit the nail on the head early on.
Yeah.
Because if you don't, problems do grow.
It's a bit like with the last strategy thing, right? We had to change the last strategy thing because they're making too many errors. So we hired a new strategy team and they got off to a good start, making some great decisions and that. But recently, it's all gone south for them, hasn't it? They're making terrible mistakes now.
Yeah, I mean, that last race was obvious, wasn't it? I mean, we can't have errors. I mean, obviously we are the biggest team in Formula One history. We should have the best of the best, but obviously we've got a new strategy team. Yeah, of course we'll give them time.
Yeah,
but they can't keep on making errors. I mean, that is obviously, end of the day, that is facts. I mean, we've got the biggest team in Formula One. We've got the best facilities, of course. Maranello, which is iconic. Everyone knows about Maranello. I mean, there's elite standards. I mean, if we're not in good shape, let's say going into Monza, I mean, that is our home race.
Yeah.
And we need to put on a good showing. Well, we should put a good showing on every single race, obviously, not just Monza.
Yeah.
Because we've got elite standards.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, I mean,
that's like when we had Ross Brawn, John Todd, and that, we literally had true leadership. And these days, you seem to get none of that. I appreciate Fred Vasseur is trying to set the standards, but the standards are nowhere near the same as when we had Ross Brawn and John Todd. That was our glory days. That was when we were well and truly dominating F1 and that. We need true leadership like that again if we want to be successful.
Yeah. Elite mentality. We kept landing it year upon year. We didn't let the standards drop at any level. I mean, we had everyone who was of top quality who was within that team. As you said, from John Todt, Ross Brawn, obviously Michael Schumacher, King. He was landing it wherever he went. we had of course, we had a strong teammate in Rubens Barrichello as well. Obviously, obviously, we had someone who was steady, stable, who could do a job. And then, of course, we had Luca Di Montezemolo as well, because I think he was Ferrari president, obviously.
Yeah.
I mean, and he had elite standards as well. And everyone throughout that team knew their job, and they knew that anything less would be a disappointment.
Yeah.
And I mean, of course, I mean, at that point, all we knew was winning. That was all we knew at that point. Of course, 2005 was disappointing, but we did return, let's say, to form in 2006, because, yeah, we gave Fernando Alonso a good run for his money in that year, in the end. So we were sort of back, kind of, weren't we? Even though we didn't go on to win it.
I mean, mate, that engine failure we suffered in 2006 at Japan. Oh my goodness, that literally killed any glimmer hope he had of winning an 8th world title.
Yeah, I mean, it's the achievement of the elite standard. Michael Schumacher set. No one else had ever set that standard before. I mean, I know a lot of people were fans of Ayrton Senna. I understand that. I respect that. But obviously, I weren't watching Formula One at that time. It was a little bit before me. So it depends on who you've grown up with, doesn't it? When you grow up with that racing driver is your hero.
Yeah.
You know, I mean.
And the crazy thing is, a lot of people, there's some people who cannot stand Ferrari because they don't like the political side of Ferrari. They think we are a very controversial team. We can be a controversial team. I'm not going to lie, like we have been in the past, but it's not going to put off my love for the team, So either people love us or they hate us. And oddly enough, mainly my subscribers and that, I don't have too many Ferrari fans. So it's nice to have a fellow Ferrari fan who literally agrees with everything I say, who has the same standards as me.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, of course, obviously, as a Ferrari fan, of course, I see McLaren as a great rival. Of course, I grew up watching Formula One, where McLaren were our biggest rivals in that period. And could I say I'm a huge fan of McLaren? No, not really. But obviously, I don't like hate them and all this. But obviously they're doing their thing, and obviously we're doing our thing. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, because when I was watching that race in Belgium, of course, you would have all seen that incident, of Michael Schumacher and David Coulthard. And I was absolutely raging when I was watching that, because I felt at that time that McLaren did that deliberately. Yeah, because that's how I felt at the time. Because you playfully saw at that time John Todt went to Ron Dennis to get onto the radio to David Coulthard to move over to let Michael Schumacher through. And then, when that happened, I was enraged. I was incensed. I mean, it took me hours, in that afternoon for my grandma to calm me down, after that, because I was fuming, I
Yeah.
really was. And yeah, my grandma, she liked Michael Schumacher as well, but she did like David Coulthard as well. So it was, that was obviously a tough one in our household, because I mean, but for me, what instantly came in my mind, I felt McLaren and David Coulthard did it deliberately. Because that was my instant thinking. Because as you saw, when Michael Schumacher got out to the car, and then obviously he went down to that pit wall, that was instantly in his mind. And I was same at the time. Because, I mean, maybe, the visibility in that race was bad, but I weren't thinking like that at the time, on how bad the weather was. I was just instantly thinking that was deliberate, because I felt it was deliberate. But it's what you think in that moment, isn't it? And I mean, that day, it took me hours to calm down after that one. I mean, because I felt it. I mean, it was 10 points lost.
Yeah,
it was 10 points lost. It really was. And when I was a kid, obviously whenever your favorite racing driver lost, or whenever your favorite football team lost, I was hell bent on thinking everything is against us, everything's deliberate. When I was a kid, I was well hell bent, and of course I told you that story about when I was the only one in the school class who said Brazil were going to win on to win that 2002 World Cup. And you know what? I muddied every one of them after that. I muddied them.
Yeah.
I was, obviously I've got older. Maybe I'm more reflective now, but I have not lost my elite standards of what my real standards are. In terms of Ferrari, Brazil, Chelsea. When I get going, when hell bent.
Yeah, like that's my standards. Like, I don't accept mediocrity with Ferrari. I don't accept mediocrity with Manchester United. I don't accept mediocrity with England, and I do not accept mediocrity with Brazil either.
Yeah, facts. That's what I'm going to keep doing. That's why I've started this channel. Michael Chelsea FC. I wanted to do it for a while, and there isn't, and obviously this whole thing with Chelsea, you don't see any Chelsea fans hardly landing it anywhere, do you?
Just a funny coincidence that us two literally met each other on Johnny Memral's stream, like when I sent in a super chat or something, or I was in the live chat, and that's how we met each other in that.
I just don't get this day and age, and the world we live in, all this toxic positivity, this this trust the process bullshit, this garbage, and all this. Oh, everything will work out. Everything's coming good. I mean, these people. I mean, that's not how I am. It's not how I was, when I was a kid. It's not how I was now. And I don't get this logic. And then you see some people that have done bad things, and then they leap into their defense like no tomorrow. Whether it's Luis Suarez, Mason Greenwood, and now this Enzo Fernandez stuff. I mean, I don't get these people. What are we doing?
Yeah, seriously. What are we doing here, man?
Yeah. I mean, even in that stream last night, I noticed that Rodgum was there, that Rory Lemons. Oh, please give Enzo a second chance. I mean, he could get in the bin. I mean, he's a wrong gun anyway.
Yeah,
I mean, don't get me started on that one. I mean, I mean, what's wrong with these people? I mean, I just don't get it. It's like living in a parallel universe.
Yeah, real talk, it is.
Yeah, I mean, have I leapt into some parallel Earth by mistake or something? Or I mean, what is happening? I mean, I don't know what. I mean, these people have got agendas. It's obvious they have agendas. I mean, it's embarrassing.
Yeah,
I mean,
honest. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know where we all go from here, because these brown envelopes, these mutants, they're hell bent on the narrative, and at the end of it, eventually they're all going to come unstuck. Whether that's going to be today, tomorrow, 6 months' time, a year from now, they're all going to come unstuck.
Yeah,
every single one of them.
Yep.
I mean, wow.
As Lee Gunner says, the real ones, they will outlast all the brown envelopes. The ones who just say how it is and that.
Yeah, facts. I mean, big up to obviously everyone who's been in your chat. I mean, they're all real ones in your chat. I mean, they're all landing it, aren't they? I mean,
recently I've built such a nice community. I'm always interacting with my live chat, and I enjoy listening to my subscribers have a conversation as well.
Yeah, and always big up to you, for like coming on to my channel. That's what I want to develop for my channel. I mean, I'm not gonna I could have started a channel, be all toxic positivity crap, but I can't do that. It's not my mindset.
Yeah.
My mindset is being realistic, being honest, and seeing what I see with my own pair of eyes.
I agree. 100% agree, mate.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna start a channel and start bullshitting like some of these YouTube content creators are doing, because I mean, you see it, and I mean, can't have time for these melts because I mean it's embarrassing. I mean, some of the stuff they say is embarrassing.
Yeah.
I mean you've got. I mean, there was like this stream a few months ago. What Goldfish was a part of, yeah, and he had one of his mates on who was claiming that Newcastle and Aston Villa are bigger clubs than Chelsea. I mean, get in the bin. Come on.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here.
Not a fucking chance.
No chance.
I mean, Newcastle United, seriously. When was the last time they won the league? I mean,
yeah, I know.
And have they ever won the Champions League? No, they haven't.
Nope.
So what world are these people living? And Aston Villa as well. Oh.
It's crazy, mate. Honestly, it is mental.
I mean, Aston Villa, I mean, you know, when I was a kid, we all used to take the mickey out of Aston Villa because Aston Villa were a mid-table club, and of course, eventually they got relegated, didn't they?
They did.
Yeah. Yeah. But what one good season? The suddenly big club? I don't think they are. And of course, Aston Villa have already lost Douglas Luiz, of course, to Juventus for 50 million. So they've lost one player already.
Yeah.
I know they've signed Ian Maatsen from Chelsea. Of course, they've signed Ian Maatsen, haven't they? Of course, he was at the final with Borussia Dortmund, wasn't he? With Jadon Sancho. Of course, your guy, Jadon Sancho.
Yeah.
What's going to be happening with Jadon Sancho now? Because Bald is staying, isn't he? For now.
Yeah. So apparently, I've heard that they sorted things out. That he's back in training again for Manchester United. Apparently, they've patched things up. I don't know whether it's all with PR stints. I have no idea, but that's the latest I've heard anyway. But why has it taken about nearly a year for them to apologise again? I mean, for fuck's sake, you're literally grown adults. Why don't you sort it out sooner? Yeah, it's ridiculous, mate. Honestly.
Yeah, I mean, why not do it then? But yet they could do it now. I mean, I mean, you might be, getting some good signings, but of course, of course, within yourself, you're going to remain realistic, can't you, as well? Because obviously, the ball fraud. I mean, well, he's not ideal, is he? For you, I mean, it's not ideal. Because if you get off to a bad start, it's going to be a long one, isn't it? If he gets off to a bad start, and then let's say, if he ends up getting the sack, there's Dan Ashworth, isn't there?
Yeah.
And who is it? Who Dan Ashworth is an admirer of? Who does he like?
Don't remind me. Gareth Southgate.
Yeah. I mean, it makes you wonder, doesn't it? I mean, if that is true in terms of Dan Ashworth, I mean, that is going to be. It depends which job's going to open first, isn't it? The Man United job or the Chelsea job? Which opens up first?
Absolutely.
I won't be surprised if it's, like, if we end up doing it, like we do a stream together, let's say early December, and both of them have gone.
Yeah.
Southgate's available, and he's getting linked with both jobs.
Yeah.
This is practically going to prove our point, isn't it?
Yeah.
And it's going to be up to Southgate on where he wants to go.
Yeah.
I mean, oh my God. I mean,
we
can't have that happening. We can't have that happening, can we?
We can't. No way. Oh, what a disaster that'd be. That'd be terrible.
Oh, I mean, yeah. I mean, it could even be peak even at that point. I mean,
it could, yeah, I'm not going to lie. Could be absolutely peak.
Oh. And he's going to end up choosing the job, which is going to be the less negative.
Yeah.
I think I know out of the fan bases, which is going to be the most negative. And I think that's going to be us.
Yeah.
100%, because, I'm not going to want him, and I hardly doubt that Johnny Minerals is going to want him. So, if it is Southgate, and then you get that Minerals stream, oh my, he's gonna get muddied. He's going to get muddied by the other fan bases in that stream, isn't he? He's going to get annihilated.
He is,
and then, but it's going to prove his point, though, isn't it? In terms of the brown envelopes.
Yeah,
it proves his point.
Yeah.
Mind you, his point is proven already anyway, because he's landed it. He's landed it for what it is.
Yeah.
But we all know that Southgate is another yes man.
100%. Facts.
It's going to be firing it at that point.
Yeah.
I'd imagine we're going to be doing a stream on that. I mean, if that happens at the exactly same time, we're going to be doing a stream on that. We've got to.
100%.
And this has got to come out.
100%.
That has got to come out.
Yeah.
We've got to do it. We have got to do it. Come on.
Yeah, we have. One more thing I wanted to ask you. What made you start supporting Brazil over England? How come you're not an England fan? Don't worry, I'm not questioning it. I'm interested. What?
Look, I mean, in terms of my family, obviously for me, my grandma has always told me to support who you want.
Yeah.
Within your own mind. And that for me, I've simply, gone and done that. Watching Chelsea. I hadn't watched the Premier League that long, actually, because I'll tell you a little bit about that. I watched Italian football first. I watched Serie A before I ever watched the Premier League. Actually, So, obviously Italian football, it was on Channel 4 in them days, because, it was Football Italia and all that, James Richardson, in them days, yeah. And then, when I first saw the Premier League, Chelsea was a unique team. They were a standout. They weren't like the other clubs. I mean, I knew in that time, obviously, as you know, I live in the area of Manchester, Salford. And obviously, in that time, Manchester United were huge. They were huge. There was no doubt about that.
But the reason why I started supporting Manchester United, right, is because my granddad, I sat down and watched a game of football with him. And that's how my journey started, supporting Manchester United, because my granddad.
Yeah, I mean, in our family, we did well, my grandma's dad did liked football, but of course, my grandma was born in Oldham, so my grandma's family were like Oldham Athletic supporters, obviously. I do sometimes look, Oldham Athletic scores. I know they're in the National League these days. Of course, they're not in the Football League now, unfortunately. But it is what it is. But my grandma, for me, has always told me to support who I wanted and who I like. And then I went on to choose Chelsea, and I went on to choose Brazil internationally. Of course, in terms of England, there are a few reasons. There's the PR, there's the media that involves England, that surrounds England. For me, it's that side of things that I don't like. That for me, but I mean, if people want to be England fans, that's up to them. I'm not saying you shouldn't be, but I go by obviously what my grandma has told me. You support who you want.
Yes.
You don't have to be from that area. You don't have to be supporting even the same country. For me,
we hit the 6-hour mark. Bosh! Wow.
Oh wow! That minerals landed.
Yeah.
That is minerals landed. Because so yeah. For me, you support who you like and you support who you want. So I fully took my grandma's advice. I never followed a clique, a crowd. I never even did that when I was at school, I mean, even when I was a kid, I kept myself to myself. It's how things were in them days. So, I've always done what I've always wanted to do. And for me, my grandma is my biggest inspiration.
Yeah.
And of course, every day I do, I miss her every day. I wish she was still here. And I would have loved to have seen what she would have thought of my YouTube channel and, developing like this football community, but I know she would have been proud of me. And, I mean, if you've got, obviously you've got grandparents, haven't you, Mr. Joshua J? And
yes, I have.
Cherish every single moment you have with them, because when obviously when when your loved one passes away, you have to remember all the best times and all the best moments, because because
I mean, at the moment, like with my grandparents, my grandpa, for a few years now, he's actually had this condition called Parkinson's, but thankfully it's not too serious Parkinson's, but it does make his voice a bit weak and a bit soft as well, but he can still communicate in that. And my gran recently, she's had about 3 falls in quick succession, and literally her voice is not quite recovered yet. It's still a bit weak. I think she's trying to recover from the shock and everything. So, yeah, it's like she fell out of her bed, right? And we had to wait for an ambulance for 4.5 hours. I was like, what the fuck for an 85-year-old? You're literally keeping an 85-year-old on the floor for fucking 4.5 hours. I mean, what the actual fuck, man? What are we doing here? Seriously.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's yeah, you, an ambulance is meant to be an emergency as well. And yeah, it's the world's a mess. I mean, yeah, I mean I remember on obviously my grandma had a fall on that day. And of course, it was the day of the lockdown, COVID-19. You know when all that was going on,
Mm.
and and my grandma had a fall that day, and you know I wanted to phone for an ambulance, but I didn't want her to catch this COVID-19 either. So you know I was torn. I tried to help her as best as I could, but I knew I did have to phone for an ambulance, even though I was, you know, torn. Because I wanted to like protect her from all this, you know, this COVID-19. What was this virus? You know,
Yeah.
I didn't want her to have any of that. So, and of course, in uh, in hospitals, that's where it was coming from, wasn't it? You know, hospitals, care homes, and obviously a lot of people were getting this. So,
Yeah.
and, and you and you and I was the one who actually downplayed all this COVID stuff. You know, I actually downplayed it because I thought it was, you know, a stitch up from the media. I thought this was an attempt to, you know, have a war with China and all this stuff. Um, but obviously this stuff was real, wasn't it? So
Yeah.
um, I mean, obviously, but I mean, my grandma, she had like, you know, arthritis, you know, arthritis. She had it for, no, she had it for a very long time.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I mean, she was. I mean, I'm 36 now, but for the she had it when she was 35. So
Oh wow.
you know, she was actually relatively young, but she was always, you know, strong, resilient, you know, and I mean, yeah, she had other things over the years. I mean, my grandma had bowel cancer in 2009 as well,
Yeah.
And it and of course it was cute. No, it was treated, it was cured, and she was fine eventually. But she had you know, she had like a stoma, you know, because it was bowel cancer. So she was going to have an operation, you know, to get the stoma removed,
Yeah.
but she had a fall, so it set her back, um, unfortunately, and then of course a few years ago she had dementia, so she she didn't recover from that, and that was hard for me to take, because you know, whenever she wasn't well, she always got better eventually. But there's no cure for dementia, is there? So you know, um, there was nothing I could have done. So,
but you see, like, this is why, like, despite me being like 41 years old, I still go and see my grandparents at weekends. I go and stay at their house because literally I've been doing it like all my life, really, and I just love spending time with them at weekends.
yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, that's that's what I want to say. I mean, obviously, every moment that you have with your grandparents, cherish, every single moment. Never
Yeah,
lose them special moments,
yeah,
and you've got to hang on to them moments. Really, it's
yeah. You do, mate. Yeah, absolutely.
yeah. I
So
mean, I've not
yeah,
really,
go on.
I've not
Sorry,
really
mate.
talked in this depth like that, in depth like this about my grandma to anyone. I mean, not even to let's say the Chelsea fans even in this chat, not even to Johnny Minerals, not I've not gone into that even to that depth even with him. Obviously he knows my grandma passed away. I've told him that, but obviously I've not told him the full depth of it or to anyone else in the chat like I have done just now actually. Because
Oh wow.
it's I mean I'm still trying to find I'm still trying to even process this and trying to try to figure out the reason why. And I know it's been 18 months, but it doesn't just switch off just like that. I mean, I can't switch off like a tap, so I can't, it's I mean, it's actually emotional too. I mean, I've never gone into this depth really, so yeah. Um,
But yeah, going back to Chelsea, like, what's your thoughts on the new Chelsea home kit? Because I think it looks absolutely hideous, mate. I'm not gonna lie, I think it looks horrendous.
yeah. No. I hate it. I mean, there is no way on earth that no one in their right mind is ever going to buy that. I mean, don't get me started on the price anyway. I mean, what, 80 quid as well, and it'll be even more if you add the shirt name at the back as well. I mean, I wouldn't buy that even if I could afford it anyway. There is no
Yeah,
way
it's
that I would ever
horrible.
buy that.
Yeah, it's shit, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a 5-year-old has done the design, and it. I mean, it's like a 5-year-old winning a Blue Peter competition, isn't it? So
Yeah.
it's. I mean, it's embarrassing, isn't it? So yeah, I mean, anyone who buys that, well, they're they're the ones who love Clown Lake, can't they? They're part of the problem.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
that's how I see
mate.
it. I mean,
Yeah, part of the issue. Yeah.
so yeah, course, I'm not buying that. I mean, I've got my, I've got my Chelsea kit, and that is mine. There is no way I am buying that.
No chance.
I mean, look at last season's. I mean, last season's was all right. I mean, yeah.
I mean, my personal opinion as a football fan, I liked the one without the sponsor. First of all, I thought it had an old school retro look to it.
Yeah, I felt that was better as well. Yeah, the no sponsor one was better. I weren't bothered about the one where it has Infinite Athletic on it, or whatever it were called. But yeah, the no sponsor one, that was much better. I actually thought that was actually a good kit, but this one is a mess. It's probably going to be remembered as one of them worst football kits that you don't want to see.
I mean, the Man United goalkeeper kit, I know it's going to cause a lot of controversy and a lot of split opinion in that, but I bought that because I quite like the look of it. I think it's something different for a change, It looks completely different to our last few goalkeeper shirts, so I really like it. That's why I've gone ahead and bought it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Is that the goalkeeper away shirt? I'll have a look at that.
Home one, actually. That's our home one, mate.
Home.
Our away one's not come out yet.
Oh, so that's Man United.
24-25 goalkeeper home shirt.
Oh yeah, this is the one, isn't it? Yeah. Oh yeah, this is the one, isn't it?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's it's light purple, a bit of a shade of green.
Like the Manchester United badge is green on it. If you have a look, it's got a green. The Man United badge is green.
Yeah. That might be a bit controversial, what with the badge being green. I can see that being controversial with people. But if you obviously it depends when you buy it in person, and then you see how you feel about it, don't you? But
wait, I got it. I got it with me right now. We're gonna have a proper look at it.
Yeah. Well, let's but
Here it is. Look.
yeah.
There's the green badge, like the green Man United badge.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Is that Adidas? That
yeah.
Adidas. I thought it might be. Yeah. So the sponsor Snapdragon.
Yeah, Snapdragon. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that sponsor.
Basically, see this Man United shirt, last season's home shirt. This has got team viewer on it, but we terminated the team viewer contracts because they didn't want any more involvement. So that's why we got Snapdragon as our sponsor now.
Right. Interesting. So this will be the kit that Andre Onana will be wearing this season.
Yes.
So, yeah, I suppose if you see it in person, and then, yeah, maybe more people are going to be keen on it then, aren't they? Then maybe more people will be keen.
Yeah, because I have reviewed this on my YouTube channel. You know,
right? Yeah.
So some people haven't seen it. You know, gives them an opportunity, and you can tell it's a genuine one. Look, because it's got the shiny hologram on it. And
yeah.
Because I got it off the Adidas website, the actual Adidas website.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean it's I can see why yeah, it's good, but it's probably going to be basically about the badge, innit? About the badge being green.
I mean, I do like the patterns on it, like the green dots and the lines. Like, I think it looks very nice.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't. I mean, it is a goalkeeper shirt, isn't it? So, yeah, there probably won't be there should be a bigger deal to it, should there? Because the outfield shirt is red with the red badge on anyway. So so I can see. I mean, at the end of the day, it's going to be Andre Onana wearing it. It's not going to be the outfield team. So, yeah, I don't think there's going to be like a major deal about it much. If they'd have done it with, like I said, the outfield kit, and then maybe there would have been slightly a bigger more deal to it.
Yeah.
But of course, as you can see with this, this is the old kit, I believe, which is more or less what you fairly expect, isn't it? With this kit, so
And recently, like, I gotta say, with this year's Man United home shirt, I do feel it's a bit more bland than last season's, because I like on this last season's shirt the flowers of Manchester, but at the same time, I do like the different shades of red on our new home shirt, where it's a darker red at the bottom and a more lighter red at the top, you know, more of our traditional red in that. I think that's very cool. And obviously, I reviewed a real version and a fake version. When you have a look at both of them, they look identical, but on the genuine, the shirt feels better quality and the badges feel much thicker as well. On the remakes and on the fakes, they literally feel thin material, the badges.
Yeah, I mean, look at this though. I mean, this one. I mean, look at this. I mean, this Chelsea kit right here. I mean, thumbs down that one. I mean, look at that. And that it. Oh yeah. We burn blue. I mean, oh my god. I mean, this is the Chelsea Megastore website. This. Have you seen the price for this one? £65, and that is the kids. That's the kids. That, by the way.
£65 for a kids kit. What the fuck, man?
Yeah, that's 64. let's tap into, let's say, the men's kit. Let's tap into that one. Oh yeah, the men's kit. Here we go. Chelsea Nike home stadium shirt. This is 85 quid. This is actually £85. This right here.
Wow.
That is 85 quid.
That's ridiculous. Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, 85 quid. There's plenty available, by the way. Yeah, no surprise.
Yeah, no surprise. No one's going to be buying that shit, mate. If anyone buys that shit, you're an absolute running. Honestly, an absolute running.
Look, look at the promo. Look at all that promotion. This is all the promotion of this kit. There's a video to the promotion of the whole thing as well. There's a video to this. This is £85. And I would imagine if you customize it, it's going to get added. If you like put a player's name on it, yeah. Look at this. Do you know what? Look at this. PL player and no room for racism. Oh, the irony. If you could see the fall of that, oh, the irony.
Wow.
So, yeah, if you get a PL player, oh yeah, no room for racism. Yeah, we're saying no to racism, aren't we, right now? Yeah. Yeah, we're saying no to that, aren't we? But well, not exactly, are we? Because no, we're going to give him we're giving Enzo a little education course, apparently.
Yeah.
I mean, give over. I mean, 85 quid, and then you have the no room for racism badge on the shirt. Wow. Can you imagine, right? The first game of the season, right? We have this on the shirt, yeah. On the side, no room for racism. And you see Enzo Fernandez wearing that. Can you imagine? That is.
Yeah.
Oh, the irony of it.
Oh, honestly, mate, madness, absolute madness.
I mean, what are we doing here? I mean, it's like laugh a minute with this. I mean, yeah, I mean, of course, all of these shirts are going to be practically available because no one's going to buy them. Oh my God! I mean, it's even.
Yeah, go on. Yeah,
it's even more.
Yeah.
It's even more if you buy the shorts. If you get the shorts as well, it's even more.
Oh wow!
That if that is not squeezing money out of the fan base, I do not know what is.
Yeah.
I won't be surprised if they put that up another £5 themselves.
Yeah.
It's about the money. It's about the good old pound note.
But obviously next Thursday we'll find out what the away Man United kit looks like, and also the goalkeeper away kit next week, because that gets released next Thursday on the 25th.
Oh, I mean, seeing this is a mess. Oh, yeah, 18 quid if you want the socks.
Oh, wow.
18 quid. Oh my God.
I mean, so just quickly, I just want to talk about what devices do you use? Because for streaming, I
Yeah.
use like Samsung S24 Ultra Android phone, for streaming and doing my YouTube videos, and I think the
Yeah.
quality is absolutely amazing on it.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, tonight, I've been doing this on my phone, but of course, when I've done my live streaming, I have done it from the laptop. Of course, this phone is a Samsung as well.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll have to get the box out to find out what make it is, but this is, it's a Samsung as well. I do have like an Oppo phone as well, which is a spare phone. But as you can tell with this spare phone that I have,
Yeah.
there's, with this spare phone that I've got, it's actually a bit of a mess now because when you've had these phones for a few years, it's like the casing comes off.
Yeah.
A few years because I've experienced this with obviously iPad as well. If you got like an Apple iPad and stuff.
Yeah, this is an iPad. This is what now and again I read out YouTube comments on this
Yeah,
iPad.
yeah. You have to practically look after these items these days because they either get damaged easily, or they end up like wear and tear like this phone has done. It's 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 not. It's not easy, is it? They're not. They're not cheap, are they? These tablets, iPads, phones. Not exactly cheap these days.
I mean,
So
for ages, I was using like iPhones and that, but last
yeah,
year I wanted to try out the Android, so I switched to a Samsung S23 Ultra, and I absolutely loved it. So this year I upgraded to the S24 Ultra because I just got a bit bored of having iPhones, so that's why I switched to an Android phone, and I'm
yeah,
loving the switch because I feel with Android phones, you have more freedom and you got more storage on them.
yeah. Yeah. I've always had like phones like this anyway. I've never had an iPhone. I've had iPads for years, and obviously, my laptop is Apple as well. But
Yeah,
it's luckily with this, with the laptop I've got, I have now, it's only actually a few years old, and my
yeah.
previous laptop lasted well over 10 years.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so you can't get long wear out of them. Uh, I mean, these like gadgets, when they have something wrong with them, and then you want to quickly upgrade on them, don't you?
Yeah,
Look at the iPads. They practically come out very quickly, don't they?
yeah.
Yeah. Obviously, last week, I've got a new iPad. I do have a new one. I've not even opened it yet. So I mean, I am paying that per monthly at the moment. So I mean, I have upgraded on that because I mean, with the other iPad I've got is 2018, so it's a bit old.
Yeah.
Because you know they had all these updates, don't they, and what have you now. So you know you gotta like keep up, don't you? I mean, I'm the type of person to hang on to the same iPad, you know, no matter how many years it gets until you know either there's something wrong with it or it's broken, and then and then I would want to upgrade then. So yeah, I mean,
I feel my Android phone does everything I want it to do. So I feel I
yeah,
don't need to use a laptop. I can just live stream with my Samsung phone and I can do YouTube videos on it. It literally does everything I want it to.
yeah. I mean, the I mean, but that's the world we live in now, isn't it? You know, gadgets and technology. Just think a lot. Not too long ago, we had like mobile phones where you had the numbers underneath. I don't know how your grandparents are with technology. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, with my grandma, she liked the older style of mobile phones. You know, like the
Same
like
as my
Nokia
grand.
and all.
It's like a mobile phone what has like big like keyboards and that big
Yeah,
keypad like
yeah,
numbers and that like sensor phones. So my granddad he uses iPhones and that, but sometimes he gets a bit confused on them. So when I'm there at
yeah,
weekends, I try and help him out as much as possible. Even though I don't use iPhones anymore, I still know
yeah,
how to use them because literally I was using them for so many years and that. So I had the experience of them. So I knew how to use them and all that.
yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think that's obviously the advantage, you know, that we have because we've seen all this technology, so naturally we're going to be like good at it, aren't we? And
Yeah.
you know, because obviously many, you know, elderly people they don't know the elder generation they're not really bothered about stuff like this. So
No, they're not.
because it, it depends what era you're living into, and you you know, yeah, in terms of let's say when I had no, when I got a laptop or when I got an iPad, yeah, yeah, my grandma bought it for me, but
Yeah.
she didn't exactly, you know, wanted one herself or anything like that, but you know, I did say to her, you know, that if she wanted like an iPad, I would have happily have learned it for you know for her, or I would have guided her on it. But
Yeah.
you know, she had like like CDs and all this. You know, she wasn't the one for like download or streaming what have you, because that's what music is these days, isn't it? Now, you know,
Facts. Yeah.
yeah, it's got into like download and streaming, hasn't it? And you know, at one point, I was actually going to do that for her, you know, but when she had that fall, and then when obviously when she got diagnosed, with dementia, we never got round to that, unfortunately. So, it's difficult. I mean, it was hard. So,
but this is why I love doing YouTube videos, because literally it takes my mind off all the crap what's going on in like the real world and that, doing like YouTube videos. It takes my mind off of everything. It makes me feel happy to interact with my subscribers.
but you know what I did do for her though. Obviously, when she wasn't well, and then obviously there was the day when she passed away. But I went, I got my phone out and I played, all of her favourite music that she liked. And I played them all on my phone for her. And I do like to think, she was really happy in that moment that, I actually, I did something. I did something for her, and I do hope, that she, she knew that, and it's. I've never really gone into depth like this, so it's a bit. It's.
But big up to you anyway for opening up like that. It takes real balls and determination to do something like this. It really does. So fair play to you, and thanks so much for coming on this evening. This morning now. It's literally we're in the morning now.
God, I mean, this is what an amazing life this has been. I mean, come, let him, for you to invite me on your channel. And I mean, I know you probably didn't know me that well at the beginning, and for you to invite me on, to land these minerals, and we got to land the facts out there, and you know what, I think I've been, since being on these channels, I've been welcomed, and I can't believe it. I didn't think when I started, my own channel, that I would get next to no views. I thought maybe next to no one would comment, but I can't believe, there's been so much support out there, and I like to thank everyone who's took their time, to eat, and watch my channel, watch my videos, and for everyone to appreciate, all the work that that we do on here on YouTube. And I mean, you never know what the expectation is when when you start off your own channel, because you might, maybe you get one viewer, maybe you get 3, 10, and then it's amazing how much support there is out there, isn't there? It's something I wasn't expecting.
Yeah, it's a bit like over on my second channel, on my Mr. Joshy J football channel. One of my Brazil watch-alongs got 1,000 200 views. I mean, for my football channel, that's absolutely insane because obviously my football channel is nowhere near in the same levels as this channel yet. But when I have a look at the views and that, the views are literally on par with my main channel, but obviously the watch time hours are not so high as what my main channel is, nor are the subscribers either. But that channel is growing, and before you know it, that will be part in the elite group as well, like what this channel is and that.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing, at the beginning, obviously, I was getting like about maybe 50 viewers and then 30 viewers. And then, of course, when I did that Spain France watch along, I thought I was going to be doing the match itself, but I got into obviously, that Maresca interview, and then I think what was said in that, and then I just like flew off. I was raging, and I think as it stands at the moment, I think I've got 97 views for that. 97 viewers have viewed it. And then, of course, last night, obviously, with this Enzo Fernandez, all this stuff is happening. Today, I've had 186 viewers for that video.
Wow.
And I was not expecting that. So it's obviously, our names are clearly growing out there, because we are landing facts.
Yeah.
We are landing minerals.
Yeah.
And we're not going to change for anyone. We've got to keep landing it.
Yes, we have. We got to keep landing it, mate. Absolutely. Because I like to talk the truth about my football club, and you like to talk the truth about yours.
Yeah. I mean, there's not many of us out there, is there? Because many accounts are out there that they are bought. They are bought by the clubs. So we've got to keep all these channels as real, and we've got to make sure that we are the ones that are the last ones standing.
Yeah.
We have to be the last ones that are standing out there. We got to be. Because we all know what will happen if they don't.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
And we just need to keep getting the message out there that we will not accept mediocrity, because we won't.
No, not accepting mediocrity, not accepting failure.
No,
we can't be bought with that neither. Pound notes. We are sure heck not going to be bought with that. So we got to keep on landing it, telling it as it is, and I'm pretty sure everyone in our chats are doing that.
Yeah,
we've got to keep doing that. We've got to go Bosch.
Yeah,
we got silver spoon treatment. Got to keep cooking it, because we are the ones that are the real football fans out there. We're the real ones.
This is why I invited you on my channel. Yeah. It's good to see you interact with your live chat, like what I do as well. And this is the sort of people I'd like to work with on my channel, literally just interacting with my live chat and that, and true ones who land the minerals and that. So this is why I thought, I'm going to get you on here, and we can talk about Ferrari, we can talk about football.
You got to, and I hope now that you can you'll be inviting me again. We're gonna keep doing this. We've got to keep landing it, and I'm pretty sure we're even going to have a lot more to talk about because
100%,
obviously,
yeah.
we got the new, obviously the new season is going to be happening, and there's going to be a lot of media. There's going to be a lot of PR bullshit that is going to go all around the Twitter sphere. We're going to see all of it again. Positive vibes. Oh, we are together. We fought until the end. And we're going to get all this positivity. And we've got to keep landing it.
Yeah, and on my football channel, I'm hoping to do many more live watch-alongs as well. Like maybe do some La Liga games, carry on doing some like MOS games and all that, just keep on, because I want that channel to join the elite group, you see, like this channel. And I know I can get it there because I've got this channel here, so I know I can get my football channel there.
Yeah. I mean, same for me. Same for me. Obviously, when the season starts, I'm gonna do like Chelsea live watch-alongs. Obviously, when Chelsea's ever televised, that is. I would imagine them Conference League games are going to be televised. So of course, I'll be doing that. I mean, I might not much about the opposition, so that's good. That might be a bit of an education for me in a way. That, I mean, if we get a team that we don't know much about, I mean, that's going to be an education in itself, isn't it? And I would imagine the Man City game is going to be televised, so I am hoping to do a live watch along of that. I'm hoping so. And obviously, there's going to be Champions League, so I might do some Champions League games as well. I might do that, but of course, in terms of, let's say, Chelsea itself, there's going to be a lot of media. There's going to be a lot of PR. So obviously, in the meantime, I'm going to be doing those lives as well. Yeah. So, we got to see what's going to be happening with certain events at the club now. So it's going to be testing times, tough times, and there's going to be some big decisions and big calls that are going to be made there now.
Yeah, what have you got coming up on your channel next then? What do you plan next? So, like, what sort of stream you're going to be doing next?
I am hopefully, if I've got a clear day tomorrow, obviously we're going to get into, obviously all the Enzo Fernandez stuff is dominating everything at the moment. I might touch on a little bit about Patrick Vieira. Of course, he's left Strasbourg. We'll talk a little bit more about that, hopefully. And there might even be more news about that. And then if there's any like transfers or outgoings, and then we'll talk about that as well.
Yeah.
I mean, and I'm gonna be doing a live stream on Sunday. Obviously, it's the Hungarian Grand Prix. Obviously, I will do my thoughts on the race afterwards. Of course, ratings, team ratings, I'll do that as well. So, I mean, this is going to be, everything coming up now. There's going to be a lot happening. So, I am hoping to do like a Q&A, like if anyone's got any questions about me, like, like if I like what TV shows I like or what music I like or whatever, even outside of football, I'd be happy to answer questions like that as well. And I am also thinking about doing a second channel, maybe like I might do music videos or music reaction videos, maybe. I might be thinking about doing that as well, but obviously I want to see and grow this channel first. You know, obviously get this channel growing, and then maybe I can think about like growing a second channel, maybe on other things. So yeah,
I enjoy talking Manchester United so much on this channel. That's why I decided to start a football channel, you know, talk about loads of different football teams and make it a non-Manchester United channel, you know, because not everybody may be interested in me talking about Manchester United. So if I talk about other football teams, then it gives them an opportunity to get them to listen to what I think about their football club, and they can have a say as well.
Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, obviously, so end of days, obviously, we're growing our channels. You know, we have one message only. We have elite standards, and of course, never ever drop standards, because when that happens, that is the brown envelopes and the mutants, and that's when they've got us.
Yeah,
and we can't have that.
No,
we can't do it.
No, we cannot.
Yeah, so we got to keep landing it.
Yeah, we've just got to keep on pushing the narrative out there. Michael Chelsea, a big thank you very much for coming on this evening. You absolutely nailed it on your Mr. Josh CJ debut, and I can't wait to be doing more shows with you. This has been absolutely gold. Make sure you're subscribing to Michael.Chelsea FC. The link to his YouTube channel is in the titles of this video. Just click on it, and please subscribe as well to my football channel. I will be back on here with more videos, as I like to post daily on both channels, so plenty of content's coming your way. Big thanks to everybody for watching this evening. We are now out of here, and we have been going for 6 hours and 56 minutes. Bosh! I mean, wow.
That is some minerals.
That is some minerals.
That we have elite standards.
Yeah, we do, mate.
Only.
Bosh, yeah.
But thank you for having me on. Quality.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you, mate.